I felt the deep pain of being doubted and judged just because of the color of my skin.
Thank you, Deborah. Deborah wasn't gonna let me just be talking out here. All right, Deborah, I appreciate it. Thank you for that. I sure didn't know. I got like 14 screens going on trying to figure this out. All right. Y'all know it's been a while. I've been away, so I'm a little rusty. So thank you, Deborah. I was saying, hey, welcome to Sunday dinner and all those good pleasantries. I see I'm not highlighted. Yeah, y'all know I'll be away for a minute. I don't know how nothing works no more. It's just been a while. Hey, Asada, I see you on my screen. What's happening, sister?
What's up, brother?
How you doing today?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. All right. I'm
Uh,
scrambling, trying to get this all together. Hey, Sylvia, I see you on my screen. Carl. Oh, Carl's in the building. We got all the superstars in here. Hey, Kimberly. Teresa Lawrence. All right. Carla, Lenora, John, Helen. All right. Appreciate y'all. Jean, Jeff. Jaquin, all right. My peoples is here today. Hey, Jacqueline. All right, all right. You know, we'll be here forever going through the names, but I appreciate y'all joining. I got a lot going, it's a lot going on today, right? We got some hot action. Y'all favorite political theater has been playing out as the best way I can put it. And I noticed there's a lot of discussion and concern centered around that. But let me start off my show officially and share my screen and get my pleasantries in. Oh, there we go. All right. I swear, I miss it. So brother go to Ethiopia. He don't know how to work nothing no more, y'all. Like, okay, there we go. I'm getting it together. Like I ain't been doing this all these. But I appreciate y'all being here. Let me get my intro going, and then we'll jump into the discussion.
Urban intellectuals. Urban intellectuals. Yeah. In a world that's unjust, I'm screaming, we love us. Equipped with knowledge, we are dangerous. In a world that's unjust, I'm screaming, we love us. Equipped with knowledge, we are dangerous. Yo, you got the power in the palm of your hands. I mean, literally, 52 flashcards, all about black history. They focus on success and less about misery. Information is the missing piece. Are you familiar with Black Wall Street or the Haitian Revolution? How about Angela Davis or Huey Newton? Mark Dean helped create IBM. Richard Wright was a poet. Have you ever heard of him? Get familiar with your culture. Women like Evelyn Granville probably paid the way for Oprah. Trying to be fly like Miss Bessie Coleman or like James Baldwin. I could be a spokesman. Man, the power of the black fist. What you know about the 68 Olympics? Dick Gregory, yeah, he kept it realer than most. Dr. King was instilling the hope. Let's keep it going.
Open your eyes.
Welcome to Sunday dinner. It's that time again where we all gather around the table. I know Grandma would have started cooking earlier in the day. She might have already been telling us, come on in, baby, and grab a plate and make yourself at home. But today, instead of a physical meal, we're feasting on connection. We're feasting on conversation. We're feasting on the kind of community dialogue that nourishes the soul. We got important topics to tackle, insights to share, and perspectives of uplift. So let's dive in. Just like we would if we were sitting around Grandma's table talking about the things that matter to us most, our families, our community. Let's settle in and let's get started with the conversation. Now, typically, like I said, Grandma would have food nourishing the soul, right? Nourishing the stomach, nourishing the belly. But we're going to have conversation that nourishes the community, that nourishes the spirit, and nourishes and links us forward. I'm looking forward to having this discussion. By the way, my name is Freddie Taylor. I'm the CEO and founder of Urban Intellectuals. I'm looking forward to engaging you at Sunday dinner, where the cousins gather around and enjoy the presence of grandma and grandpapa's in the back. You already know it's both of their houses. But the family is coming together to have important conversations, community, and connection that's going to bring us together so that we can work together to move forward in the future. If you think about AM Talk Radio, when it was call in, an opportunity to commune and to have your voice heard, this is what we're doing here at Sunday dinner. So the cousins are gathered around the table at grandma's table in Papa's house. And we are going to have these discussions. You're going to call in, you're going to raise your hand, you're going to be part of the discussion. That's what's happening. Get ready, grab your plate. Let's dive in to Sunday dinner. All right. I see Grand Rises. I appreciate y'all. Welcome to the discussion. Welcome to Sunday dinner. Y'all still see my screen? What are y'all seeing? There we go. There we go. All right, there we go. All right, Kimberly's telling me, yes, I see your screen. There you go. All right. Hey, y'all. Welcome back to the discussion. Welcome to the table. Welcome to Grandma's house and our Sunday dinner. Y'all know that is our theme here at Sunday dinner at Urban Intellectuals. We're taking it back, having old school conversations, sitting around the table with the family, having the discussions that concern our community. And of course, this week is a big one, right? We're talking about specifically Trump getting rid of the Department of Education, or at least filing the executive order. We'll see how this plays out in the court system and the political system. But we're going to have this discussion here today. But first, I needed to bring up a few things. Y'all noticed I was away last week. How many of y'all were here last week? Give me me in the comments if you were present last week. All right. I heard it was a pretty good discussion, right? That y'all enjoyed. Hey, Rhonda, appreciate you joining. Helen says I was. Charmion was here. All right, Jantra, Cecilia. All right, excellent. Y'all showed up. I was out. But Sister Gwen Ebron, one of our world changers here out of Urban Intellectuals, held down the discussion. And from what I understand, she did a really good job, as expected, right? Why? Hey, Lenora is here. We got all the people. We got the superstars out today. This discussion must to touch some spirits. I appreciate y'all joining. Hey, Sister Gwen, how you doing? Thank you for joining. I see you on. Yvonne says she missed it. It ended on time. I wanted the discussion to go on. Oh my goodness. Ending on time is not something that Brother Freddie typically does, right? We tend to extend the conversation. Sister Gwen, thank you. Seems like everybody had a good time. I appreciate that. So while I didn't bring 1 second. Let me grab this. While I was away, there we go. While I was away, I was busy vacationing on y'all, having a good time. Anybody remember where I was hanging out at? I wanted to show y'all a little bit of my excursion before we dive into the conversation here today. Right, Ethiopia. Yes. So I went on the inaugural Ethiopian trip for Sankofa Experiences. Y'all know here at Urban Intellectuals, we do a lot, right? So I got to make sure that I mention all of that. I saw the YouTube videos you posted. Yeah. I only posted a couple. We ended up in the mountains of Ethiopia and we're visiting Lalabela, right? And that was the location of the rock churches. Are y'all familiar with the rock churches? Hey, let me say a couple of quick things about Ethiopia before we dive into much of the conversation. Oh, you haven't seen the rock churches? Oh, yeah. Let me bring that up. Oh, snap. Yeah, let me bring that up. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this, y'all. Because if I open up this drive with all of these pictures and videos, I feel I feel like we'll be here forever, right? I know that's hard for y'all to believe that I do be thinking about the time, right? Don't y'all get on me about that. But grandma ain't gonna let us hang around forever. All right. Ethiopia trip. I do want to show y'all a little bit. I wanted to show y'all these rock churches, though. Yeah, this is the file. All right, let me see. Oh, I got so much to say about all of this, right? But while we were in Lalabella, here we go. I'll bring these up right here. That's good. Share my screen. Anybody ever wanted to go to Ethiopia, right? I don't know. Maybe you're not even interested in it, but it is a phenomenal place to experience. I can tell you that. I didn't quite know what to expect. Here's another surprise. Freddie loved the food. Y'all, if y'all been hanging around, you know that I've really been enjoying food lately. I don't know if that's lately or what that's about. But all right, so you ever seen these before? These are the rock churches of Lalabella. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. Oh, what's happening, GP? Yeah, cute. Yeah, we're vicariously. Yeah. Man, this place was amazing, right? Like these are literally built out of rock. So all of the ground that you see around the church that I'm standing on is built from the top down, where they excavate, if you will, the building. It's kind of like clay, right? Like they molded it out of the rock, and there are 11 of these churches throughout Lilabella, and Lilabella was a area created by the King Lalabella, right? Back in the day, this is about 900 years ago. These were built. There are 11 of them built over the period of 23 years. I can give you some on the inside. But this place was unbelievable, right? And like the architecture, the engineering, the feats. I'll save what I discovered on the inside for like one of our videos. The lights were out. This is like a remote part of Ethiopia, like high up in the mountains. And when I say up in the mountains, like, man, it's hard to, well, I'm acting like I ain't got no pictures and video, right? Yeah, when I say up in the mountains, this place is like really, oh, this is my girl right here, y'all. Miss Barbara. Me and Miss Barbara was hanging out, having a good time, but like up in the mountains, like really up there, high up in the mountains. And we stayed at this quaint little location, like I said, up in the mountains, right? So this is the hotel that we stayed in. And this is considered like rural Ethiopia, right? So like if I showed you like the living quarters of the people, it's kind of a lot of the stereotypical stuff that you'll see, but man, this place was absolutely beautiful. Let me see if I can pull up our entrance. So this is us walking into the location. And yeah, okay, so I can show you up in the mountains here in just a second. Oh, okay. I only gave you a little bit. So it's really interesting. This is our guide here, Grima, that walked us to the place. But this is us walking in at the very first site of this area. And this is kind of in the middle period. So this isn't at the beginning. But, traditionally in Africa, when you are entering into places, they greet you, with a tea, a drink, and some music, some entertainment. So that's what's good. I want you to see something.
Thank you.
That's into here. Of course, I'm not going to turn down traditional beverages. But look at this place, right? This was like a beautiful experience. Okay, so we stop here. Then I want to keep going. So
Might be a little softer than what we had yesterday.
incense.
I don't know if this is actual wine. Like, this is beautiful.
Kind of got two videos playing. But this was our intro.
All right, cheers. I know I'll meet you at. they're gonna bring them in. This is a nice
Folks
touch.
are asking about the honey wine because the night before we went to a traditional location, had a good bit of the honey wine. But check it out. They spread the rose petals all over the place. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful scene to walk into and have that experience there in Lalabella. I thought it was a really nice touch, right? Of course, I filmed that all up and down through there. But I'm looking for. Here we go. This is a little bit. You can kind of see off in the distance of the mountains. There we go. Here's a little bit more. I know I did some video from, but this is from the hotel that we stayed in, right? Literally, those pictures are from there. It was a beautiful experience to be up in those mountains, but it was high up. Like I stayed on the 3rd floor, and when I tell you, like no exaggeration, I walked like 2 flights of stairs, and I would have to stop and catch my breath. And I thought something was wrong with me. I literally was like, what is going on? Something is wrong with my heart. Something is wrong with my lungs. But it was really just the elevation that we were up in those mountains. But it was a beautiful experience, and definitely one that I recommend for anyone interested in seeing more of the motherland. We were a bit off of the beaten path, as they say, but it was a beautiful, beautiful experience. There we go. I'm trying to get off of here. Let's see. I was going to ask you about the altitude. Man, the altitude was crazy. It was crazy. But those rock churches we went into about 3 or 4 of them. And man, it's just hard to explain. Like I'll go through it in more detail when I get into our videos. I start to really share kind of the archive, but man, it's like perfect, right? But the thing about Ethiopia, okay, before I say that, let me say this. Addis Ababa is the capital city, and they're trying to be like the hub, not trying, they're being the hub of East Africa. It is a gorgeous city. Oh, I got to show you some. I got to give you some of Lalabella. I mean, excuse me, Addis Ababa. I would have been cheating you if I didn't give you none of this. But it is a beautiful city, right? Like they tell you that Africa is like a 3rd world country, 3rd world place. But it is really like, it is really beautiful. Here we go. Oh yeah, I got a little video set up. So if y'all seen this on YouTube, that's a good insight to it.
For the first time with our
Kofa experiences here at Urban Intellectuals. 13-hour flight wasn't that bad, to be all honest with you. This is us landing here in Ethiopia for the first time. Really looking forward to the adventure ahead, and really excited, right? It was wonderful going over the desert, then coming into the city and seeing the mountains in the distance. We flew Ethiopian Air, 13 hours direct flight from Dulles Airport there in Washington, D.C. This is the area that I sat in. I just had an economy seat, and the flights, so you can imagine the first class or business class is much more comfortable, but that wasn't bad at all. I didn't have anyone sitting next to me. This is us getting ready to walk into the airport. We made it. Super excited to be here and get there, getting ready to go through the customs line. Not a really big deal. I had my visa paperwork. I had all of my information in order. This is inside of the airport. Had to head over to baggage claim to go ahead and grab our bags and all that good stuff. So you can see very clean airport, very nice. People were very friendly. One thing that I noticed is, man, they look just like us. And I'm talking about us as Africans in America. They look just like us. If you spun you around and you spoke, if they had the similar accents, I don't think you would really realize exactly where you were. This is outside of the airport as we're getting ready to board the shuttle. We had our people come and pick us up. It was a couple of us. We landed at 7 a.m. in the morning, their time in Addis Ababa, which is the capital city of Ethiopia. Again, my first time there. Very excited to be here and to engage in this journey. This is us on the way to the airport. I just wanted to give you an overview of what it looked like riding along in Addis Ababa there in Ethiopia for the first time. So you can check it out. I'll let a little music play and you can enjoy the ride as we roll up to the Radisson Blue.
Country, East Africa, have about 3,000 years history. And the capital city is here called Addis Ababa. This is the home of more than 100 embassies, international NGOs, and African Union.
So I won't try to show y'all all of this, but I just want you to see how modern the city is, how beautiful the city is. If you're watching my videos, I want you to notice how clean the city is. All throughout the place, even when we were in the rural areas, right? Rural areas meaning like poverty, and meaning like, in our traditional sense that, poor areas don't take care of the places. Like wherever we are, I want you to notice how
You said 4 million?
I think that's what stood out to us between the cleanliness and the friendliness of the community. It is unbelievable, right? And it is something.
And this is the capital
really
city.
Stood out. And I haven't traveled many African nations. I've been to 7 African nations now, but I can say
130 years.
This was one of the friendliest and the most compassionate people that I encountered on our tours. And y'all know I come back gushing over
Modern technology to his country, Ethiopia, like
this was
telephone.
and we talk about how our faith and we love Christianity and whatever the case may be. These people are genuine in their love. I can't hear. Oh, can't hear me over the video. Thank you, Corton. Hopefully I got that right. Hopefully I didn't butcher it too bad. But it is a cleanly place. The thing that you notice rolling throughout here is just how they have the amount of pride that they have in their country, the amount of pride that they have in their people, and it shows, and they take care of it. And it's really interesting. I think for Americans, you have to prepare yourself because it's almost off-putting because you're almost like somebody's trying to get you at every turn, right? Because people can't be this particularly friendly. And don't get me wrong, I understand that you're a tourist and tourist dollars are important to the economy and the community down there. But it's just a different vibe. They are such a warm people, and I just really, really enjoyed it. Stay tuned. I'll while we in the discussion, maybe I'll put up some of the pictures and videos and foods or something like that, just so you can see a bit more. But I'll be rolling out more and more of the content. But I know, Wednesday. This Wednesday, we'll be talking about traveling to Ethiopia. If y'all are interested in traveling with us to the continent, we go through Sankofa Experiences. So you can always go to sankofaexperiences.com and you can see more about our travel adventures. But if you're interested specifically in Ethiopia, we are going later this year, October, I believe it's mid or October of 2025. And then, of course, we're going in 2026, but we'll be talking about that specifically on Wednesday. I'll drop the link in the comments here in a moment. But it's just an opportunity to go see more of the world and taste more of the foods. Y'all know I'm a foodie. And yes, I was eating with my hands, by the way. As they say in Ethiopia, you eat with your hands. I knew I got comfortable when we were out in rural Ethiopia learning about how injera is made and watching the process of it. And I'm just out there eating. And then we ate some out of a banana leaf where they extracted the contents of the banana leaf, baked it, stored it under the soil for 50 days, did another process to it, and then they cook it. It turns into this bread. It was really, really different, but it was delicious. I love having an opportunity to taste more of the culture and to see more of how our people live around the globe and the planet. And look, get this. While we walking around Ethiopia, if they spoke our language, our dialect, and our tongue, you would not know that you were in Ethiopia, right? The variety, the people, 50 days. And Stephanie, it's different. It's different, right? We always say if you go on these trips, leave America in America and go and come and have the experience. But it was delicious, right? I got to get the name of what we were eating. How about that? That's how you know you get comfortable on a trip. But man, the people, the community, they look like us. They are just some of the most friendly, compassionate people. This is the inside of the hotel that we were staying in. There, the Radisson Blue in Addis Ababa. Man, we had all of the experiences, right? We had all of the experiences um, from the, like I said, from going out into the rural areas, seeing how everyday Ethiopians live, to involving ourselves in and around Addis Ababa, going into the king's palace, right? King Haile Selassie, excuse me, going into his original home, entering into his bedroom. You have to catch me on YouTube, right, to see what I saw inside of there, some of the things that I couldn't believe. Same with inside of the churches. I haven't even revealed what I've discovered inside of those rock churches that I showed you, or what I discovered, right? Like I'm the only one that was in there, right? But I think a lot of you are going to be shocked, right? And I'm going to have to leave you with that cliffhanger. Gwen, we going to have to talk offline because there's not enough. We would just dominate the conversation with what I saw on the inside. Somebody was like, show me more. Oh, that was you, Gwen. Show me more of what's inside the church. If I show what's inside that church, Gwen, we not going to have this Donald Trump DOE conversation, right? We're going to end up talking about this specifically. And actually, you know me, I'm messy, so I'm excited to have a conversation anyway. But Gwen, maybe you and I should have one offline first, so I can show you some of the pictures and some of the things on the inside. But it was a phenomenal experience. I'll drop the link if y'all are interested in Ethiopia for later this year or next year. So I share all of that with you. But if you're curious, you can always go to sankofaexperiences.com, sankofaexperiences.com. That is the travel arm of Urban Intellectuals and what we do. But let me just back up a little bit. Oh, I was supposed to share another video. We'll get to it. All right. Anyway, I knew it was going to be a bit of time I had to take to have a conversation about, a little bit about Ethiopia, where we've been and all that good stuff. But I know there's a pretty hot topic flowing through the community today, right? Anybody wondering what we're going to discuss? If you follow me on Facebook, you saw, let me bring that up, right? Let me just go ahead and start. Let me start the mess, right? Let me start the wonderful discussion that we are about to have. Any of y'all follow me on Facebook? Give me a yes in the comments or a UI if you follow me on Facebook, not Urban Intellectuals, Freddie Taylor on Facebook. And if you don't, please do. Right? I am looking to engage more and more there for sure. How do I get back here? Yeah, that goes without saying. My people. All right, so I want to share a little bit. Yeah, I know y'all are, everyone is clean. Yeah, I know y'all ready to, y'all chomping at the bit for this discussion. So, okay. Trying to figure out the best way to do this. So, okay, I'm gonna do this ready, right? 10 reasons were email. Oh, they were email. Right. So y'all seen those 10 reasons, right? Both sides. One first thing I want to say in my defense is I was testing y'all, right? So to speak, right? So I was kind of doing like an experiment. So most people have seen those 10 reasons, right? But I put 10 reasons for either side, right? I've been called the Trump disciple. I've been called any and all things, right? Centered around this discussion, which, it's fine. People's assumptions are just theirs, right? It makes an ass out of you, not me. That's the way I say it anyway, right? But what I want you to know, if you caught those 10 things, particularly if you caught it on my website, if you caught it on my Facebook page, is I put up both sides of the discussion. So it wasn't just one side of the discussion, 10 reasons Black communities should celebrate Trump's dismantling of the Department of Education. I also put up 10 reasons dismantling the Department of Education is straight up disaster for the Black community. But what I found was most people interacted with this one. As you can see down here at the bottoms, you can see the comments and the shares for celebration was way higher than the comments and shares around the disaster, right? But even I did link both of these inside of the comments for each one of them. But I just thought that was a pretty interesting thing. And a pretty interesting dynamic, right? But I understand that salacious information tends to get more response than anything, right? I think most of y'all would agree with that. But I just found it really, really interesting. And it was fun. It was a fun experiment, right? So next time you see me saying something that you might not expect me to say, please give your boy the benefit of the doubt. Number one. Number two, speaking along the celebration thing, I will say this: if celebration was hard, and come on, man, y'all know I'm a marketer, right? You gotta stoke the flames a bit. You gotta get people emotional and into the discussion. You gotta prod them into the discussion at times. So I'm a little bit salacious when I select my wording. I'll admit that, but I will say, I do tend to lean towards the side of solutions, right? Like if this is a thing, if the Department of Education is gone, like what are we gonna do, right? Like, okay, I understand some of us are gonna fight for maintaining this institution and why it's important. I get that. But what are we gonna do as a people? I tend to always land on that side of the coin. What are we going to do? Right? Like we can talk about it, we can analyze things till the cows come home, but what does the solutions for us look like? Because a lot of the things that were said might have been off, might have been in left field, might have been incorrect, might not have been appropriate considering the law and who controls what dollars and what makes what decisions. But at the end of the day, what are we going to do? Because we've always known that these people, this institution, and this ideology has never been for us anyway. So what are we going to do? So I love to kind of come down on that side of the coin, but I do want to open up the discussion. I'm just gonna open it up wide. I've seen a lot of the comments. I've seen a lot of the angst. I've seen a lot of the frustrations that have come down the pipe or come down the comments or been responding to us in the emails. So I just open it up. How do you feel? I'll just leave a blanket question and we'll go through the discussion. Oh, before I do it, I see my man David and Carl got their hands up. That's how we operate here on Sunday Dinner. Go ahead and raise your Zoom hand and get in line. And then I'll call you up. If you think about old school AM talk radio, right, where you could call in to the discussion and be heard. This is what we are doing. This is what we are about. But give me one in the comments if this is your first time here at Sunday Dinner. Y'all know, give me a 2 or more if you've been to multiples before. And then I'll come around to my people. I just needed to see. I forgot I ain't run my intro. I ain't do none of my stuff. I just kind of dove in. But a lot of ones. Oh man, I appreciate y'all joining. Thank you for joining us. Oh, I appreciate that. I would have like got my stuff together. No, I kid. Y'all know I appreciate everybody being here. We got 110 people. All right, we're over 100, I think, for the first time here at Sunday Dinner. We are cracking. All right, first timers. I see about 10 in the building, right? Those are our super engaged people. Linda, 3 or more. I appreciate you. Thank you, Elizabeth, Deborah, GP. All right, Tawana, appreciate you. Appreciate all of y'all being here. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and kind of be quiet and open up the conversation and see how y'all feel. I know this is a really anxious and powerful discussion that we're about to have. So let's dive in a little bit to it. So Brother David, I got you up first. Come on in, young man. What say you about y'all favorite politician, Trump?
Peace, everyone. Peace to the chat, everyone that's on. Yeah, man, it's a lot of people in here. I guess that topic really drove them in. But yeah, man, it's a wonderful day outside, man. It's 80 degrees. It's good weather. And that's just me saying in my own little way. I don't know what everybody's so worried about. Like I'm seeing people, when folk bring up, like you did in one of your questions, when folk bring up, how the Department of Education isn't really doesn't seem to be effective in our community, everyone becomes experts on the department and want to point out how a significant part of what they do has to deal with student loans and whatnot. Stop with the rhetoric. Stop with the talking point. Department of Education puts out what they call the nation's report card. They assess students' performance. That's a big part of what they do. And with 85% of our children not being able to read or write or do math, definitely don't write in cursive anymore, at a proficient level, that should be concerning to us. And clearly, the Department of Education is failing in its duties. The minister had pointed out, when I say the minister, I'm referencing the minister Farrakhan. That's how believers refer to him. The minister pointed out back in 2017 during Trump's first term that he was going to war with the institutions that historically destroyed us. He was calling the media fake news. He was going after the FBI. He was going after the CIA. He was going after now he's going after the Department of Education. He's going after all these institutions that historically has been very destructive to us. And then we watched as the judicial system was weaponized against him to keep him from winning the election, and that failed miserably. None of this, saying this does not show support to Trump. Saying this is pointing out, and we're believers. We move and center ourselves in Scripture. When we're looking at what's going on, we're literally watching Satan casting out Satan. That's right there in Scriptures, which is why I always say, and we say, why are you trying to get in the middle of this fight? Why are you trying to save one massa from the other massa? Like, rejoice, man. We're watching the unraveling of a nation, and all of this is happening because of the 400 years of rape, tyranny, murder, brutality, oppression, all the things that they've done. This was inevitable. $37 trillion in debt means that this nation is a slave nation, because debt is slavery. So that's $37 trillion. I don't know about you. I got 9 people in my household. So that's almost $1 million that I will have to pay to get out of my debt up front if they call that debt in. So it's a lot that's going on that we're still too caught up in the system to really see how it is that we should be strategizing for us to win. Because none of the fighting for the Department of Justice don't in any way lead to us winning with the math and reading scores that our children have. I also want to point out that it was said by one of our ministers, his name is Minister Abdullah Allah. He said that the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad told him that the whole world is waiting on us. Everything has been quickened. Everything is going chaotic, from the weather, the animals, everything is acting crazy, waiting on us to finally step up and do what it is we're supposed to do. We are the people of the Scriptures, whether you like it or not. And as this thing continues to play out, it's going to be undeniable. Some people want to still kind of close their eyes to it, cover their ears to it, want to act like you're not seeing what's happening, but it's happening. And by pointing that out does not mean anyone's choosing sides. In fact, you're choosing side, and you're choosing side of people who are promoting. Well, I ain't even gonna get into that because that's gonna get too, I might derail the conversation with that. But rejoice, man. America is unraveling. It's due. This is her judgment. We're watching it, and yeah, look at them math and reading scores. That should be more concerning than whether or not Trump is getting rid of some institution that clearly ain't working. And
Okay.
I'll leave it there.
Yeah. All right, brother David came in kicking up smoke early in the conversation. Okay. I see some of y'all chomping at the bit here to jump in, but I got brother Carl up next. Brother Carl, what say you?
What's good, sir? First of all, thank you for allowing me to grace the mic here at Sunday dinner, and I like having this conversation.
Grandma been looking for you, brother. I ain't want to say nothing, but I'm glad you showed up, and
yeah, man.
Don't have to go out back and get that switch, young man.
But so I am now in educational consulting. I've spent 20 years in consulting, helping do all this type of stuff. And now, just full disclosure, I have a young youth entrepreneurship program called Raising Founders, where we help young people age 12 to 20 to grow their businesses. And so when I heard it, I kind of got excited. I'll be honest with you, because to be honest, my belief is there's no problem in our community that doesn't have an entrepreneurial solution. But I do see that our education system actually holds us back from reaching that standpoint, from reaching those points. So when I hear that, because, okay, let me back up a little bit. I feel that, and I said this on the comments, a lot of things are a subtle fit we don't even see, because we've been talking about how bad the educational system is, how much, things ain't going right, how much Washington don't care, how much the government don't care, how much, our children are failing because of a quote unquote system. Now, when something happens that dismantles a part of the system and gives us a little bit more control, because what it does is it turns the power of education back over to the states, which are closer to us. I know my senator, I know my governor, I helped get my county executive elected, those type of things. They don't live too far from me. I can touch them. When I can't touch, I can't touch Linda McMahon, what I'm saying, or whoever will be Department of Education head. But see, what I think is going on is we think we aren't prepared to do what we need to do. We think we aren't prepared to educate our kids. See, what we try to do is get a system to change on its own instead of saying, no, we want the power to educate our own children. We want the power to give them the skills, the talents, to teach them the reading, the writing, arithmetic, but even more so, teach them the skills and talents that will build our community. Nothing that the Department of Education was doing at any point was building our community. It was student loans, all they did was raise the cost of college. Where they don't have to compete, they don't have to do anything. Then they set standards that have nothing to do with the growth of our community. It creates workers, it creates employees, and there's nothing wrong being a worker or an employee. But see, where the real DEI that we need is at the founder level, and there's no policy that can do that. That's something we have to do on our own. And so every time something that we think is a safety net, every time something we think is supposed to hold us together, the government is doing for us, when it gets chomped down, I see that as opportunity for us, because it's actual freedom to me. Because it's more freedom to me to say that a test is not going to determine the success of a student, as opposed to, him actually learning the hands-on skills to make something happen. Plumbers could rule the world if they wanted to, but see, we don't even touch that in school. Because Washington and politicians and philosophers, no disrespect to anybody who has any type of degrees, are determining what's important in our community. So I say, look at this as an opportunity to grow it. Like I said, all I do, my 100% job is going around the schools and creating young entrepreneurs, and the only thing that I can do, I do it in my community. I don't do it anywhere else, but I see that, I know what's needed because I'm from the hood. You see what I'm saying? Like when Freddie puts out playing cards to teach Black history, ain't nobody Department of Education thinking about something like that, because everybody playing spades at the table. They're like, hey, fill in this Scantron sheet. So when I see this thing being dismantled, I pray everybody, each and every one of us, look at it as an opportunity for us to build our community, starting with the education system, where we're teaching our kids how to do it. So what? Let them take it. Please take it. Please get rid of it. Please don't let no politician in DC determine what a child in Landover, Maryland, what a child in Detroit, Michigan, what a child in Baltimore, Maryland is supposed to be learning, what they're supposed to be growing at. Yes, and that's when we'll be able to actually wrestle the power, because again, we will be at that founder level. That's where the inclusion, that's where the diversity will be. That's where the power comes. Because we got to remember, this is a government by the people, for the people, but whose people is it created for? So there's no way we can ever expect them to do for us, even if they got the greatest of intentions. And so we sit there and some people think that I try to ask, what is the complaining actually going to do? What are you trying to get done by complaining about this? Are you trying to get them to keep the status quo? I should hope not. But there's no amount of marching. There's no amount of talking. There ain't no legislation that's going to be put out there in 2025 to help our people's education happen. It's not going to work, y'all. Like we don't need, like the brother was just saying, we don't need to be getting in a fight. Let them destroy each other while we build. Use our energy. Michelle Obama said, "Don't boo, vote." She didn't say don't just boo, vote. She said don't boo, meaning do the actual action that works. Because what happens is we get a cathartic feeling when we do a post on Facebook, or we wear a t-shirt, or we say, I'm not going to do something for the next 4 years. But 4 years from now, where's your 16-year-old going to be? Because you decided that because the election didn't go our way, that we were going to sit back and watch the world crumble in front of our face, and we do some fan dances. Come on, y'all. Like, take this as opportunity. And I hope I'm not offending anybody, but if I am, I hope it's a wake-up call that we have gotten used to thinking that something in Washington, D.C., where I was born, is going to benefit me without me doing it myself. This country wasn't raised like that. It wasn't built for that. The White House wasn't built to help us out. The U.S. Capitol, Supreme Court, none of that. The best thing we could do is say, hey, leave us alone and let us build. Because what we got to remember is there were 200 Black Wall Streets built when we was in segregation, when they ain't want nothing to do with us. The only thing that stopped it was that we didn't have equal protection under the law. That's all we really need, y'all. He just came from Ethiopia. They built churches from the top down. Come on. Who else can think like that? I'm sorry, man. Am I going too long? Did I say too much? I'm sorry. My whole goal is I beg and plead that everybody look at this as an opportunity for us to help. And if you don't know how to help, go to raisingfounders.net and I'll tell you, because that's all I do. My whole goal right now, I left an entire cybersecurity firm behind that I built myself because I know my calling is to help the next generation. I'm only 43 years old, but everything I have is already there. But 20 years from now, 50% of the jobs that will exist then don't exist today. They're in the minds of our kids. Let's give them. I'm sitting here seeing 11 and 12-year-olds write full-scale business plans because they can do it. We can do this, y'all. Like, this is my rallying cry. You know what I'm saying? This is my rallying cry to all of us to get active and
Do I
building.
need to?
You shouldn't do that because when I use it, I just plug it in and it just picks right up.
Exactly
keep going,
what
brother.
he's saying.
Somebody just got their mic unmuted.
But I guess that means I should be quiet. But thank y'all. Thank y'all for allowing me to talk.
No, that's good, brother. That's good. Yeah. You you definitely kicked it off, right? Y'all want to get into it.
Thank you, brother Carl.
Yeah. Appreciate you, good brother. Thank you for saying for your words. It's gonna get testy in here. Let's go. Sister Lenora. All right, we got the superstars back in the building. Y'all, we got the educators, we got the administrators, we got the people on the front lines out here today coming to chime in. So I love that. Come on, sister. What say you today?
Well, thank you so much, Freddie, and I appreciate you so much. Listen, I gotta share this experience, and the brother that just spoke, amen, and thank you so much. You get a million thumbs up and 1,000 claps for what you said, and 1,000 snaps, because you're right. First of all, what I wanted to say is I had the pleasure of receiving a commendation from Senator Leah Webb, okay, and in that room were all women. Ooh. Of color, Black women who received awards, and they were business women. But what impressed me the most was a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old who had their own storefront business.
Wow.
Yeah, I almost fell out of my chair when these girls walked up and got the award and got an award from Senator Webb for having their own business. And not only that, they were outstanding scholars in school, and they campaigned for her in the midst of everything these children are doing, okay? But the thing that impressed me the most was after the ceremony was over, women ran up to me, and one of the things they said was, I did a DNA, and I'm from Yoruba, and I'm from here, I'm from there. How can we connect with the continent so we can start businesses? So I told them, go online, look up Freddie Taylor, Urban Intellectuals, and you will learn how to do this. Okay, so Freddie, get ready for an onslaught of a lot of women of color and people of color contacting you on how they can do the tour and connect and learn how to start their own business, plus how to help their own kids. Now, after saying that, I'm going to say this. Brown versus Board of Education never helped us. What it did was destroy our educational excellence. We had black people, we had black teachers, we had black male teachers, we had black female teachers, we had black principals. Brown versus Board of Education wiped that out and put people who did not look like us into our schools, and there went our excellence. We were not trained to be excellent anymore. We were not trained to have our own businesses. We were not trained to be developed. This is something that's called Ma'afa, and it's called whole Holocaust. That's what Ma'afa means. And that's what Brown versus Board of Education did, but it was deliberate because it wanted to maintain a system of servitude. It wanted to maintain a whole culture of enslavement. It was not meant to get us where we needed to be as a people. But guess what? We went around it. As the wonderful brother mentioned, we had Black Wall Street. We had everything we needed, and we were successful and thriving until whites destroyed it. That does not mean that we can't do it again, and we can. We have the blood of our ancestors in our veins. Our ancestors are with us all the time, and they are guiding us, and they are with us. So even in this time that we look at, we're going to be all right. We're going to be all right because we're going to take care of ours. Okay, that's what we do. You know, the last thing I'm going to say is I'm from a family of 16 people. We started out as migrant workers. Migrant workers. I picked beans when I was 8 years old. 8 years old. Because we didn't have access. In 2 generations, all of the people in our family had enough money to have their own homes. We, as a family, took a cohort of my brother keeper through 7 states where they learned how to code, and they won every coding competition they went through in 7 states. And it was sponsored by none other than Prince Rogers Nelson. We did that in 2 generations. You can't tell me we can't get over what we're going through now. We have to work together as a people, and we have to remember our past. We have to remember our greatness because it's here every single day. We can't forget that, and we can't rely on people who don't look like us, as Brother Malcolm, our ancestor, told us. We can't rely on people who don't look like us to educate us and our children. We can't do that. That's not smart. But we have to make our connections. We have to connect with ourselves here, and then we have to connect with people on the continent who are ready for us. Okay? Yes. They're ready for us.
They are.
So there's nothing we can't do.
They are.
So
thank you, sister.
That's my 2 cents.
All right. I appreciate it.
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah. And don't be afraid to raise that hand and come on back into the conversation as people get you excited and fired up, because we mentioned I love the conversation about do for self. You always catch me leaning into that one, so I definitely appreciate that. Right, well said, Sister Lenora. As they said, Brother Carl, I meant to reference where them fans at. Right, like hey, I saw something that said America is crumbling and black folks is learning a new line dance. I love it. Like right. But the brothers and sisters, right. I mean, but the brothers and sisters are stepping away from saving everybody, right? So there's that conversation, like sick and tired of being sick and tired, right? And it's always us that seems to be. I've seen this and coming to you, Asada, Carl, Russell, Janelle, excuse me, and then Carl's back again. Yeah, so that's the order that's coming. But I saw this some meme of this white woman like crying about something that happened and was saying like, where is everybody at? Why aren't y'all outraged with me, right? And then like the whole video was like black women like like just like the whole time, like we tried to tell y'all, and now you done, as they say, you done fucked around. Now you just gonna find out. Don't expect us to come and be at your side again. I love that, but and I love the conversation around doing for self, right? Like we gonna have to educate ourselves. We gonna have to get us out of this. Y'all know this is a running theme at Grandma's table here Sunday dinner. This is a running theme at Urban Intellectuals. We ain't got no friends, right? Ain't nobody coming to save us. So I'm interested to hear more about this fallout around the DOE, right, and the elimination of it by President Trump. And I love that, again, we have our educators, our administrators, and our people that are in the field, because us on the outside, just being parents, got a lot of opinions, but I know it affects y'all day to day and how you operate. So I'm curious to hear how you feel. Come on, Sister Asada, what say you in this discussion? Oh, by the way, Sister, that brother Carl, you and Carl should connect. Yeah, y'all should connect. It would be a good connection, if nothing more than just the energy. But I think there's more there.
I'm easy to find. Asada, ASSATA @gmail.com.
There you go.
All right.
Brother Carl, hit the sister up. Trust me, and you're welcome.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for doing this. I'm going to first start by putting my championship rings on the table. I've been doing this for 30 years. I took students to Egypt to study the mathematics of the pyramids in the late 90s. I had elementary school students taking AP physics, able to pass the entrance exam to get into college at a very young age. So I've been doing this with excellence for a very long time, so much so that I've been invited and acknowledged by the White House twice. With that being said, I want to hit a couple of points that I want us to think about, because even though I've been doing this now for 30 years, I will never be an expert. I'm always still going to be a student. One of the things that you all know as a saying is before you get before you quit your job, what do you have to have lined up?
Another job.
Another job, right? The way that we're speaking about closing the Department of Education is like quitting your job before you have another one. Because we, as Black people, being very reactionary and not proactive, we don't have another job lined up. Now, there's a lot of confusion that's also going on. We're talking about the federal government and not understanding the role of the federal government, when a lot of the talk that I'm hearing should be directed at what's happening at the local level, the district level, and then the state level. Because the federal government actually does, by design, very little for education. What is important is what happened at the actual school. And so I'm hearing people talk about now we can have our own curriculum. We've been had that opportunity. We've been had it. But we, as Black people, we're not involved with what's going on at our school. We send our children to school with people every single day for 6 to 8 hours, and some of us barely know our children's teacher's name. So what you're referring to and what you're attacking is the wrong monster to attack, and that is because we do not know what's going on. The important acts that have come from the Department of Education has been the IDEA Act, what was at first the ESEA Act, which is now the ESSA Act. And those are the major things, along with the Office of Civil Rights, Title I, and then funding college students. That's it. So we're pushing information because we do not know and we have not studied, and all of a sudden now we're all experts on education. So what I would say is we're looking for this opportunity now. Oh, now we can take over. And I heard something about, education can become entrepreneurial. It should never become entrepreneurial, because the purpose of business is to make a profit. And when you start putting profit over children, you're making decisions like how many children can you put in one classroom so that you can make more money. And we saw what happened during the 90s and the 2000s when all these charter schools got started for the sake of making money. That's not what we want. So this federal versus state versus local, you have to understand the roles and what is important. The next thing is, are we organized as a people? Are we committed? Do we have the knowledge? We're talking about education department and what's happening as if it wasn't free blacks that put the very idea of public education together. But we're not reading to know what's really going on. This whole idea of public education came from black folks. And then what are you calling in sports? Monday morning quarterbacking? Where now you're talking about it like you're the expert and you was out there on the field. And yes, we can look back now and it's easy to say, Brown versus Board of Education didn't really work for us. Keep in mind who was the attorney that fought that case, right? We can say that now, but what other doors did it open? And can we truly judge what was going on in the 50s and 60s with where we are now? That's Monday morning quarterbacking, right? And not understanding and saying, okay, here's what worked for that, but here's what didn't work, and here's how we build on that. Because a lot of the things that we're speaking about right now and criticizing is things that were done in the 50s and 60s. And since that time, we have not done anything at the level of what our people were fighting for. So be very careful when you show up now in 2025 with your fancy technology, all of your AI, and where you can quickly Google something to sound like an expert and say, oh, that didn't work. My last piece is on this being very reactive versus proactive. We're reacting to an idiot, a complete oaf, someone that does not read, someone that does not have any sense or care with what's going on, and he has us reacting. That makes us fools. That makes us fools to even continue to react in this way. We're dealing with a group of bourgeoisie. Look it up. I'll save you some time. A bourgeoisie is a group of stupid people. And here we are reacting and denouncing what our people built when they were first free. Yes, we can make it better and it needs to change. But understand where the fight is at. The fight is at your local school right now, because the federal government does not choose the curriculum, but your school does. Are your principals doing a good job? When was the last time any of you all have been in a school, been at a local school council meeting, been at a board meeting? Because I have and I am. Okay. Again, I said I've been doing this for 30 years with excellence, not just doing it for 30 years. Now, let me hurry up and get up off here. Make sure I got in with my points here. So as I
saw
said,
you taking your notes.
You saw me taking my note, and I'm at an event right now. I got kids with me, and I had to step away to get away from the music and everything that's going on right now. My last piece is that homeschoolers, you all, they're providing some of the worst data. We're talking about schools and, oh, we're just going to start homeschooling our children. Really? Most of y'all on this call, I'll bet you $1 million right now. Matter of fact, let me go over to the amount I can afford. I bet you $100 right now that most of you all learned how to learn mathematics by borrow and carry. If borrow and carry is how you learned how to add and subtract, you do not have the mathematical fortitude necessary to teach children mathematics so that they understand computing, AI, building AI agents, quantum computing. Reading comprehension is a thing. Can you teach children that don't know how to read? Do you understand educational pedagogy? Right? So homeschooling is, we have to do work. They've been putting this plan together that they now call Project 2025 for the past 30, 40, 50 years.
Oh, yes, they have.
Are we building long-term like that? We're not. So my last point, before you quit your job, make sure you find another one. And finding another one as it relates to education means that we have to go back and study, going all the way back to the free slaves that push for, at the time, Black math genius. You're making me say Black math genius. That's not what I'm reading, like I'm reading the prop. That at the time wanted folks to force the Republicans actually to start this whole idea of free public education. Okay, so be very careful of what you criticize again on your 2025 here on this Zoom app with this technology made by this white man, right? Do your research, people. So yes, there's a lot of fixing that needs to be done. I'll be the first to say that the data is bad, but it is bad even in Black schools where the principal and all the teachers are Black. So that should give you something to think about. Again, Brother Freddie, I appreciate you. I love what it is that you're doing, making people think. I had to jump on for this one because, that this is my love, my passion. I'm going to West Virginia this week to go in and do some stuff with education because I go into school speaking on education. West Virginia is over 90-some% white, fully Trump supporters. They're going to be the state that is hit the hardest because 50% of their federal funds, 50% of their budget overall for the state comes from federal funds, 20% for education. So it's going to hurt other people more, but we need to understand the whole system of what's happening. So again, appreciate you.
Yeah. Thank you, sis. Take some time out of your day. Come engage us, right? I appreciate it. I love a lot of that, right? I love all of it actually, but I love the fact that if it's about the local schooling, perhaps this is another lever to get us to understand it's about the local schooling, right? And maybe we go get more involved. Because again, I'm just always of the arm that ain't nobody coming to save us. We're gonna have to step up and save ourselves. So all right, but we got a lot of hands up. So I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let it keep going. Yeah. They love in the comments. Sister Asada always rocks the house, right? Carla Russell, come on to the stage, young lady. What say you?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Moore, Dr. Moore, I'm not sure. I loved her comments. I want to talk further with her about the homeschool perception and so forth. Also 33 years educator, so forth. I retired early because of a lot of the things of public schools I just couldn't tolerate anymore to see our kids not getting what they needed. And so I started my own tutoring company, and now I'm getting into the schools, trying to see what I can do, of course, to support the teachers that are left and the students that are left. Also, the homeschool, I'm looking into how a lot of times it's not for everybody, of course, but for some people, especially special ed students, it does work, and it's a lot of successes with that. But I just wanted to say I just drove up to it's a fireside discussion today in DeKalb County in Georgia about education and certain things, and this packed here is good to see. Cops everywhere. Wow. I do agree we need to do things in the schools and don't give up on the schools. Parents have to do more. Of course, it was set up for them to be babysitters, for us to go out and be worker bees, all of that stuff that Mr. Carl said. If we could just individually do what we are discussing, beautiful things here, but we just have to put it in action.
I love it.
That's it.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. Janelle G, I got you up next. You're muted.
Yep, I just unmuted. Just
there you go.
Take a minute. So yeah, wow, this is a hot topic. And when I saw that email with those 10 reasons, I said, oh yeah, Freddie's getting ready to start something at Sunday dinner. But that's not unusual. And it's a good conversation, I think. It's a good thing for us to be discussing. I am not an educator. I have a lot of respect for educators. My mom was an educator, and my mom made the decision when her first grandchild was born. She decided to retire because she made the decision that she wasn't going to leave her next generation being educated by somebody else when she could do the job. Both of my nephews were reading by the time they were 3. They were way beyond where they should have been when they came into school, and actually ended up being helpers to their teachers because they could do things that the other kids could not do. They could understand. Their comprehension level was very high. So I will say that I definitely agree with Dr. Moore and with one of the other teachers who made comments about homeschooling, in that homeschooling is a very powerful tool. However, I don't think homeschooling is something that just anybody should be doing. I think that homeschooling is something that for sure needs qualified people who want to teach and who are capable of teaching. I also agree that technology has changed so much that not everybody can just wake up and walk out the door and go teach a specific topic. but certainly we can get more involved in teaching just the basics to our children, teaching children about money, teaching them from the day they're born, not talking about baby talk, just speaking regular English, having a conversation with children so that they understand things other than gaga goo. Gaga goo is nice when they are a month old, but beyond that point, it just serves no purpose. And at the end of the day, we really, again, as everyone has said before me, the power really is with us. So even if you are not teaching a class or a student or doing homeschooling, I think everybody needs to understand that what we do is a lesson. And this moment in history will definitely be looked upon as a what did we do and how did we change the paradigm? How are things moving forward so that we can say, at that point in time, we came together and did X, Y, and Z, and our children benefited from that. Now, what exactly is that? What should it look like? Who should be in charge of it? Well, based upon history, I don't want any one person specifically in charge of it. I want it to be a group of people. So that way, based upon our history, we know when we have one person identified as the head or leader, they are viciously attacked. But when you have a group, they don't get attacked in the same manner. So I want to see a group of people come together and create this based upon knowledge and years of experience, because I don't want any one person being attacked just because they were the one who stood out and advocated, when we can advocate together as groups and there be so many of us that they not be able to come after one and think that they're done with the situation, like they did when they came after Malcolm and they did when they came after I'm sorry, when they came after Martin, and the same way they did when Black men tried to get rights over their own music, when they became educated enough to understand that the money was in ownership and they went to get ownership, and everybody who tried to get ownership is now dead except for one person. It's kind of the same theory and concept to me. So I would love to see something like that where people who actually know what they're doing, because I know I'm not Dr. Moore. I can definitely help out, but I'm not qualified to teach these kids the way that they need to be taught. So I would never tell anybody that I was going to open up a school to homeschool their children, because their kids wouldn't get what they needed. And that wouldn't be fair to them. It wouldn't be fair to me. And it wouldn't be fair to us as a people collectively. Collectively, sometimes being the support system is just as important as being in the front foreground.
Real talk.
If you're not able to do one, you absolutely can do the other. There's no reason why we can't. When you see something, do something to help your own people. It doesn't matter what it is, but you can do that. And I think that in my life, I've been able to do that successfully. But I think that people definitely judge people based upon the way they are, the way they act, what they perceive, often not knowing anything about people. Stop presuming that because someone is young, that they aren't capable of doing something. Stop presuming that because someone is older, that they don't still have something to contribute. Stop making presumptions in general, no matter what a person looks like, no matter what a person sounds like, no matter where you think they are or what they've done, whether you know what they've done or not. Just presume that people's initial reaction is to help and to help us do better. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I have city life going on behind me. That's the fire truck.
We don't hear it.
Oh, good. Okay, but I just think that there's so much more we can do. I think that these Sunday dinners, one of my favorite times of the week, like I get myself together so that I'm ready for Sunday dinner.
I love it.
And today is absolutely one of those days that we have to 100% figure out some plans. And whether it's a local level plan, I'm new in the area I'm in, I'm still learning, but I am certainly trying to get more bolts and pieces together so that I can be an active part of what happens to the children in my area, whether that's through the actual school system or through another way. But we all have got to do our part. And people just saying that dismantling the Department of Education is going to be a resolution. I agree that that is kind of like quitting a job without having a plan in place. But guess what? Sometimes you have to quit that job in order to move on, because sometimes you won't get up off of your butt and do something different if you're complacent and, well, let me just go ahead and say the word, lazy. If you're being lazy, because sometimes we get comfortable with what we know. And so when things are always one way, we just go ahead with that, and we are okay with that. And I'm not okay with that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm done.
No,
I'm done.
I
Let
love
somebody else say something. I can learn something. I'm learning a lot today. So yes, I'm learning that I definitely need to pay attention to what's going on. So thanks, Freddie.
I love that. I love that. Thank you, sister. Appreciate you participating. I mean, there's always a lot in all of these discussions, but like you were talking about the homeschooling, and yeah, everybody, every individual parent is not ready, but this is why community schooling is important, right? Like in these collective homeschooling area, I forget the word that they use, but they come together and teach their children together, right? So it's like all these individual parents that have decided to homeschool their children come co-op. There we go. Thank you, Jasmine. I knew it. There was a
Okay.
simple word that said it all, right? Like that I couldn't get out. Right, but co-op, right? So coming together with those co-ops so you can have the individual experts in the area coming together. I mean, this is what we need. And I love, like Sister Sada was talking about, right? Like, this has always been a local school or a local area issue, right? People always talk to us and said, hey, local politics are more important than the national politics, but nobody really understood it. So sometimes it takes an idiot to shake the igloo, right? Y'all remember those little the Christmas scenes, the winter scenes, you shake up the little globe and you get to see it, right? Sometimes it takes an idiot to shake the igloo for us to realize what's been right in front of us the whole time, right? And a
Snow
lot of us
globe.
have been dependent on a system to educate our children. Now it's time to snow globe. Yeah. Now it's time for us to realize, hey, we've had this at our fingertips the whole time, right? So I'm really from the ilk of I don't care where the enlightenment comes from. I'm saying wake the hell up. Let's grab hold of these reins and let's do for self, because I believe in the collective intelligence of Black and African people, because I believe in us, right? Even though things might seem bleak. Brother Carl, I'm coming to you. I got Carl and a few of y'all. Oh, we got a lot of hands up. Good, good. So I'm gonna be quiet. But coming from Ethiopia was wild because we were noticing, right? So when I say we, I'm talking about the individual on the bus, the people that are on the tour with us, right? So as we're just noticing their culture and having these discussions, while we were in Addis Ababa, which is the big modern city, right? So those pictures that y'all saw of me basically downtown, right? Look, could be downtown Chicago, could have been New York. No, it couldn't have been New York because it was clean. Hell, it could have been Chicago. Really, right? It couldn't have been America because it was clean, right? But like riding through there, you just notice the mannerisms and of the people, right? But while we were off into the rural area, when we were up in the mountains, like I got video of like all these children in their uniforms, right? They wear like these lighter blue uniforms, and you just see them along the side of the road walking to and from. And they were explaining how they rotate the hours, like, the older children going this time, whatever. So you see them going back and forth, right? You don't know if they playing hooky, you don't know what they're doing. But what you notice is how orderly they were, how respectful they were to one another. I'm talking about 4 and 5 year olds holding the hands of 2 and 3 year olds because they are leading the next age group, right? Like you see, it was just mind blowing, right? And then we're talking to the teachers and the instructors in the area, and they have, get this now, this is crazy. I can't even fathom this. 90 children per teacher in the classroom. 90 children. And what they're telling us, now I don't know what the reality is in the day-to-day, is it's an orderly situation. But as insane as that sounds, because how in the hell you get 90, I don't care what age group, children in the place to one adult, when you see their society outside the school, I'm talking about the adults later, and I'm just talking about walking around out of Sababa. I'm talking about walking around the Rue La La Bella, right? Like when you see the deference and the respect to one another and the kindness and the compassion and the interactions with them, it doesn't it doesn't seem as crazy because you start to get that the adults came from the children and the children got something differently that created a different type of society. Hey, I'm not saying it's the best place in the world. I'm not saying I'm gonna move there. I ain't saying any of that. All I'm saying is when you go, the vibe is different. And it's just a different interaction with people. And what I can confidently say, particularly to the Black community here in the Americas, is we got something wrong. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. I need you to feel me on this. Something is wrong. I'm not saying something wrong with you and you bad people. Don't get offended. Try to understand what I'm saying. Something is wrong. Perhaps we're grabbing on to the wrong values. Perhaps we are clinging to a society that shouldn't exactly be leading the world. I don't know. Something is wrong. I can tell you from my feeling and my heartbeat how joyous it is to commune amongst this environment. And then when I come here, I feel completely different. When I landed in Toronto, which is way different than New York, which is way different than Detroit, which is way different, it still felt alien and something that I didn't enjoy. It wasn't like I was happy. It didn't bring light onto my soul, right? Those are different conversations. Y'all don't never really hear Freddie talk like that, but I'm just telling you something is wrong. And the fact that like in our communities, you can't fathom 90 children in one place, in one room, doing anything, let alone trying to be educated. And again, I'm not trying to compare the educational systems. I ain't saying nothing. All I'm saying is something is wrong. This is you got to watch your words nowadays. I'm just going to say it. This is a retarded society that we living in, and something is wrong. And we are grabbing hold of these principles like they are God sent, and I doubt it. Anyway, let me be quiet. Come on, Brother Carl. What say you, young man?
I'm gonna be short this time, right? I'll be short this time.
Good luck.
Okay, I'm gonna try to be short. I mean, I'm only 5'8" anyway, so I'm always gonna be short. But and I want to make sure that I was fully understood what I said, because I may have misspoke. I didn't say that we should turn education entrepreneurial. I didn't say that. I hope I didn't say that. That was not my goal. I'm not saying. I do believe that we should teach entrepreneurship more to our students, because it's the process of taking ownership of a problem and providing a solution to people in order and benefiting from said solution. So that being said, actually, Freddie kind of stole my thunder, talking about the having a problem, with the mindset. And one of the reasons I was celebrating, one of the reasons I was celebrating, in essence, the removal, and not even full removal of the Department of Education, but even the thought of it, is because I do believe that we need to take more ownership over education here at home, meaning even community-wise in the homes and all of that. And when we believe that, that there's a system that actually does benefit us. So full disclosure, as a consultant, I did, help get Detroit Public Schools out of receivership. I consulted for Baltimore City Public Schools, LAUS, a unified school district, and even wrote part of the strategic plan for our United States Treasury. And one of the things that I have recognized is that government programs in and of themselves, and when they are are even implemented are not implemented for the sake of long-term solutions. They're made for long-term stability of the program itself. So we never really see the outcomes that we would desire from them, because oftentimes we don't even take those by the reins. We don't take the curriculums that are going into the school. We don't take it by the reins. As Sister Sada was saying, at the local level, it must happen. But oftentimes what happens is, when we believe that there is a master that's providing something for us, we are afraid of losing even that little bit that we think that they're giving us that's going to help us. And so I'm always excited, when I hear us start talking independently, when I hear us start talking about, okay, this is gone, so now we got to do this. Even if we're getting mad and we think something being taken away from, I've seen it over and over and over again, that it oftentimes helps us to step up, because we're not really used to doing that all the time. Yes, as individuals, but as a community, I think that that's where it should go. And I do definitely agree that there has to be some type of standard that is set at the local levels, because again, what works in DC and Maryland may not work in Detroit, may not work in Baltimore, and I wouldn't expect it to. But yes, we do need to take more advantage of what we do at the local levels. And yes, I will always preach entrepreneurship, and the reason is because when we start the businesses that are in the community, we're able to affect what is taught in the school system, so that they're producing workers and they're producing employees and they're producing the future leadership that are learning things that are relevant to propel what we're doing. Of course, we still need the reading, writing, arithmetic, but we still need to understand what is pushing towards the future. The first thing I did, in last year's iteration of our entrepreneurship program was add AI. Just so I have to have a strong tech background, so I was able to do it. But it's still taking a long time, because I sit on the advisory council for our school district. They're still trying to figure out how to get AI in. And I just walked it into the after school program. But it takes so long when we don't own it, that we got to take the ownership from it. So, not to negate anything that anyone said, but I do believe that there has to be a mindset shift on how we approach education and our responsibility in it, into it. See, I was shorter that time.
Yeah. I don't think nobody would disagree with that. Good brother. Yeah. I love that. Good stuff. I don't know. Let me hold on.
Somebody gonna disagree. It's okay. I don't mind.
Let me hold up. So you might catch some smoke. I don't know.
I'll go catch some smoke. I know. But you know me. I can brag. Look.
Say, I'm good with it.
Always.
All right, come on. Charlotte. How do I pronounce your name, young lady?
Charlotte.
Charlotte. All right, Charlotte. Thank you.
Mother and grandmother, Charlotte and Lottie.
I love it.
And it was hard to grow up with, but here I am.
All good. We appreciate you being.
Would like to say that we have got to get probably a little more foundational with the learning, because we have still in our communities families who are not educated themselves. They don't know how to educate their children, how to effectively homeschool. We have got to be intentional and relational in dealing with the world. We cannot just stay in our community and be just good in our community. So while DOE may not have been the great white hope, but I think repurposing would have been an advantage. And then from repurposing what they do to help supply resources and sources to the NEA, the National Education Association, the governors and the members from the states and the nation, and what they do. In the early 70s, I worked with an organization called the American Council on Education at One DuPont Circle. And out of that, we had a contract to where we taught the Black experience. Not only did we teach college level professors and instructors how to teach African American history, but how to teach and relate to our children, our students, because they are young adults at that point, not little children. Right. So I think that there was room for work to be done to improve the standards of education, to write course syllabi, and to do better, to compete better and to score better. But to remove Department of Education, I think I'm with Dr. Moore. You don't cut off your nose to spite your face unless you're a complete idiot. And you definitely don't quit a job when you know you can't pay the rent. You don't have a savings before you get another one. So I think that it was a very foolish move, but then our illustrious president is doing some very foolish things. And we have to be a little more intentional of how we decide what we can do to overcome those harms. And I really think that it's got to start at such a foundational level as you're training children at home and how to for them to be receptive and start to learn, so that when they get to our teachers, our trained persons, to help them understand, comprehend, and effectuate what they're learning. And that's my say so. Entrepreneurship is great. I've done it and never been real successful at it. I've done several different kinds, but I do know that we can do that and be successful, maybe more so after we get that education that we need. And I think that classroom education and not just homeschooling allows your children to be better socialized, better equipped to deal with personalities and situations they will come in contact with as long as they are on this earth. I don't see it changing right away, but then I'm not clairvoyant either. But I just think that it's a bad move, and I don't think that it should be done away with. I am a very strong advocate with several advocacies that I'm a member of: Empower DC, a Fair Budget Coalition, UPO, DC Fiscal Policy Institute. I'm with all those as a constituent member. And we have to fight on a different level. We can't let things be wiped out without having something stable to fall back on. That's my soapbox.
Well, Ron, well, before you get off your soapbox, let me ask a couple more questions, right?
Okay.
So what do you say to those and those? I mean, like me, because I got the mic, so I get a chance to ask.
I'm sorry. Say that for me again, please.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, what do you say to those that say like, all right, you don't cut your nose off to spite your face, but like your nose already been cut off, right? Like we're not controlling what Trump does. Now we don't know if this is going to stand because I don't understand the legislative arm of it. I know it's got to go through some sort of protocols, right? Like the Senate and the House going to have to vote, but I don't trust them clowns either, right?
Okay.
So what I mean, but like in the wake of, let's just say it happened and the DOE is gone. I mean, then what, right? Like
Yes.
What do you think? What are your thoughts?
Well, what I think is that while he's doing all these things, and while some of them, like I said, they need to be repurposed, I'm not against that in a lot of ways, but we can't just lay down and say, okay, we've got this man. These people went out and voted for him, and only God knows why. And now we've got a situation that's going to be very difficult to corral that horse again. But we cannot stop fighting. We have to still come up with ideas. We have to come up with a means of effectuating alternative ways to overcome the situations that he thinks we are abusing or they have no value. And we know that his assessment of what's valuable is not about you, me, brown people, and the middle class. It's about the top 1% and 3%. If you're lucky, you get in that group. So therefore, you have to make small strides and pray whatever your God is or whatever name you call him by. You cannot leave that out, because if you get biblical, you'll find out what's going on. It's not a happenstance. And we have to approach it with a little bit of Bible or a whole lot of Bible and a means of common sense.
I like it. Thank you, sister. I appreciate your words. Please,
Thank you for letting me be here. I'm new. And my husband told me about Sankofa, and that I should get on this podcast this afternoon. And I'm glad to be here, but we've, and none of you that are here are not aware of how grave the situation is that we're in. But we just can't give up, and we can't approach everything. I'm an old civil rights person from the age of 15 in North Carolina. And let me tell you, you just can't roll over and play dead and just say, well, it'll get better. You got to get dirty sometimes. And that means you got to fight. And that means you have to come down out of your $5 words and get into some 50-cent words sometimes to get your message across. That's just, I mean, I'm an everyday person. I'm a retired 77-year-old, totally disabled person. But I'm a strong advocate. Me in my wheelchair, we go and do what we need to do. We speak for those who cannot for themselves or who don't know how and who are in desperate need. I'm blessed. I'm fortunate. I'm not in a desperate situation right now. But leave it to Trump, I will be just like a lot of others. So, that's where we have to be. You got to have community, and we cannot see any group of us above the other. We have to be in solidarity.
That was organization.
Come on.
Organization.
I love it. Thank you, Sister Charlotte. I get it right. Did I get it
You
right?
got it. You got it. And
I
thank
got
you
it.
all for
I got
letting
it.
me be here. Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you for being here. I'm glad it's your first time. Man, you took the mic. I love it. I love it. Come on to the floor. Hopefully, this ain't the last time we see you, sisters.
No, you'll see me again. And if you don't see me here, you'll see me interrupting the mayor in some of her tongue-in-cheek conversations. You'll see me down at City Council getting on Mendelssohn's nerves and pleading the case before our council members. So I'm out there.
Yeah, well, we need you
We
here so
have
you
to
can.
also.
Who is that? Go ahead. Okay, so that might have been a background comment, but we need you here so that you can incite and encourage, the next generation and the next people to continue that fight now, because that's
We
that fight
like
that we
this
need on a consistent basis at a local level, regional level, national level, international level, right? We got to keep fighting. So
That is so, and you cannot be afraid if the spirit of the Lord is not fear. If you're gonna be scared, then don't pray. If you're gonna pray, stop being scared and step out there on faith and do what you intellectually know to do.
Thank you, sisters. Thank you. I'm gonna curve up these open mics.
Okay.
You are looking. Yeah, it's not. It's not quality.
Well, I'm done. I think I'm done, and I'm here for you, and I appreciate your presence, and we need all of you. We just need to be together and fight like hell.
Ain't that the truth? Thank you, sisters.
Yes.
All right, come on back if you need to say more. Feel free to raise your hand again. No problem there. All right, brother.
Okay.
Grady Brown. I got you up next. The baddest man in town. What say you, sir? Oh, you muted, sir. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, sir. I got you now.
Yeah, brother. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. And what I was going to say, one thing I want us to do, if we are going to take control of our schools, I want us to actively recruit and bring our black boys back in our classroom, man. And if you really think about it, the prison industrial complex and the the prison industrial pipeline that was built on the back of our black boys. And secondly, brother, we have to get black men in these classrooms, man. Because I know as a young man growing up in East St. Louis, how attentive I was in the classroom when I saw a black male that was educated and responsible and had compassion about educating our youth, how it affected me in a positive way. And also shout out to Sister Sada for putting it out there in the universe about not making this an economic competition, because we don't want that, man. I mean, we need willing black people to come together and to with sincerity to save our babies from being lost in the system. And also as parents, which I'm not one, we have to educate each other the true meaning of an education and why education is important. It's important so we can provide for our families and so we can strengthen our communities. Not just to get that six-figure job, but so we can take care of our families and so we can strengthen our communities. I mean, that's all I wanted to say, brother.
Okay. Okay. No worries, brother. I appreciate you contributing, man, and joining the conversation. That's important. We got it. We all got a lot on our mind. Brother David, you up next, young man. What say you? Then I got
Yes,
James
sir.
Page, General Parker, Jason Young, Cecilia, and a couple of more folks.
Yes, sir. Yeah, everyone's making some very good points. I've heard the pushback against the entrepreneurial point Brother Carl made, but he just gave you context to that. So when we're pushing back against something, we should make sure we understand what the context of the point was. And I also get like people who spent years in the hard work to get a master's and get a PhD and all of that. I'm gonna remind everybody here, Dr. Sebi was not trained in any institution, but institutions and experts are using the exact same methods that he espoused for so long. So there's that. I want to remind us how we got to Trump. We got to Trump because after Obama was elected, our allies didn't show up to vote in the midterms. And remember Occupy Wall Street? They didn't even let a civil rights icon, Representative Lewis, who came down to lend his voice to their cause, they didn't even let him speak. He stood there in jeans and a white button down, and the news camera was just on him as he was standing there, ready to give power behind what they was trying to do. And they didn't let him speak. That's how our allies are, quote unquote. They only use us for numbers. They take us for granted. And this last election proves that. But after Occupy Wall Street, you had this whole Tea Party movement, which was an absurd movement because everything Obama put out, I ain't gonna say everything, but a lot of what he put out was an agenda that was started by Republicans. They were just against it because it was him doing it. We can't do the same thing when it comes to political matters. We can't be so loyal to a party that's done nothing for us. Nothing. And I stand on that. You can find whatever little wishy-washy, superficial, whatever that you want to put out, but in 60 years, they have not done nothing except try to replace us in our faces. So our loyalty is causing us to be just like how the Tea Party supporters were and how MAGA supporters were. Anything that the opposition does, we're going to be against it when what we should be doing. And Sister Charlotte, I don't want to mess up the sister name, but she brought up scriptures. And I bring up scriptures all the time, but are we understanding scriptures? Because I'm hearing people speak and they're so passionate about this, but it sounds like they're speaking for and against the issue at the same time. Like if you understand scriptures, then you understand America is like Babylon, the mystery Babylon that's falling. So what are you really trying to repurpose? What are we doing here? We have nearly $2 trillion of spending power. And if you go look up Spain's GDP, it's right where ours is. And Spain is a first world nation with institutions, schools, hospitals, infrastructure, government, military, all of that off what they have. For us to simply say that we're not capable of educating our children, or we got to be careful. I mean, we really want to look at what are possible exceptions and say, well, we can't do it because what if this happened? What if that happened? The Nation of Islam been doing it. Nation of Islam has a university right there on Stony Island. Are we funding it? Are we spending the money with the people who love us the most and who's the most effective? Who's better than the nation at educating people, whether they are children or someone in prison or someone homeless off the street, and all of a sudden they could get up on the world stage and represent Black people professionally and with excellence. So why aren't we spending some of that almost $2 trillion to fund what we already have? We already have organizations, we have farms, we have schools, we have all of that. What we're missing is resources, because we refuse to put our resources together. You know, that's what our issue has always been, because we want the Democrats to save us. We're waiting on the Democrats to finally step up and do what our ancestors from the civil rights era fought so hard, and even before that. We want them to be the ones to make it right. It's $37 trillion in debt. Do you know what that means? That means a person like Trump, who is a businessman, has an excuse to cut every damn thing. $37 trillion is impossible to pay that debt. So what's going to happen? What do you want to do? Run it up to 100 trillion? What are we really doing here? Are we trying to put a stopgap on the fall of America, really? No, what you're watching here is scriptures, as the sister pointed out. And that's something that a lot of people miss, because scriptures have been abused and misused for so long that it's totally turned a lot of people off. But the fact is, we're watching the fall of Babylon or Rome, or it's the same thing over and over again. We're watching it. So this is our time now to pool our resources, not just money, but our experts. We have expertise in every damn field. We have a connection to the wealthiest continent on earth. We have a culture that we export around the world. And we sitting here trying to debate whether or not Trump's actions against the Department of Education or any department makes sense, if he's dumb or not. None of that matters if he's an idiot. If he's an idiot, then that's America's karma. So really step back, remove the emotionalism, remove the loyalty, the blind loyalty. Malcolm X said, if Master's house was burning down, it would be the house Negroes that would risk their own lives to try to put the fire out and save the house. I'm sorry, but I'm hearing a lot of we sick. I'm hearing a lot of we sick right now. We have the answers. And part of what you're doing, brother, is the solution. I remember when UI was posting as a media platform, trying to inform the people won't listen. So what you do? You pivoted to the children. And from there it grew, because you're doing righteous work. If we're doing righteous work, if we focus on self, if we take the blueprint from scriptures and history, because even if you're not, into scriptures like that, history tells you this is Rome. It's falling again. What are you doing? Get out the way. Sit back. You want to be the 92%? You say you want to sit back and let it burn, then let it burn. Make up your mind. You gonna let it burn, or you want to run in and put the what are we doing? That's it, brother.
Yeah, okay, all right. Let's they say David 3X for president, brother. All right,
shoot,
brother. Brother James, come on into the discussion. What say you, young man?
How you doing, sir? I guess it's my first time logging in to your
Thank
particular.
you for that. I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. But yeah, let us know if it's your first time, or first time or multiple time being here. So when you come to the mic. So thank you, James, being here, number one, and then two for stepping to the mic.
Yeah, I had to sit and listen for a second. I seen I'm not sure if it was on Facebook or if it was an email that you sent out, and I'm pretty sure it was an email, and it had like the 10 reasons of why you thought, whether it's a good thing or not to shut down the Department of Education, or 10 reasons why you think it's a bad thing. So as I read through your 10 reasons, the 10 reasons that you put down for the shutdown were based in more of a logical conclusion based on how do you think whether or not the education system is running inappropriately, and you listed things that made sense to me on a logical level. So when I listened to the other part about why it shouldn't be cut down, it was more of an emotional response. It was more those answers were more an emotional response as to how you feel about the situation. And I think when you're talking about how you feel about the situation, it's more so related to who's the one that's supposedly doing it. So a lot of people don't, they don't want the Department of Education cut because Trump is doing it. So I don't like what, somebody will say, I don't like what Trump is doing. So since I don't like Trump, since I feel Trump is racist, then whatever he does is racist. And then they disregard the fact, well, what actually has the Department of Education done over the course of its tenure to show that it's been run properly? What is it that shows that the things that have been happening on a federal level are leading to the best possible outcomes for children on a state level? So I looked through, I looked through a lot of the literature on the Department of Education, and it says that it was designed to be a help to the states. It was supposed to help the states do a better job of presenting whatever the states needed. It was designed to help the states. And so you have to ask yourself, at the end of the day, has it helped the states? Has it done what it's supposed to do? And I think if you really look at it, and I believe also too that I believe the federal government is only responsible for 10% total of what's sent out. So even if that 10% is cut, then you look at, well, where's the other 90% been going over these past? I think it was started in 79. So since that point in time, where's the rest of that 90% been going? Can you look to your school system and say, hey, my school system is doing a good job in whatever major city or whatever small city you're in? Are you looking to say, my school system is being run the way it's supposed to? So if it's not, if you can look and honestly say, no, it's not been run the way I think it should be, then you should be looking for some sort of change. Now, the fact that Trump just says, I'm going to cut it. And so again, that goes back to, we don't like him. So because of that, we're upset. But then again, that goes back to DEI policies and the fact that I think a lot of things that so-called Black people have an issue with is they associate DEI to mean Black. And not, if you really look it up, and I've looked up through the Department of Labor and a few other different things, where they said the demographic group that benefits the most from DEI policies are white women. So, and when you look back at it and you say, all of these things are being, if these DEI policies are being cut and white women benefit from it, the LGBTQ community benefits from it, Hispanics, disabled people, veterans, they all benefit more than when you get to the Black population. So if you're going to look at it from the actual data, what actually is happening, when you look at it as, it's maybe these DEI policies haven't been affecting us in the most positive way possible. But if you can frame it in the manner of DEI is for Black people, and if you cut it, then that means you're directly hurting Black people. And then that's how you can easily control a population, or you can easily control a discussion. You can easily sit back and talk about the Department of Education and say, oh, Trump is trying to hurt Black people. Well, again, that's overly simplistic view of how you feel about Trump. When at the end of the day, Department of Education hasn't done what it was supposed to do. So, I mean, that's on a wider scale. Now, I'm sure there are some things in that have been good things, but then you have to look at it at a macro level and a micro level when you're discussing these topics. But again, when you're talking about that, we go again. We're not talking about the macro level. We're going back down to the city and state level, which we were talking about local politics. Local politics is where you figure out the best thing that's going to happen from your children. That's when you get up and you go to the school board meetings. You get up and you check and see. I'm in Chicago right now, and there's a big issue about whether or not the teachers are going to get their contract, and whether or not the administration is doing what they're supposed to be doing. And our mayor here is a former educator, and there's anyone who would see that would think that's a natural conflict of interest because he worked for the school board. You know, it's kind of hard to be impartial when you are there. So when you talk about these meetings, they say we're going to be transparent and we're going to let people know what's going on in these negotiations. And so when you talk about going to check them out, I went and checked out, a few of the meetings. And one of the meetings I went to, and I sit there and I listen to the CTU, the union, go against the board, and I sit there and I listen to them complain about how bad it is for them. And then I listen to the board complain about, well, we can't fix how bad it is for you the way you want it to be fixed. So I'm sitting there as a parent listening and thinking, I'm sitting here listening to this conversation, but they don't let you have any input when you're there. I'm sitting there with a room full of teachers and a few parents, and I'm listening to them complain. I'm listening to them complain about what's going on in the classroom, how some of their schools are overcrowded, or how they don't have the resources to do this, they don't have the resources to do that. And then at the same time, I could check and let you know about other schools who have like at 10% capacity. We've got schools in the city here that hold 500-600 people that's got 40 or 50 kids in it, and that's multiple schools. We've got so many different things where they're talking about changing the curriculum in the school system, where they got these what's called community schools now. And as of this point, they had 20 community schools. And I looked them up about a month or two ago, and I only went through 7. But when I went through those 7 schools out of the 20 that the teachers union is fighting for, all of them were at least under 10% as far as reading and math proficiency. Some of them were at 5%. So after I got through the 7 schools, I didn't feel like going through the whole 20 because I'm pretty sure that most of those schools weren't reading at the level that they should be. So I'm looking at, most parents are worried about results. They're worried about what's going to, you're looking at the scores at the end of the day. I'm worried about how well is my child doing? Are they getting the skills needed to reach a certain point where they can say, I'm a productive member as I move through society. And if only 5% of your students can read and do math at grade level, then somewhere along the line, the curriculum is not working. So whether that is from the school level, what's being taught in the schools, whether whether that's the teachers and how they're teaching it, whether that's from the community that they live in, and I'm pretty sure a lot of them are under-resourced. There's a lot of different things that's going on in the community. So there are a lot of different problems that are going on to where you have to sit back and take a look at all of these issues as you go through it. But when we're talking about this Department of Education, it's like you're just mad, because we just don't want to cut it because Trump says cut it. And then I go back again to, you're listening to it, and I listen to the mayor, Brandon Johnson, here in Chicago, and I'm thinking, I listen to what's being said. I listen to teachers talk, and I listen to teachers talk about how bad it is for them. And I understand, because you're basically a glorified babysitter half the time in that classroom. And maybe you don't have the resources to what you get. But I hear them also, saying that, as I'm listening to what they're asking for, and they said that here in Chicago, at the end of the contract that they're asking for, that the average teacher will make $100,000 a year at the end of their 4-year contract, if that's what they get. So $100,000 is nice money if you can get it. And I'm not arguing or counting anybody's pockets about what you can get at the job that you have. But what I am going to count is the 5% reading and math proficiency. So you got to explain to me. I gotta understand, and I'm not talking to the teachers just in general, but that particular point, everybody seems to, it's so bad for them, but still you make a decent living. But at the end of the day, the students aren't getting what's needed, which means they're not at the level that they're supposed to be. So that's all I care about. I don't care how much money you make. You have to show me that these students are getting what they need to get. And I don't see that from the school curriculum. I don't see that from what's being taught in schools, or what's the particular level from each neighborhood. We've got what's called selective enrollment schools here, and where certain kids get to go, and he wants to change those. He wants it to have so everybody gets the chance to have the opportunity to go to a selective enrollment school. Well, the simple facts are there not enough. There just aren't enough good enough schools within this city with enough resources to say everybody's going to have the same opportunities. And that's just the way it is until you figure out from a ground level, from a neighborhood level, soon as this mother is pregnant with her child, to make sure that she has the proper resources to go through with her health care and to make sure she has a healthy baby first, to make sure that she's in a neighborhood that provides a strong outlet with opportunities for that baby to get to school age level. Then they enter a school at 4 or 5 or whatever age they get there. Then you can start to say, these children are going to get to the point where we can have them a better curriculum. Instead of having these same old basic programs where everybody learns the same thing. You get there, you teach the kids, and it's all basic things out of a book. And some of them pick it up faster than others, some don't. But meanwhile, you don't have time to sit back and wait for the ones that didn't pick it up. You're going on to the next subject. And then it's an assembly line. And the problem with our education system is it is an assembly line that creates just regular average students that turn into average workers, but it doesn't create real education. It doesn't create real opportunities for these, for these young people. And I think that's the issue. If you don't open up different programs to allow these young people to shine, which the gentleman was talking about, if you don't put trades back in school, because that's one of the issues. If you don't put plumbing in schools, if you don't put electrical, you don't put HVAC, you don't put different things about whatever, and especially because no matter what happens as far as, the technology is concerned, AI is taking over. I get that. But you're going to still need plumbers, and you're going to still need electricians. You're going to still need these people to do those basic things that the world needs to still run. And if you're not teaching them that on a basic level, then it's going to be hard for these kids to get to where they need to. And if that means cutting the Department of Education and have somebody tell me we're going to do it a better way, and also tell me what you've been doing with the 90% of the money that you already had, that's separate from the 10% that comes from the federal government. Show me what you've been doing with that. Show me that you've been doing something that says, this is how we're going to put a better curriculum for our children moving forward, starting from the ones coming into school and then doing the best we can for the ones that are under the current conditions. Because if we don't do that, we're just sitting here arguing about something because we don't like the guy that's doing it. And that's what I think a lot of times this boils down to, is a Democrat or Republican, and you think one is on your side and one is on the other. And at the end of the day, you're talking about a system that if you don't believe in Trump, because Trump is a racist on the Republican side, the fact that you can put your faith in a white man on the Democratic side doesn't make sense to me, because I don't see how you can feel like the Republican is not on your side, but the Democrat is on my side. There's two sides of the same coin. And if we're still going to argue about which side you picked, then we're going to be easily controlled, because both those sides are easily controlled. They're easily manipulated. And as long as we have that either or mentality, we won't get to where we need to go, because we don't know how to build something, because we always feel like I have to be on one side or another in order to get to where I need to go. And you know what? I want to end on this one last point here. I saw something maybe like a year ago where I was reading, and the second week of January is Moorish American Heritage Week in Chicago. And when I found this out, the former mayor, Rahm Emanuel, and this is a European Jewish man who declared the Moorish population, and we can go, this is not the discussion of who the Moorish population is, but indigenous Black people, so forth and so on. And apparently we have a week that I didn't know anything about that should be celebrated here in Chicago. And Mayor Brandon Johnson was in office the first year, last year, and he was in office this year. And I haven't heard anything about any mentions of this, but there's a proclamation on the books from Mayor Rahm Emanuel. So if a Jewish man can put something on the books that recognizes the people, the Black population, and the Black population or the Black leaders of today don't say anything about it, that lets me further know that apparently we're following behind the wrong leadership. And if you don't know anything about these particular things that is going on, if they don't teach us that, if the schools aren't teaching me about that heritage, if there isn't a week-long celebration about the Moorish heritage in these United States, in the original Black people and the Aboriginal population to these Americas, then I say get rid of the Department of Education, because they're not teaching you what you need to know anyway. And I'm going to let you guys go from there.
Woo. All right, good brother. The brother came in with smoke. He came in and showed up at Sunday dinner like, I got some things to say. Grandma, appreciate you, brother, for showing up and speaking out. Um, I'm gonna let it go. I was gonna ask some follow-up questions, brother, but we got a long list of people. And I do want to say to Sister Gwen last week, oh my God, how did you end this conversation in 2 hours? Because we 2 hours in right now. I feel like we just getting cooking, right? Brother James came in and lit a bonfire. Um, I didn't know about the Moorish Heritage Week, brother. That was something big for me. I'm over here Googling right now. To be honest with you, I'm interested in seeing where that's coming from, and then to be coming from the former mayor. I can't remember his name now, man. He been what's the brother name again? The mayor,
Rahm
Rahm
Emanuel.
Emanuel, right? Right. We know it's controversy as well. So, but that's good though, man. Interesting stuff, man. I could go back and forth for a minute. But thank you for participating, man. Thank you for coming, and then thank you for diving in and putting your points out there because ooh, that's interesting. You got the comments ablaze. Sister Paige is up. You're up next. GP, I got you after that. Jason, Cecilia, Jantra, Giselle. Oh, Sister Gwen, you're still here. I need some magic on how you did this in 2 hours, sister. But
Good afternoon, everyone.
hey, Sister Paige, how you doing?
This is my first time here. When I got the email and I saw what the topic was, I said I had to jump on. So I'm glad that I did. I wrote certain points down because I do agree with some things that everybody said, some things I don't agree with. As I said in the chat, I've been in the education system as an educator for over 30 years. I've been a teacher in the classroom. I've been a school administrator. So I've seen it from all sides. I've worked in traditional public schools as well as charter schools. The first thing I want to start with is the dismantling of the Department of Education. I think, first of all, those of us who have been tuning into the news long enough during the last 60 plus days that Trump has been in office, we know that most of what he's done, not just with the Department of Education, but a lot of these government institutions are just executive orders right now. The Department of Education cannot be fully dismantled unless there is an act of Congress. And I think we all know, those of us who are Democrat or lean Democrat, know that the Democrats are not going to let that happen. So the likelihood of the Department of Education being completely dismantled is little to none. What I think needs to happen as a result is that the school systems we have definitely, certainly need to be revamped. There is definitely room for improvement. With regards to the states taking over education, if they were even able to do that, the thing that is really of concern is that the resources that the federal institution, the Department of Education, is handling currently would be handled then by the states. Now, I know that one of the first things every time we hear politicians talking in the states, at least I can say because I'm from New York, I've heard this over and over and over again. One of the first budgets that is always cut is the education budget. It is always cut. So if the federal government is giving the states more and more money, that money, we would have to really be concerned about whether or not all of that is even going to go to education and the benefit of our school systems and our children, because they're going to take that money and use it for other things. They're already doing it. The other thing that I know for a fact is also a problem, and this just goes back to the school levels, is that the funding for education is being grossly misappropriated. As a school administrator, I've sat on the side of handling school budgets. And I can tell you for a fact that schools, especially schools in the neighborhoods that I've worked in where you have lower income, lower SES, and students who are more disenfranchised and marginalized, they give a lot of additional funding to those school systems. That's part of what Title I is all about. But I also know that a lot of that money is being misappropriated by the school administrators from the top down in terms of really putting that money where it needs to go. Now, I work for one of the largest, if not the largest school system in the country because I work in New York City. And I do know that especially during the COVID shutdown, they offered every child in the system, and we have well over 2,000 students, if not more, in the New York City system. That's probably just in one district alone. Every child was offered an iPad to be able to take home if they did not have technology already in their homes. Now, of course, most of those iPads didn't come back once school was reopened, but they were offered it. The schools that I have worked in had brand new computer labs, and a lot of this comes from Title I funding. Title I funding also provides for school meals because a lot of students in the districts that I have worked in, when they come to school, that's where they get their best meals of the day, including breakfast and lunch in the summertime. So those funds are definitely needed. Then we can't even begin to talk about the funding that's needed for special education. And not just students who may have severe disabilities, but just those necessities that are needed in the school buildings to provide extra tutoring, to provide extra resources, to fund those after school programs. So that's where a lot of that money from the feds were coming from that could also help. And again, my concern would be if these things started being handed over to the states, whether or not they would actually even see what it is that they're supposed to see to really be able to help these kids and the students who really need this. I've worked in districts where the graduation rates are at 36%. That's very troubling. We're not even at 50%. It's 36% of our kids are graduating from high school. So that brings me to the next point with regards to homeschooling. And everything has a pro and a con. I've seen comments in the chat, and I know that, you have parents who are always saying they rather homeschool their child. I was just talking to my own daughter about, and this was news to me. She said she wants to homeschool her kids. I was like, oh, okay. But, everyone has an idea of what they want to do with their children. However, the one thing that I would also want to make everybody aware of is that you can't just pull your child out of school and decide that you're going to homeschool them. There are certain state laws that have to be followed, and for various reasons. One of the biggest ones being attendance. A child's attendance must be tracked in school every year because if they don't show that they are attending school for a certain amount of days out of the year, that is considered educational neglect. That is something for which ACS can be called on a family because they're saying that that child is not in school. I've seen that happen as well because we've had several reports every year where ACS has to be called because the children are not in school for the amount of days that they should. So that's something else. In addition to that, anyone who chooses to homeschool their child, whether it's a parent or someone else who's going to be doing the homeschooling, they also have to work in tandem with that local school. You can't just pull your child out and say, I'm going to teach them the ABCs all by myself. They have to be working in tandem with the local school districts because as it stands right now, the school districts are the ones that have the curriculum. Parents are going to have to give reports, or whoever's doing the homeschooling has to give reports. Again, I know this because as a school administrator, for the few students that we did have homeschooled, because I should also say less than 10% of children are actually homeschooled. And for the few that are, I had to collect those reports every week. I had to sit and talk with those parents or the persons who were doing the homeschooling, again, to make sure that they were on track, to see exactly what was being taught, what are the supplements that you're giving to the children, and to make sure the children are understanding, to make sure the children are actually understanding based on what the state standards are, whether or not they are making the grade. Are they moving from benchmark to benchmark? So these things are also very, very important as well. One of the other things is that we definitely have to have, and this is, of course, where more parent involvement comes in. Just like I see from the polls that were taken, I saw that the majority of people on this phone call agreed that in schools, when you're talking about our children of color, that we need more well-qualified Black educators. Now, I can honestly tell you, in most of the districts that I've worked in New York City, the majority of the people in those schools are people of color. Yes, we do have people from other races, including Caucasians. We have those as well. And that's a whole nother conversation because we spend a lot of time trying to educate white people who are teaching Black children exactly how to do that and really do that more from a social perspective than from anything else. Because honestly, you have a lot of white people, I'm not going to say all, but you have a lot of white people who come into our districts to teach our children, and they come in with a lot of stereotypes, and they treat the children very differently, and that includes not really raising the standard to get those children to be able to reach higher levels. They do the bare minimum based on the fact that they think, and I hear this a lot, the parents don't care anyway. Nobody comes up to the parent teacher conferences, and unfortunately, in a lot of times in these neighborhoods, we have parents. I've seen it year after year after year. I've been in the school system for a very long time, and the number of parents that come up to parent teacher conferences is just, it's overwhelming. You don't see, not even overwhelming, alarming. I'm sorry, that's the better term. You just don't see enough. And what parents have to understand, and I realize there are all different kinds of reasons why parents are not coming out, especially again in your lower economic neighborhoods. There's all kinds of things going on, and we know this. Um, but at the same time, you have to be in tune with what's happening with your child. The education starts at home. Education is a school home connection. It's a school home connection. It cannot just be done in the school building. It's a school home connection. I started educating my children before I even sent them to school. And there are simple things that can be done at home. I worked as a reading teacher as well for many, many years. And there are simple things that I used to send home to my parents all the time, telling them what they can do with their child at home to help build their reading skills. Because reading is across the curriculum, reading is a life skill, and it's very, very necessary. But one of the things that definitely has to happen is that we have to find ways to get the parents out. And that's been a real challenge for schools and systems in New York, and I'm sure in other places. That's been a real challenge in terms of how do we get the parents out to take more responsibility or take more accountability or interest in what's going on in the school buildings, because we don't see enough. And a lot of times we don't see parents until they find out at the end of the year their child's being held over. And then that's when we see them because they're yelling and screaming. They're yelling and screaming about why their child's being held over. But we don't see them until something is happening. So they have to stop being more proactive and stop being reactive. So there's a lot of things going on here in the school system. Again, I really think what we need to focus on at this particular point, because again, the reality or the probability of the Department of Education being totally dismantled is not going to happen, because the Democrats are not going to let it happen. And I totally agree with a lot of people on here who have talked about, what are the Democrats doing? I'm not saying the Democrats are doing a whole lot. And I agree that for many, many years, a lot of us have voted Democrat because it was a generational thing, just kind of passed down. They do have to be held more accountable. But I will also say, I don't see the Republicans doing anything for us either. So I don't understand the shift from Democrat to Republican. I definitely don't understand that, because while the Democrats may be doing very little or could do more, the Republicans definitely are not doing it. They're definitely not doing it for us. So we have to make sure that as a community, with the systems that we have that we're working in, because remember, everybody, this system was set up to be able to have people compete in society. And at first, it wasn't set up for people of color. At first, as you all know, for many, many years, decades, we weren't even allowed to be educated. So this system wasn't set up for us. And then on top of that, they're now trying to make it such where higher education is going to become more expensive. And that's going to also cut out a lot of children from communities of color. So it's very, it's a double-edged sword. But I think what we definitely need to do is to really just galvanize in our communities, really get our parents out, especially from those disenfranchised neighborhoods. They have got to start to understand this is important. Your child's future is at stake. There is no reason why school districts should have graduation rates of 36%. That is half. That's not even half. 36%. That's alarming. That means more than half of our students are not equipped or college ready. And that's alarming because this system was set up for us to be able to function in this society. So if we're not ready to compete in this society, we're still going to be behind the 8 ball. So we have to start thinking more along the lines of what can we do to get that homeschool connection strong? And what are we able to do within our own communities to foster the additional supports that our children need, not just academically, but also social emotionally, because that's very important too. Thank you for listening. You're still on mute, Brother Taylor. We can't hear you.
Oh, thank you, Sister Paige. Thank you, Sister whoever said that. Let me know. Y'all know sometimes I'll be out of bounds, so you gotta check. You gotta check me. But thank you, Sister Paige, for your comments and for joining us today. I think it's important. And as Sister Ruth said, these discussions are amazing and enlightening, regardless of what side you come down on. Right? She said she's glad she registered. We're glad you registered as well. I'm glad all of you are here today because I do think it's important. I do think we need to hear ourselves out. We need to hear one another. We need to commune in a loving environment, right? That's why we do Sunday dinner, right? We center around that old Negro spiritual, right? Of thou shalt get with your family on Sundays and love on one another and take your notes, right? Like you definitely got to take notes as y'all see. If you're new here, you got a thought, you had an opportunity to come to the mic, take your notes because the conversation gets going, and folks are definitely taking it in areas that they are inspired by. I did want to make just a couple of quick points. But getting the parents out, right? That is something that has been a problem for us for a while, right? And not just us. This is an American thing, and I think I just wanted to take that opportunity to point back to. Is this a cultural thing? There is something going on with the culture here that you got to fight to get parents out. Now, is that a low income thing? Is that I don't really know, right? I haven't been involved in all of the income spectrums, but I do know that most of the income spectrums in America are lower, right? Like most of us are on the lower end of that poverty level. I'm talking in terms of the 350 odd million people. Just recognize that the average income is being held up by the top 10% that's making so much money, they're dragging that average income up. And the majority of Americans are in trouble, living paycheck to paycheck. So this isn't just a black thing, it's a white thing, it's a everybody thing. And if it's a poverty thing, then you're having a cultural issue. And really I want to speak to the black community because that's who we're here to talk to and talk about. But we're having something is wrong. I'm not going to talk about America because increasingly as I travel more and more, I think less and less about America, right? And that's a privilege thing, right? I won't act like it's not, but something's wrong with this culture. It's poison. And I don't care how much you want to act like things are okay. Shit's not okay. We have a real fucking problem. And if you got a problem with my language and not a problem with the outcome of our children, then something's wrong with you. We got a real fucking problem. And this is like as real as I can just make it for you. The world is operating differently. They're not concerned with your ass like you think they are. And we are learning line dances. I'm going back to where them fans at, which I'm okay with fun and all of that. But where is our culture at? Where is our community at? Where's our discipline? Where's our love? Where's our compassion? What are we really doing as a people? we got to really like get up in arms over getting people involved in the education of our children, not even our children, their children. Like at some point, we got to get serious. Like, what the hell is going? Anyway, all right, I'm gonna keep the conversation going because we got a lot of hands going up.
I'm sorry, Brother Tell. I just want to say one quick thing, just to quantify what I was saying in the sense of the lower income neighborhoods, because of course, one, those were the ones I worked in, number one.
No, I love it too.
Number two, that's not a blanket statement for everyone in those neighborhoods. Again, what I am saying is that the rate needs to go up. And one of the things that I will tell all parents on here, most of you that are here, I'm sure just because of the fact that you had the ingenuity to get on this line, you've done this already. Check your school's data. Every school, every teacher must give the school's data with regards to their report card. In New York City, we call it an accountability report. Every school is required to show their parents what the data of the school, the district, even the state is, so that you can make comparisons and see where the schools are falling short. You can even see what teachers in your child's school are struggling. It is important to check your child's data. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, everyone.
No, sister, thank you for that. And thank you for coming back, to make sure that you said it. Yeah, man, I love us, man, but I do think we need to be held to a higher standard. I mean, somebody got to say it to you, and because a lot of times we be bullshitting, like we just be bullshitting, like we know your children are geniuses, we know your children are great, but nobody want to hold the parent to the higher standard. Everybody's concerned about feelings and emotions. I was watching, there's this black therapist, and she was saying like perhaps we've oversensitized ourselves. This isn't the word she used. I wish I had the video. If y'all know what I'm talking about, link the video. But she talked about how everything ain't a self-help and a self-soothing issue. Sometimes shit just happen and you gotta build some thick skin to deal with shit. Everything ain't everybody else's issue. Everything that happens to you isn't because people are wrong. It's just because life is tough and shit happens. And you got to develop a thicker skin to deal with it. This is life. People aren't always meant to yield to you, right? That's not how things have been, but this is like the culture that we're breeding. We're breeding weak people. Like, right, there it go. That's what I want to say. We're breeding weak people, and then you're expecting life to just make it okay for them. No, if you're weak, life has proven to you that the strong survives, right? I understand everybody is into Jesus and God, and he's going to make a way if you're strong enough to survive. This has been the history of the planet. So what are we really doing breeding these weak people, right? And I think this just blends into the educational system, because if you think they're just going to educate your people or your children to be successful in life, this is why the generations continue to struggle, right? Somebody's going to have to stand in the gap. That's something that we talk about here at Urban Intellectual. Somebody's going to have to stand in the gap and make a difference. But until they do that, we just going to continuously have these issues. But I think we're breeding weak people. I think we speak weak education. I think we speak dependency on our people, which is why I'm not saying that I agree with Trump or getting rid of the Department of Education or any of this. Again, I always lead on, I'm a Garveyite. I just believe we need to do for self, and anything that we get from this system is a bonus, and we run with that. But at the basis of our community, we're doing for ourselves, and we're breeding strong children. Not only strong children, we're breeding strong families, because that's what breeds strong communities that output strong children in the interim anyway. This is really what we are missing, right? But we keep talking this weakness. But anyway, I'm gonna open the mic back up and I'm gonna be quiet. Cause GP, you've been waiting patiently, good brother. To get on, I got General Parker, Cecilia, Jantra, Giselle, Janelle, G, David, and Charlotte. I think I got it right that time, sister. All right, GP, your turn.
How you been doing there, fearless leader?
Hey, good brother, how you doing, man? You been all right?
For an old ugly man, I can't complain.
All right, well, we both old and ugly, so
Oh, cut that
let's
clown.
cook
At
today.
least you married. Hey, hey, I just wanted to say, well, I'm gonna start here because I want to start somewhere else, but I hear people keep bringing this up about parents need to be up at the school board meetings and things like that. And when I was back in Peoria, Illinois, I'm in Cali now, but like between 2004 up until about 2014, 15, I was at those school board meetings, and I kind of feel for some of these parents because you show up at these meetings and you could have the whole community out there and that board already made up in their mind what they gonna vote on and what they gonna do before you even get there. So sometimes they just get tired of talking to a brick wall, because no matter what they do, no matter what they say, that board is already gonna do what they're gonna do. And what you got people like the Chamber of Commerce and other businesses like that's helping these private prison industries, to help keep that school to prison pipeline going. They're not going to do things that's in your best interest. Okay, so I heard one sister say something about uh, uh, you don't shut down the board, till you get another job, and then the other one say, you know. Um, I forgot oh, the other one said sometimes you just got to quit that job. But I look at it like, and I'm not saying that I got the answer. I think we all got different answers, and I don't think the one answer is a one size fits all anyway. Different situations and different people require different solutions. But I think by closing down this Department of Education, it's more like if you go into the Marines or go into the Army and they trying to teach you to swim and they push you in, okay? You're either going to swim or die. See, and when I was living in Peoria, I used to drive up to Chicago every weekend and volunteer for the Black Star Project. And when I was up there, Dr. Phil Jackson, rest in peace,
Rest in peace to the guys. Yeah, my man was putting in work. Go ahead, brother.
oh man, this dude here, that's why I got so much respect for him, because it wasn't about money for him because he worked for the Chicago Housing Authority, he worked for the city of Chicago, and he worked for the Chicago school district, public school system. And this man was making like $200,000 a year. And he gave those jobs up just to start his own nonprofit because he said they were not educating our children. So he started his own thing. He had the black universities up there. I used to come up there. I was one of his mentors, and I did it freely. Spent my own money, going 175 miles each way. Just go up there and help our children because they were that important to me. And he said that those that control the education of your children control the future of that culture. So you keep putting the education of our children in the hands of the Department of Education, the state, or whoever else you want to. They showing us that they don't care about our kids. This Department of Education just came into play back in 1979. And every year, that education gap has widened between black students and white students. So I hope they go ahead and close it down because it's going to force us to either swim or drown. And another thing, Dr. Jackson said, he said, we have to, I got a t-shirt, I wish I was wearing it today. It says, educate or die. We got to educate our own or we going to die as a people. So quit worrying about other people to do things for us. Get out and do it ourselves. It might mean sacrifices like he made, giving up 200,000 a year, okay? Just to make 40,000 a year, but he was well respected in that city for the things that he did and well loved. And I'm one of the ones that respect and love him to this day. The public education, somebody else has said some other things, but about people taking over. But yeah, the public education, just like the WIC program and our community clinics and other ideas that we started, okay? the Panthers and all them, we started these things. And then they wiped us out and took it over, and they trying to get credit for it, but we got to get back and take credit of those things, And I think she said we haven't done anything since the 50s and the 60s since then, and how we gonna expect our parents to be able to homeschool our children. Well, it ain't just the parents, because when you homeschooling your children, you want to go ahead on and there's programs that you can join, and they have curriculum for you to teach your children, so you don't have to go in there already knowing everything, but they got a whole community out there. And plus we can also start our own charter schools. uh we had one there in Peoria. Her name was Dr. Whitaker. She had started one called the Learning Tree. Richard Pryor used to donate to it every year to keep it rolling, and they end up closing that down. Everything that we had. And I want to go back to the Brown versus Board of Education, and the sister was saying it did nothing for us. But the thing is, Brown versus Board of Education was pointing out the problem. They didn't do the moderation in it, and they didn't monitor it. Okay. And what that really did when they broke that down, because it was all about separate but equal, wasn't working. But see, if they gave us the same amount of money they gave those white schools, we wouldn't even have the problems that we had, because just like with economic development, and I can tell you about Peoria, I haven't looked at any other places. We had less businesses when I left Peoria a few years ago. We had less businesses black-owned businesses in Peoria back in 2000, 2010, 2015, something like that, than we had back in 1968. And the population of black people had tripled since then. But we had less black-owned businesses. So see, what that did was they called it desegregation or integration, but what it really was assimilation. We had to take on their programs. We had to go be bussed out to their schools, but not one of them would bust to our schools. See, they didn't care about how we live. We had to do it like they were doing it. They knew they wasn't giving us the money and the books and the resources we needed for our schools, so they weren't sending them white kids to our schools. And Peoria was so bad, and I hate to keep harping on Peoria, but they even carved out a part of the upper part of the city, because the rich kids didn't want to go to the Peoria schools no more once they started the busing back in the late 60s, early 70s. So they got all their kids and the tax dollars going out there to Dunlap from the rich people, which should have been going to the Peoria schools. But I know they locked up a sister in Ohio because she sent her daughter to a different school system, talking about she was robbing from the tax code, the tax base. So I mean, what's the difference there? So that let you know they don't care about us. They don't care about our children. We need to do it for ourselves. And if getting rid of the Department of Education means that we have to sit down and finally take note and go back to our roots and teach our kids like we used to back in the day, support our businesses like we used to do back in the day, take care of each other and look out for each other like we did back in the day, I'm all for it. But I wouldn't be so hard on trying to blame each other right now, especially those that don't show up for the school board meetings. You don't even know if they showed up for them before. It's like a lot of these city council meetings nowadays. You can show up for them, but they don't hear nothing you say because they already got their marching orders from the corporations above or the federal government or whoever else, And these people are being incentivized to keep things like they are because they got a system that works that keeps them in power. And the master's not going to give you the tools to dismantle his system. So, and what else I was going to bring up?
Yeah, get to your notes now. You
Oh yeah, and Brother James, he was asking about the funding. They said like only 10% of it goes to the schools, just like all those other organizations and all those other bureaucracies. They're administration heavy. See, and not only that, once that department got started, and they started the schools with the unions and everything, the unions get their part, and they get a big part of it, and administration. See, so a lot of this stuff that we fighting for, we only getting the little kibbles and bits, and y'all fighting this fight for other people who don't even care about it.
Life skills.
Excuse us.
Wait, sister, hold on. You gotta wait. You gotta let the brother
schools to get
finish.
an education.
You gotta let the brother finish.
In the schools,
and then to college for higher education.
Go ahead,
these
brother.
schools are made to raise workers, okay, not leaders, okay. And we supposed to work until we die. I'm with Brother Clark. I want to raise some entrepreneurs. I want my kids to grow up to be wealthy so that they can pass that wealth down to their children and my grandchildren, my great grandchildren. I'm tired of living my life for the rest of my life to make somebody else happy and free and to enjoy the wonders of life and travel and not even have to worry about where the next meal's coming from and all that. I want them to have a mind of their own. We've done it before. I got a little brother. He got GED. This little boy's a millionaire now. He done it through real estate. So sometimes you don't even need school. I prefer he had school. So sooner or later they might come after him. I want him to be able to deal with these sharks out here. Okay, but and I just started law school. I just started law school last year. I'm a 1L. And I think somebody said something about schools going to get more expensive. It's already more expensive. My father went to college. It was $2,000 a year to go to college. I'm paying almost $100,000 just for this first year. So I don't. That's too expensive for me. I've lived my life. I retired and decided to go back to school. So I've been out there. I've been in the trenches. I've been an advocate. I've been an activist. I've been fighting for our children. I've been fighting for schools. I've been fighting for the homeless. I've been fighting for all that. And all this, I think, get rid of the Department of Education is much to do about nothing because, like I said, the education gap has gone down ever since that institution was even instituted. So I ain't gonna keep you. I had a lot more to say, but I'll just hear all the drama that's about to come at me.
I think you was good today, brother. I think you're good today. I think they agree with you more than anything. We gonna keep it moving. Somebody was trying to come and get you though.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. I was waiting on it.
But Sister Cecilia, come on, I got you up next.
All right, I'm not exactly sure where I am.
I got you somewhere. I'm trying to get to you. Go ahead. We got you. We can
There
hear
I
you.
am. Okay.
That's a bad hat in the background, though.
Yeah,
My bad.
yeah, thank you. I've just been listening to stuff about the Department of Education, and I'm also a retired person from the New York City public school system, but I spent a lot of years in special ed, and I know that when my kids were in school, and this program that they used to call the White Academy was a group of parents whose kids had qualified for Hunter, but there wasn't any room there, decided to set up their own program in an underutilized school. And as the program increased, there were like 2 or 3 Black kids per grade level. But it started out with just a kindergarten and a first grade and then built upon itself. And as more white kids came into the school, the people got all terrified because they were losing Title I funding. And just the idea that they came and put their arms around our shoulders and said, now we want you to contact your friends, because we're losing Title I funding. So, we need you to find some of your friends who are on welfare. And they were talking to a whole different people, doctors and lawyers and teachers and whatnot. saying, wait a minute, I really am not buku buddies with too many people that are on welfare. But they got all excited because it's a lot of money. And it seems to me that Trump's idea is to get rid of these programs that seem to target special people. Title I, and they change the names of these programs periodically, but nothing basically changes about the programs. But so I don't know what initials they're using now. But those monies that fund the special education programs, and I know Title IX is a protection for women's sports. So he's trying to get rid of what it seems to be programs that are helping the diversity that are because without Title I programs, without the IDEA or the Americans for Disabilities or whatever, these kids would be at home. Some of these kids are the kids that in the 18th century would have been locked up in closets or in the attic somewhere. But now, if you dry up the money, the parents can't afford private schools for their kids. And I just watched a basketball game this afternoon with March Madness. Notre Dame played Michigan. And the arena was sold out. When years ago you looked at a women's basketball game and there were 6 people in the stands, that's an exaggeration.
Mm-hmm.
But to close the Department of Education effectively kills these programs. Now, if you turn it over to the states, some of the states said, hey, we don't want to do this to fund the women's programs like we fund the men's programs, and we give scholarships to women as opposed to only to the guys. So we really have to take a look at what are you dismantling and who is it going to affect? And how do we pull ourselves together when we're spread out into multicultural communities? Some things to consider. That's all. And also about the New York City public school system is in those low income areas, they send the inexperienced teachers because nobody wants to work in those areas. So you got the inexperienced teachers that are scared of kindergartners because they bought into the stereotypes, and they let them know that you're going to spend more time disciplining than you are teaching. And when they realize they do know that the best crisis management is good teaching.
Mm.
And this is from a person who worked as a public school teacher in psychiatric hospitals, inpatient and day treatment patients from age 5 to 21, working in the prison ward at Kings County. So has a lot of experience there working with folk who wouldn't ordinarily get education offered to them if the Department of Education didn't exist, because they also were mandated to deal with the civil rights issues. Jose P. was a kid who graduated who couldn't read. And it took him to sue to get the changes in the New York City Board of Education, or Department of Education that they're calling it now. So we got to really investigate what we're fighting about, because he's trying to get rid of marginalized people. And there's a whole lot of us, whether we're black or brown, but there's a whole lot of white folk and then Latin folk and whatnot that fall into that category.
Right. Thank you, sister. I always appreciate you. As they say, a lot of them done fucked around, and now they gonna find out. Y'all know, Grandma give me leeway. I can say things y'all can't say at Grandma's table. I'm her favorite. Y'all know how it go. It ain't my fault. I'm just Grandma's favorite. She allowed me to talk freely, and sometimes things need to be said. So Grandma be like, she be tapping me under the table. She be like, "Go ahead, baby." I'll be like, "I got you, Grandma. I got you." All right, Jantry, come on to the Jantry. You're not Grandma's favorite, but you up there. I want you to know you up there, y'all close. The rest of y'all close. I'm clearly different. But
But you forgot that there was a phone call, and I was told I was the favorite great granddaughter.
oh, that's how Grandma pulling it. She's segregating it like, hey, I ain't mad. I ain't mad. Come on, favorite granddaughter.
Okay, so what I want to
Favorite
say,
grandma, favorite granddaughter on that
okay,
side of the screen. I love it. I love it. Let's
yeah.
go.
So I would like to share a piece of history about education. This is one of my favorite books, The Miseducation of the Negro. It was written in 1933 by Dr. Carter G. Woodson. In this book, Dr. Woodson talks about, in 1933, that when you look at the course curriculum, when you look at the school textbooks, that all of the children in America, the whites, the blacks, everybody, was being taught out of, there was a huge amount of missing narratives about melanated people. The narratives about the white folks was incorrect, but they were still telling those stories in the textbooks, and that there was a need to correct that narrative. So he wrote this particular book, The Miseducation, and a whole lot of other books. And I have a master's degree in health education, so I love looking through what we have taught our children over the years. And there's a book that was taught in my city, Philadelphia, in the school in Philadelphia. It's called Famous Americans, published in 1922. There are 35 famous Americans listed in this book that those children were taught over 100 years ago. And there is not one melanated person listed as a famous American. And we know perfectly well there were thousands of well-known Black folks in America in 1922, but the school curriculum chose to not include their names, which is really, it's not even sad, it's just pathetic. The degree of pettiness that a whole district would have done to miseducate Blacks and white children and all other groups that were attending school in Philadelphia. I don't know about other cities or states. But what I think is important, I am okay with the Department of Education making changes, dismantling. And what I think is important is that more of us who look like us should be involved in the departments where we have a say about the textbooks, the curriculum, what is being shared and taught in those classrooms, because clearly it's not in the benefit of melanated children. When I look through the different books that are taught in the schools, classrooms, they use words like a lot. They use words like the white people, the white people, the white people. But they don't tell you that. That's a false narrative. They don't say they are classified as white people based on a law of 1681, which changes that complete narrative. But when you're in classrooms for 8 hours and you're hearing about other groups of people and a little bit about what your people have done in 2025, but not a whole lot. It's not, okay, it's all right. It kind of makes you lose interest, which could explain a lot of the dropouts, people being referred to special ed class, or whatever the situation is. It's not good for our people, our children. And to have 36% of our children graduate is deplorable. I wrote a couple of things down too. But when we talk about where are the departments that determine what books go into the schools to be taught, do we have people who look like us reviewing those textbooks, making sure the curriculum speaks to the people who look like us and their accomplishments, the scientists, the doctors, the lawyers, the inventors? I don't know. But the books I've looked through, it's like they're not in there. It's one or two people, and that's it, the same people. Rosa Parks, Dr. King, and a couple others. I think about what Dr. Carter said in this book. There's going to come a time very soon in 1933 that folks, white people, are going to change the school teaching requirements because the majority of the teachers who were teaching our children in 1933 looked like us. They were all Black folks. They were teaching Black children. And Dr. Carter said there's going to come a time very soon in 1933 when the system, white system, was going to change all of that. And they're going to increase the requirements, the criteria to be a teacher in the school districts. And when that happens, it's in the book, and when that happens, you're going to find a large number of white folks are going to, I'm paraphrasing, break their necks to get into the cities so they can teach the Black children in those classrooms. Now, remember, 1933, it was the Jim Crow laws. 1933, it was segregation. So what was it? What was the incentive for all of these teachers who were non-melanated to have this urge to teach our children? Talking about 75 years, almost 95 years ago. Well, you can look at the outcome now in 2025 with 36% of our people, our children graduating, what the outcome was. When you look at our children and you're white, you might think, wait a minute, this is the group that's going to have to compete with my children in the world. And you have a say about how well they do academically. You're their teachers. I'm not saying it's for all of them, because there's all groups of people are in the schools across America. But there's something different about people who have a history of supporting the laws that severely handicap your ancestors and you and your generation and your children want to now be the ones who teach your children. You determine how well they read, what their grades are. They teaching kids to become, our children to become the bus drivers? Nothing wrong with it. Or to become the next doctor and lawyer. Now we just sit back and let that happen because we have to work too. We have our other responsibilities and obligations. What else did I want to say? There's a guy named Dr. Kwame Kanjufu who wrote the book about the conspiracy to destroy
Black boys.
Black boys. And there's volumes of them. This man doctor has dozens of books. He's out of Chicago. Long story short, nobody's going to love our children like we do. Nobody's going to love us like we do. And we have to stop thinking that, oh, everything's okay. We have the good laws now. Everything's okay with us. We're all buddy-buddy. They are our allies. Not necessarily. I had a disagreement with someone a couple of days ago, a guy who's classified as white. And he was mad because of something that someone said, and I agree with them. And he attempted to get in my face. You don't get it, I'm 67 years old. You don't get in my face about anything I said in a private conversation. But I had to correct him. And he walked out of the room red-faced. And that's okay, because you're not in charge of me or anybody who looks like me the last time I checked. And Freddie, if I could just add one more little piece, I have to say, I've always loved the neighborhood, the community where the Black folks live. So did my family, my parents, but we have a habit of when we get our little piece of paper, our credentials, to go look for that big old house in the suburbs to be around other people. We got to get out of the hood. The hood, as people call it, it's called the community, it's called the neighborhood. We need people who have their credentials to stay in our communities, to stay in our neighborhoods, to buy up these properties, especially with this gentrification happening now. It just means that there are folks classified as white who's moving into our neighborhoods because they see the value. They see how logical that is. We have to learn to appreciate the hood, to buy it up, to buy up the neighborhood, to go back to the Black Wall Street days. And I mentioned this a while ago. You don't realize that in before integration laws happened before 1960s, the black folks were building black Wall Streets all across the towns and the cities in America. We were sitting on gold mines and we did not realize it. And we allowed other folks to buy these properties, let them sit for 30, 40, 50 years. And now we see what's happening in our community where everybody sees what the gold mine it is in the hood, but the black folks who were born and raised, not everybody, who was born out of the hood. But we have to take our credentials, our master's degrees, our bachelor's, our law firm, our law, doctors, PhDs, and come back into the hood. These young children walking around, going to school, going to the stores, they should see educated, vibrational, high vibrational people who were elevated, who appreciate the community. We're not running from the hood. We're here, and we want to help it to grow. And look at it now. Okay, Freddie, thank you.
Yeah, no, man, sister, you first of all, they in the comments like sis is walking heavy. I love that. I love that phrase. Number one, say sis is walking heavy. Two, they say protect this woman. Listen, because you out here laying it down just like it needed to be said.
Freddie, the ancestors are all around me. I am well protected.
What? That's what I'm talking about. We ready. The ancestors got my back. Oh man, it was something. You took your notes. I meant to write something down. You said, um, y'all know it's gonna come to me later. Like you say, the ancestors are gonna whisper it back in my ear. I keep the conversation going. But yeah, man, you hit on so many powerful points. Like I say, they like protect this woman, right? Because we gotta get off this nonsense about somebody else about to do something for us, right? Like ain't nobody about to listen. Am I concerned about them getting rid of the Department of Education abruptly? Yes, I'm concerned about it because it's something change. It's immediate change. But what I do know is this shit ain't never did us no favors anyway. These people ain't never angling us in a way that's gonna benefit us long term. We have always done what the hell we needed to do for ourselves, and y'all will always see me post this. I believe in the universal intelligence of Black and African people. I believe that we have been here for tens of thousands of years, long before colonialization. Hell, I'm gonna say some things that some of you might be surprised about. We have been here handling ourselves long before white people have been discovered on the planet. Most of you ain't ready for that conversation. That's why we don't really have it all the time. But I'll say it. I'll make mention to it. I ain't scared of you niggas. Like, I'll tell you what it is, right? Like, I ain't scared. I don't care if you leave. I ain't trying to make you like me. It's not about me. It's about us. But we've been here long before they discovered on the planet. The reason they talk about 6,000 years is because that's when they were discovered on the planet. Show me history of white folks before 6,000 years ago, and then I'll stop having this conversation. But you know why I won't? You can't. I let that silence sit for just a moment because you can't. So you're fighting for something that don't mean shit to me because I understand who we have been on this planet for tens of thousands of years. And if you're ready, millions. But you ain't ready for that. I know you're not ready for that. So I don't have those conversations all the time. But I was in Ethiopia, right? I was in Ethiopia just last week having wonderful conversations with some of our travelers, right? Not you Masons, don't y'all get too excited. I like messing with everybody. But I was having some conversations and they were like, I was like, man, we was mentioning some things. And I said, ooh, that's down in the rabbit hole conversation. I don't know if you're really ready for that. And they were like, don't try me, Freddie. I'm ready. So we were having some what would have been woke conversations back in the day, which was dope conversations. But really conversations of the conscious nature, conversations of educated people that are having different discussions outside of the social norms. And sis told me, she said, I want you to bring that smoke. So I was diving in Ethiopia, but I led all of that to say, I was marketed, Freddie. Y'all, I want y'all to know that. But if you're interested in going into Ethiopia with us, click the link, because Wednesday I'll be having a deeper discussion about Ethiopia and diving into that. And if you catch me on the trip with you, I'll have many more of these realistic conversations, because I'm not everything that you see here on Zoom. I'm not everything that you see on the ads. I'm actually way deeper than that. And I understand that a lot of us aren't ready for these conversations, but I am. And I like to have them. And I have them in spaces, right? But yeah, peace and power. I love that, Lawrence. But definitely, let's keep diving in, because man, we got to stop playing with ourselves. But sis got me a little fired up with Carter G.
Hey,
Carter
Fred,
G
can I
is
say this real quick?
Where you at, brother?
I'm right here. I want to expound on that homeschool thing. People were worried about it, and the parents and stuff not
Now,
being able to
you
teach it.
trying to skip the line?
No, I just want to say this, and I'm gone. But
you better be quick.
I just want to say, you got Sankofa Club, you got Black Math Genius, you got Raising Proud Black Children. Their homeschooling can start right there, and the parents can jump in too, so they can learn. So it wouldn't be no problem getting our kids ready for homeschooling, because you've already started it. So I just want to say that.
Well, you're always gonna skip the line with that comment, but no, I appreciate it, brother. No, but for real, even beyond that, our co-ops, right? Our community. So it isn't about now, but again, I think, all right, I'm gonna get on my pedestal. I got 5 hands up, right? So hold tight. But we got to get off our individualism. I really think it comes down to the sickening of our community, right? I think our community, our culture is ill. And I think that until we address the culture, then we'll always have this issue. Because if we can get the culture back of coming together, of working together, of loving one another and healing one another and being here's a dangerous word in the Black community that we don't really like for some reason: compassion. Like, oh my God, if we just had compassion for our brothers and sisters, then we would see each other differently, and we would damn sure work together differently if we just had compassion for one another. But it seems as though if a brother or a sister had a soft word, a loving spirit, or a compassionate eye for their community member, somehow they are the virus. Somehow they are the problem. And really, this is the things that brings community and people together. And if we have compassion for one another, then I want to teach your daughter. I want to educate your son. I want to mentor and hire your son, your daughter, your grandchild, your cousin, it brings one another together. So this is why I keep coming back to our culture. Our culture is sick. And as much as we don't want to admit it, it's just the damn truth. And it's our fault, right? We love to point that finger. Look at those people. Look at them. Listen, you raised them. You educated them, you funded them, you created this atmosphere around them. I don't care what the white man is doing. You did it. You approved it. You sat on the board. You are the one that funded it. You did all of this shit. You sat by idly while they watched and they did it. Don't put the thumb up. Because if you put the thumb up and take the blame, then you can make the change. Right? But if you pointing fingers and saying everybody else did it, you're going to wonder in 100 years, we're going to be talking about the same shit. Actually, they going to be talking about the same shit. And they talking about your grandchildren, your great grandchildren, because you never corrected the error, because you never took responsibility. So let's just take responsibility. Okay, maybe it wasn't you 100%. So what? Accept the responsibility. That's your responsibility now. Now it's up to you. So, okay, you identified the issue. We got a toxic culture. We got a toxic culture. I don't care if you grew up in it. I don't care if you was the generation before it, after it, 12 of them, whatever. What we have right now is a toxic culture. What we gonna do? That's where the thumb come in. Because if you take responsibility for it, then you can take action towards changing it. Otherwise, don't shit else matter. All those kids in the ghettos, them poor kids, and they ain't. Well, who the hell gonna step up and do something? That's why I love Sister Charlotta. Sister, hopefully I got your name right. She talked about being an activist. Well, you want to be an activist now? Let's go into the families, let's go into the communities, and let's make real fucking change. Oh, Freddie cursed. Oh my God, that's your fucking issue. Leave. Right? This you in the wrong
Freddie
place.
did it, not you. Don't worry about it.
There you go. I love that. Right? You in the wrong place, right? Let's talk about let's get to the real crux of the matter. And sometimes some of us need some foul language to start listening. I love come on, what's my girl? Badu, right? Right. I add no, that's Lauren Hill, right? And I add a fuck you so you ignorant niggas to hear me, right? Like, right? Something like that. Y'all get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying, but we gotta stop playing these respectability politics. We gotta get in it where our people are so that we can have these conversations that matter. So that turn over this culture. This culture is poison. And I ain't telling you, I'm not trying to elevate cursing and foul language or anything like that. What I'm trying to do is get through to you. Because once the idea permeates your ignorant mind, our ignorant mind, I don't want to put it like I'm talking just to you, I'm talking to me too. I have to elevate as well. But we gotta change whatever the hell this is. And all I can promise you is travel helps emphasize what's going on in America because I don't see it as a black thing. It's an American thing. This culture is toxic. It is terrible. And when you get around other people that got a different one, it just hits you like, well, what the hell are we doing? What are we really doing? Like we're having a conversation, important conversation, and I still got my 5 hands up. Janelle, excuse me, Monique, Cecilia, and James. I still got my hands, right? But what the hell are we doing? What the hell are we doing as a people, right? All right, so I'm gonna be quiet. Giselle, come on into the convo. Try to fall in, sister, somewhere. Wherever you was going, go with it. I got a little fired up. So y'all know. Blame it on my head, not on my heart. Y'all know how that goes. We can't quite see you, sister. I see your eyebrow.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm not Giselle. Giselle is my daughter. But I come from being educated in Black schools. I attended school in Houston, Texas. I attended TSU, Texas Southern University. I began teaching in Houston, but my husband got a job in Oklahoma City as the first Black salesperson for General Foods. This was when affirmative action was just started. And I was pregnant when I went to Oklahoma City, but in the process of buying our house, the real estate person asked me to show that I was going to go back to teaching. So I went in and put an application in at the board. But at that time, they couldn't ask for your race on the application, but they had a picture of you, so they know who you were. But having that pregnant face, HR person told me that my picture didn't do me justice to bring another picture, and I never did take one. But anyway, my first job interview that I had in Oklahoma City, I walked into the office and the principal told me he didn't need any more Negroes. Now I have always a quick answer for it, when people say things like that to me. But it shocked me, so I just turned and walked out. Well, my next interview that I went to, I was told that that the Black staff had to be 17% Black because that was how we were in the population. But the principal told me he already had his quota, but he was interested in quality. So I had some friends who were there from, I'm a Delta, and I had some Delta friends who worked at the board. And when I mentioned this, they asked me if I'd taken the teacher exam to become a teacher, and I had, and they asked my score. I said it was a high score. So they told me that was why he hired me, because they wanted the best teachers. But anyway, they were in the second year of integration, and we had teams of 4, 5, and on every team there was a Black English teacher. I taught English, and my father was a minister, and if we used wrong English at the dinner table, he told us he didn't send us to school to become more ignorant than we were when we left. So, and my mother had an 8th grade education. Now I'm 83, and I'm still very active in education. So I don't know if I'm a great grandmother, but anyway, we were corrected at the dinner table. My mother was a businesswoman, and her family, her father's family, we still have 180 acres up in the country that I'm trying to get my sisters for us to do something with it. I already have my plans if they don't come along. But I had several Black administrators, but then one administrator, his name was Dr. Joe Hornby, and the lady from Tulsa, I'm pretty sure you might have heard that name. And incidentally, I worked in Tulsa before I retired. But he wanted to go to a Black school, and I followed him. In fact, I followed him to 3 schools. I worked with him at one, then I followed him to 2 other schools because he was the first principal I had who was an educational leader who taught us how to teach. And he would say something in the staff meetings, and I'd go ask him a question. So he'd give me the book to read and tell me to come back when after I read the book and what I thought about it. So I'm a reader. I usually read a book a night when I'm not working. But anyway, in moving with him, we became a part of the Marva Collins program. That had some teachers had seen it happen, and they wanted. Well, there was an oil man in Ponca City, Oklahoma City, who wanted the students in Oklahoma City to experience Marva Collins' way of teaching. But I was looking at TV one day, and I saw the movie about her, and I was so impressed with it that I was just reading everything I could about Marva Collins. But in moving, we were our school was chosen to be the first middle school to have the Marva Collins program. As a result of being in that program, I trained at 2 universities in Oklahoma, at Northeastern University, Central State University. I did teacher training in the city. And then anyway, when I retired, I came to Houston and I worked with University of Houston downtown with certifying teachers. And then I worked with the program where I would go into the classroom and evaluate the teachers and give them the okay to be certified. So I've had a lot of experience with education. Now, we talked about the hood. I grew up in north side of Houston in Acretone, which they called the country at that time. It was all Black people. And they called it Acretone because the houses were on acres. But my father was a preacher, as I mentioned, and all his daughters took piano lessons. So I always had 2 or 3. I was counting the other day. I had 5 streams of income. I started working when I was 13 years old. I picked cotton one summer. That was enough. My mother eventually, because of some dynamics at church, well, basically, the deacons told my dad if he didn't put some of those girls out, they were going to stop paying his utilities. So he came home and told my mother. So my mother went back to work. She was a beautician. She was an entrepreneur. In the country, Lovelady, Texas, where we lived, if you went downtown, you had to go to the back door to eat. And my mother, and then she said the men were cutting hair under the trees and the women were traveling 30 miles to get their hair done. So she had a cafe and a beauty shop and a barber shop that she owned when we lived in Lovelady. But anyway, we moved to Houston. My dad was called to Houston, and they had to almost hog tie my mother to make her move. But Daddy finally convinced her to do so. I was educated in all Black schools. I think I mentioned that. And all of the 7 children, all of us were honor graduates. My brothers never did go to college. They started, but they were constantly educating themselves. All of the girls finished college. I'm a teacher. I have 3 sisters that are pharmacists, and one is deceased that was the pharmacist, and then one that majored in business education. So, and then I don't know Freddie Taylor. I don't know if you knew E.K. Bailey in Oklahoma City, but we come from who pastored in Dallas. We come from an educated family. Now, what one of the things that in the Marva Collins program is we didn't have to use textbooks. I used all kinds of material to teach my students. And I always had the cooperation of parents. Some I had to tell off. I told one lady, the girl had sassed me. I told her, I said, honey, look, you need to take her home because she's not going to talk to me like that, and walked out of the meeting. But in setting up this program, we got the entire community, the principal I had, Dr. Hornby, principal I had, we had a meeting with the parents, political leaders, pastors, business leaders, everybody in the community when we put the program into effect at our school. And those parents cooperated. When I went to Rogers Middle School, which is where I went. Rogers Middle, that area was sort of the suburb to Oklahoma City, mostly blacks out there. It wasn't very well respected for having a lot of smart students, but my principal required us to do a syllabus. I had 3 of the what we call the high level student, gifted and talented students, and I had 2 regular classes. I taught all of my students the same way. And when they went to the high schools, the teachers always wanted to know who had been their teachers. But I was like my parents, when you go out, you represent the family. You don't want to embarrass the family. So I told them, I said, now, if you go somewhere and people ask, who taught you? As if you don't know anything, don't use my name. You tell them that somebody else taught you, because I have a reputation that I need to uphold. I'm back in Houston, and well, let me talk about accountability. I worked out a system. I gave each student a 30-day calendar to keep in their notebook. I had a 30-day calendar on my wall, and I sent an extra one home for the parents to sign. And parents had to sign that they had received it. A lot of times the kids didn't share that, but when they would come to the school, I'd always ask them if they had, because they would say, well, she didn't tell us to do that, as if I had taken my favorite students out in the hall and told them what to do and didn't tell the rest of them. But I'd take them to that calendar and ask if they had seen it. And so many of them said no, they hadn't. I said, well, it's one in your child's notebook, and it's one that they were to give you, and for you to have at home, so you know what we were doing in the classroom. So you can get community and parents involved if you know how. I accountability homework. I took it up at the end of class instead of at the beginning. And if they didn't do the homework, they could not leave my classroom until they wrote me a letter telling me why they didn't do it. And you should hear some of the stories that they told. One kid finally told me, I'm sick of lying, I just didn't do it. But I read the book that she mentioned by Carter G. Woodson. But my dad was one who told us, who was not so much for integration because he knew where it was going as it has gone. But I'm with a group of people now in Houston, and we are starting an after-school program, and we entitled it Future Scholars of Houston, where we work with the students, and we're already working on community involvement and that kind of thing. But I just so many things that DEI, somebody mentioned that. I mentioned how I got my job. The genetics part of somebody mentioned that if you know the law of genetics, two white people can never produce a black child, but 2 black people can produce a child that's very, very, very light skinned. if you didn't know that. But I have some of the books that I use with my students. I ran across a book called Word Power Made Easy. And when I went to this almost all black school, I never heard kids cursed as much as those kids did. So I told them, I said, now, if you learn the right words, you can curse somebody out and they'll say thank you. So I taught them big words. And a part of the Marva Collins program was vocabulary. We had to have a word of the week, a word of the day, and we worked on those words, learning how to use the words. I did a morphology chart, which does the noun form, the adjective form, the verb form, the adverb form. Some words will fit in all those categories, and I taught my students how to use it. I have traveled a little bit. I did go to Zimbabwe, and that was a lesson. But I tell you what, when my feet touched that ground, I just felt at home. I can't describe the feeling that came over me when my feet touched the ground in Africa. I'm, as most of us are, I'm mixed with Indian. My mother's parents were, her mother's family were Yorks, and my daddy's family were Baileys, and also on my mother's side, Crouch. So I'm mixed with a little bit of everything. But we're starting this program, and then my family in Houston, there are a bunch of educators in the family, and we're going to start an online school with the program Future Scholars of Texas. And I have one cousin there in Dallas, Charles Lindsay, who is 80. He's 5 years older than me. He's almost 90. He's still teaching. He's teaching in one of the charter schools. And my dream is to have a charter school in my neighborhood where I grew up, in Acres Home, that will provide quality education. If you teach and you make it fun, you make it interesting, and you believe in your students, we can change this educational situation that we are in. And my daughter's here holding up her hand for me to stop talking, but I'm not talking as long as most of the people have talked this afternoon.
Tell her don't be slowing you down. We ain't got to tell her let her cook. Let your mama cook. Giselle, don't be like that, Giselle.
Yeah, but anyway, my mother lived to be 97, and my goal is to be the first centenarian in the family. So I'm still active. I don't know what low income is, because in our neighborhoods we were self-sufficient. In Acres Home, we had Black businesses, only two non-white businesses, with 3 in the neighborhood. Was the Bill's department store, the Chinese grocery store, and 4, the drugstore, one of the drugstores, and the 4th one was Orlando's food market. But everybody else was Black. And we're in the process here at my home. We have a 9-foot garden that we're planting. We eat healthy anyway. And there are some businesses I want to share with Freddie, because there are ways that we can, Black women hold most of the wealth in the country, but we need men to be in that position also. Yeah. I have 2 kids, Giselle and my son Derek. My daughter's a beautician, but she's finishing up her degree. She went to Howard University with Kamala Harris.
Hate you.
Yeah. And my son started at OU in Oklahoma City, and they had what he called ipso facto segregation in the uh, social areas. And he did so well his first semester, they wanted him to tutor the Black students. And I asked him, were they going to pay him? He said, no. I said, well, you're not doing it for free. When they offer you some money, then you do it. But we can work with people in our own community if they want to be tutored. So I think that's about all that. Wanted to mention a couple of books. I just read a book by Howard Thurman, and it's called Jesus and the Disinherited.
Jesus
that
and
talks
the
about
what? And the what? I missed it. Jesus
and the Disinherited. And he explains how when Jesus says, I understand you, because he was a victim of the same things that we were, being from Bethlehem, number one, and a Jew under the Roman Empire. So it's a very interesting book, but he makes the point that we don't need to just talk about things. And to the preachers, he said, you can't just preach to people. You have to teach people about the history. And then there's another one. What was the other book I read? Oh, the influence of Africa on religion. And the point that the author made was that Europe wanted to say they took religion to Africa, but it was the other way around. And they mentioned it's a very heavy book, and I told my pastor it's a little bit above my paid level, but I did go read to the end of the book. And the last thing I want to say, my daddy used 3 curse words, Freddie, and that was hell, damn, and bastards. And he used bastard in the term of somebody being disobedient. But when somebody would get on his girls, he called them all 3 in one sentence. He used damn, hell, and bastard. And the last thing I want to say is 2 things. One of the things that can improve reading, if you let if the children read 20 minutes a night, and when I learned that, that was their homework, 20 minutes a night, whatever they wanted to read, and to write me 5 things, who, what, why, when, and where, about what they read. And it certainly did improve the reading level of those students. And the importance of music, because when they learn music, it helps them with the math.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I'm going to say. I have a lot I could say. I'm a talker, just like my dad was, but that's all I'm going to say.
All right, at least today.
And you too.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, and Giselle, don't be trying to stop that woman. We need her to cook now. We like to listen to the elders around here. But no, I mean, it's a lot, right? We had these conversations, and y'all done took y'all notes. Y'all know you better bring your notes, because folks be saying stuff, take the conversation off into a different direction. And it's all very important. So I just appreciate y'all for locking in and taking those notes and being willing to wait your turn to have your say. I hope you see that I'll wait, right? We go way over the what did we say? An hour and a half? I don't know what those emails even tell y'all. So for the new folks, this ain't even new, right? It's actually like an inside joke on how long it's gonna last, unless I'm not around. If I'm not around, apparently we end on time, but I'll be around doing the most. But I like to hear y'all. I want to hear it out. I want to drag it out. I want to incite you. I want to ask questions. I want to make you mad. I want to make you think. I want to make you question. I'm here for all of the things. So, all right, we got a couple of more hands. We got 4 more hands. Janelle, Cecilia, Brother James, Monique got in here. I'm gonna cut it off at Sister Monique. So we got 4 hands left, and y'all know we're approaching this 4th hour. But y'all know, y'all already knew based on the topic we weren't gonna end in 2 hours, right? Then I just got back. I ain't get to tell y'all nothing about Ethiopia. Sister May mentioned to, the birthplace of man, and I just left there, and they got a different Bible, and there's a different conversation to be had there, and oh yeah, no, we're not gonna start that one today. We're not gonna start that one today. But what I do know is it's 2017 in Ethiopia right now because they got a whole different calendar as well. Um, Everything is different, right? The Coptic Bible and and all of that good stuff. And woo, I can go into it. Another next week, maybe next week, maybe next week. Okay. All right. I'm gonna be quiet. Janelle, it's your time to shine. Let me before I start too much.
Okay, no, look, I was ready to go where you were going because I'm like, going to another country, you will pick up on some things and appreciate some things. And yeah, I'm gonna do what you said. We're gonna leave that alone. I signed up because you said we were having that conversation later on this week. I signed up for that midweek conversation because I definitely want to hear about your experiences.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
But to keep on track with what's our current topic, I want to just mention a few things because I think a lot of people misunderstood what I was saying. So I do want to clarify that a little bit because I noticed we probably have more people still on the call than we've ever had at this time of a call. But I want to be clear when I say that I'm not capable of teaching, I mean that I'm not a teacher by trade. And I want to be very specific and very intentional with that. As my partner pointed out to me, we had our own mini conversation while this conversation was going on. He said, anybody can teach. And I had to stop him. I said, absolutely not. I said, there's credit that must go to the educators that we have from pre-K through higher university learning for the character that it takes to be a teacher and to teach. I gave him a perfect example, which I will lay out here, that a lot of people I think will be able to relate to. When you work a job, you and your coworkers learn the same task. However, some of you are proficient at it and some of you are not. Some of you are capable of showing others how to do it, but you either A, choose not to, or B, don't have the tact to do that. And I told him exactly in my situation before I retired, we had 3 people, myself included, who had experience at a particular task of over 10 years. However, one of them refused to teach. The other was not patient enough to teach to the point where people did not want to train under her. And the third person was me. And I understood that there's a level of patience, and you can't assume that everybody's at the same level. You can't teach to the same level. You have to really take the initiative to learn your skill and then to be able to share that without being impatient. Because a lot of us, we live in an impatient, fast-paced society, especially here in the US. We're used to getting what we want, when we want it, how we want it at that particular moment. And most people just do not have the ability to do that. There are a lot of people who are in here now on this chat who can participate in the chat, but choose not to for various reasons. It's the same thing. There are a lot of people in here who could lead chats, and some of them do, and some of them don't. But again, that all takes a skill set, and I don't ever want us to not appreciate the skill set that goes into that. When I say I can't teach, I mean I can't teach children what they need to know, the foundations, the basics, but I can teach them, as I said in the comments, how to be a better person. I can teach them not by what I do, but what I say and the way that I act around them. If I'm disrespectful to the people in my circle and they see me being disrespectful, then I've taught them to be disrespectful to other people. If I have a child listening in on me while I'm having one of these conversations and I say something that is derogatory or just condescending or demeaning to any participant in here, I'm teaching a lesson at that time. It's not a lesson that I want to teach, but nonetheless, every time we open our mouths, we are teaching somebody something. It's just the skill set required to actually teach children to master the knowledge that's necessary for them to get the growth that they need in their brains to learn the basics, the foundation, the skill set that will take them further. And I was a little concerned because I did notice in the comments that a lot of people made reference to special needs children. And I really should have thought about that because I do know people who have ADD and ADHD. And I think some of that comes from the overstimulation that we have in this society. But I also think that those children who need that extra help will get that extra help if we have the right things in place. I love the young lady who responded, and I can't remember what her name was, who mentioned what you said after I spoke last about the community co-op education as opposed, or the cohort, I think she said it was, as opposed to just straight homeschooling, because I think people are having memory lapses. Because I remember a whole lot of posts and a whole lot of liquor stores that were on jam when COVID hit and parents had to teach their own kids. When they got back to school, oh, teachers were getting everything. They were getting gift cards for all kinds of stores. People were bringing them lunch and dinner and making them breakfast and stopping at the Coney Islands and whatnot. So people are having memory lapses because they forgot what it was like to be in the house with their kids, trying to teach their kids something they didn't know and trying to sit in on a required class to learn so that they could help them, realizing that that was a whole job in and of itself. I think that people really need to recognize, realize, and appreciate what educators do, what teachers do, and understand that it is not a gift that everyone has. And that's okay because we have different gifts. But what, as you would say, what we not gonna do is make it seem like everybody can just roll on up out the bed and act like they're about to teach somebody something. Y'all tried that back in 2020. It did not work because when those kids got back to school, they was dumb as rocks. I'm just gonna put it out there. They were dumb as rocks. So we are just gonna be honest about that. When I say we, I mean me. We're gonna be honest about that. When all of those kids get back in school, most of them were not where they should be because you had the parents trying to teach them, the parents trying to learn, the parents trying to work from home, the parents trying to master for different grade levels in different schools. I know people who admitted that that was a struggle for them. And I'm not talking about quote unquote dumb people. I'm talking about average people. I'm talking about educated people. I'm talking about people who had no training whatsoever. As a matter of fact, some of the people who were not educated probably fared a little bit better than those who were, because when you think you know things and you see what these kids are really learning in school now, you have to give yourself a reality check and say, well, maybe I might need a tutor to be able to tutor them because I don't know. I don't know. And the first step is acknowledging and realizing that, yes, we have a problem, but know your place within the solution. Know that unless you're going to go and get the extra skills and training, that you can't just decide that you're going to teach kids something that you don't know yourself. Let's be honest. I don't know the foundation for reading. That's not my gift. I know that what oh goodness, I can't remember her name, the one who just spoke before me. I know what she said was true. My mom did the exact same thing. Every night before we got into bed, we didn't have to read necessarily, but we had to give her a report on the who, what, where, when, and why of our day. And it didn't matter how tired you were, how sleepy you were. Those were not acceptable excuses. It was something that you were going to do because this is my house. These are the rules. We do need to get back to that. This is my house. These are the rules. Not You want it, you got it. This is not McDonald's or Burger King. You don't get to have it your way. That's not the way real life works. And that's the way we have to get our kids back to. We got to get back to that. And I've seen a couple of people in the chat who are here in Illinois as I am getting myself together and learning more about the area. I'm trying to get more involved in that because, again, I'm capable of teaching. I choose not to teach. That might have been my gift that my mother passed on to me, but I can't deal with the parent end of it because parents typically, they are not always receptive, especially in this day and age. People are not receptive to what's being said to them. So you have to be honest about that. You have to understand that we all do have the ability to do things, but should we all be doing them? In a crisis or a crunch, can I teach somebody how to tie their shoes and learn the alphabet? Absolutely. I will go on Gracie's Corner with them and we will get it done. But should I be the one teaching them knowing I'm going to have to deal with their parents afterwards and I'm probably going to say something that would get me fired? Probably not a good idea. Just probably not a good idea. But I'm going to let that lay. I have learned a lot. I'm so thankful that you're back, Freddie. I'm so thankful to Ms. Gwen last week for putting up with us. And now I get to do my favorite thing, pass it off to my elder, Miss Cecilia.
I love it. I love it. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you, good sister. Hey, let's just keep rolling, right? You say you're going to pass it off to the elders. Yes, she is next. Sister Cecilia, come on in. What say you?
Yeah, I forgot to write down one of the things that I wanted to speak on.
Sis, we gotta take them notes. You know, we get spirited around here.
Yeah. But
go where you going though. Go ahead and cook.
Yeah, there are a couple of things. As a quasi administrator, one of the things that we don't really look at is the power of the parents when dealing with the school and with the curriculum. And it's kind of accepted that in the lower class in our neighborhoods, that the school, the principal is the one that's in power and not the parents. Whereas in the middle class communities and upper class communities, it's definitely the parents that run the show. And it's downplayed in our neighborhoods simply because of control. That the administrators don't trust the parents, and oftentimes the parents show why they shouldn't be trusted. But the parents really do have the say. And that I remember hours of being the quasi-administrator that I was, of making sure that we had the right number of hours for each grade level in each subject area. And that's mandated by the state. And the thing that changes it is the legislature. I remember one of our state legislators was Keith Wright, who was the son of Bruce Wright, who was the judge in the Howard Beach case, which those from New York might know about some of these cases, but they used to call him Cut 'em Loose Bruce, because he set reasonable bails for people that had been locked up. But Keith Wright petitioned for years to have slavery taught in New York State and be a part of the curriculum. I'm not exactly sure where that is right now, but I know that it would take it took an act of the state legislature to make the changes that he wanted to make in the school system. He got a lot of publicity, but it's all stuff that's on the state level. And when you go to the school board meetings, when you participate in community programs, when you attend, they don't have PTAs anymore. They have parents associations. It may be a representative from the school board, but they can't make the teachers come back at night, except for the open school nights or whatever they have with that. But as far as coming to a PTA meeting, the teachers often don't show. So, we have to figure out how to get the power, to use the power that we have to straighten out the inner city schools anyway. And to do the things like the Saturday schools, if we don't get what we want, and we all can't afford to come out of the system and pay for private schools, now we have to do the supplementary education. And just one more thing. I remember when I was about 8 years old, standing on the porch with my dad in St. Louis, and him telling me about Haile Selassie, being able to trace his lineage back to David. And I wanted to know, how did he know that? Where did he learn that? Because I never heard that before until, I heard other people talk about it and they agreed. But here's the grandson of two enslaved people who went to the segregated schools in Virginia. But somehow it got passed down to him. He learned somewhere about Haile Selassie. My grandchildren don't know about Haile Selassie. I didn't learn about Haile Selassie. So there's something to, they brought the kings and queens and the learned peoples to enslave them. And they brought them with their expertise to this country. And there were always these learned people, because how do you have the grandfather who was an enslaved person be the clerk of the church? Because he's able to read and write. And how did that happen? We've always had the resources. We've always had the wherewithal. I don't know how we can pull it together, but we've got to be able to pull it together so we can survive the craziness that's going on around us. Because that's what it is. One day you're fired, then you get hired back because there was no due process. How do you wind up in the jail in El Salvador when you're supposedly a Venezuelan person? When the judge told you to turn the plane around and come back, and you said, oops, we didn't do that. So we got to figure it out. And we have to be self-sustaining with our like-minded people, because we did run away to the suburbs. Around us are like-minded people. So we have to figure out how to work together with those who think the same way we do, not with the other folk, and take care of business. That's all.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I'm saying yeah, that's all. But no, that's a lot. You said a lot. You said a lot, sister. Um, I'm trying not to dive in everywhere because we 4 hours in, y'all. How did Gwen do 2 hours? I just want to know if anybody was on last week. How does this only be 2 hours? I don't understand. She's a
She didn't.
magician. She what?
She didn't.
She did. Oh, okay. They told me it was 2 hours. All right, all right. It's hard, man. It's hard because the conversation be so good. Because you were going about, I wanted to get into some of the things that he brought up, Haile Selassie and your parents knowing about him. And I just left Ethiopia. So, I got like the deep thoughts and history of him. And it's oh man, yeah, we would be here another 3 hours, right? I could just play the videos of getting the guys to talk about the history there, but to your point, like it being passed around the world, his achievements and not his, it's not like one person or one man did these things, right? There's a whole people and a movement behind them, which is cause for us to pay attention because things that can happen here don't happen because of one person. It calls from a movement behind them, right? So we are the people, we are the movement. If we're not the figurehead that leads it, whatever we're called to be, right? I'll say that. But I love stories of inspiration, and I love Brother Haile Selassie's inspirational story. I'll say this. Let me be a little controversial real quick. Just real quick. Brother James, I got you up next. And then I got Sister Monique. And then somehow we gonna close this out and end it. But while you're there and you hear these conversations around, we've never been colonized. It's like while you're there, you have a lot of questions, right? They weren't physically colonized, but I'm wondering were they mentally colonized. Actually, I'm not wondering. I'm actually just being facetious because I'm teasing y'all to pay attention to me over this next week as I get an opportunity to really spell all of this out. But they weren't physically colonized. One, they lost Eritrea. I want you to know, or Eritrea. I don't know how exact pronunciation. That country used to be part of Ethiopia. And that allowed them there, because right now Ethiopia is a landlocked country. But when they had that portion of the country, they weren't landlocked. They had access to the sea. And I don't know how you understand geopolitical politics. Access to the sea is pretty important, right? But they lost that to the Italians, right? So technically they weren't colonized, but they lost an important piece of the country, which allowed them to not be a landlocked country. And I got some other things to say about what I saw in Haile Selassie's bedroom, right? Which I think is a very important conversation. And then what I saw inside of the churches of Lalibela, which the rock churches, which is it's just phenomenal, and talking to the people, but I'll just say overall, the loving spirit of the Ethiopian people is something that I wish we had in this country. Like their energy centered around compassion, and I'll keep using that word. I just wish my community had compassion for one another like I feel. Now, whether it's real or not, I ain't gonna argue with none of y'all, right? I know people who ain't never been nowhere argue the most over shit, right? I'll just say it, right? Like I can't tell you how many people who ain't traveled outside of their state tells me to be safe in Africa. And it's like, you're not safe where you at. And I promise you, every time I'm on the African continent, I don't worry about being killed by the police. I promise you it's the last thing from my mind. The only thing that I'm concerned about when I'm on the African continent, I ain't gonna say the only, no, I'm gonna say it. The only thing that I'm concerned about is, can I drink the water or consume the ice? Because I'm really concerned about if my digestive system can handle it, right? Like, that's it. Is this filtered water? Like, that's my thought. That's my danger, right? Right? Like, oh, brother. But look, I'm not going to the regions of Boko Haram when we go into Nigeria. I'll be in Nigeria in September, by the way. We're not going into the regions. We're not going into war-filled regions, just like them gangs in your area is beefing and warring, just like them KKK sundown towns in your state. You're not going into those areas either. It's the same thing on a much larger scale, with much more space to operate and move in. The things that we buy into, that propaganda, white propaganda, convinces us is truth, it's just the wildest thing ever. And I would hope that Trump will open up your mindset, because Trump is just a manifestation of America. And if you think he's something different, you're the one that's delusional, because America has only been who she has been since she has been founded. Actually, before that, because you can go back into the British Empire, and it's the same shit, right? But I don't know, we grasp onto our religion and we love to think that these people are something different. They are not. And I appreciate Trump for reminding our spirit, reminding our soul of exactly who we dealing with, and what we must do for ourselves. So that's something that I love to mention and communicate to the
Taking
people,
it real
because
slow.
ain't nobody ever gonna save us but us.
Doing some sipping.
Brother, who say what? Brother James, come on in. That's your turn, sir.
How you doing today, my brother?
I'm doing great. Good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thanks for asking. Once again, it is good to be here on your platform, brother. I would like to thank you and all your moderators for doing something that is very stupendous and greatly tremendous for the community, bringing a family together to have dinner and sup on the reality of what we need to do to change the condition of Black people in America and throughout the world. Because what we do in America changes the entirety of the world. We are so powerful as a people that what we do, even in our degenerate, low-level condition, people follow what we do. That's how powerful you are. And that's why God came here in the form of my brother and sisters today to make a change. I want to address the condition, the culture that you were speaking of, brother. Like, what is this culture that caused us to be non-compassionate and hateful of one another? That culture is a culture of indoctrination from a destabilized public food system. I know we like to call it the public school system. It is a public food system. What you see going on in the macrocosm of America is being taught in the microcosm of the public food system. Most of the people that we see in America are despondent from the own reality of their greatness. They're separated from the natural power of themselves and their people because they've been miseducated. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us that a man who will not treat you right will not teach you right. He also taught us that a person that controls the diameter of your knowledge controls the circumference of your activity. What's the circumference of our activity today in America? It is very weak, it is demoralized, and we are destroying one another. So what we have to learn how to do is come into a new paradigm of education. We have to teach unity from day one. How do you teach unity from day one? And how is it that your enemy from day one makes sure that unity does not grow among the Black nation? The way he does this is, even in the school, he separates you. You don't work together in school. You are lined up in lines. Don't look on your brother's paper. That's cheating. They teach you from day one that working together and solving the problem together is cheating. The only person you respond to is the teacher. Everyone looks forward at the teacher. If you turn your head to the left, you're wrong. If you turn your head to the right, you're wrong. Only look at the teacher. And beside the teacher, there's an American flag hanging there. They're teaching you that the government is the only one that you trust and that you listen to. So when we start a new educational paradigm, we put our children in groups like the Caucasian does in their high parochial educational schools. Imagine a classroom where there's a round table and there's children in groups of the round table, and they learn from day one. If he fails, I fail. They learn from day one that if my brother or sister fails at this table, we have to pass together. If we don't pass together, complete this assignment together, we fail together. Do you know that children growing up under that educational program will actually grow into a community that says, it's my community together? They would check on their neighbor. They will automatically feel like if my neighbor fails, I fail. If my community fails, I fail. It's a whole new educational program. But why are we discompassionate? Why don't we care? Because the teacher says, hey, if your brother's failing, that's his problem. Make sure you make the grade. See, that's white supremacy at its greatest. That is teaching us and indoctrinating us with, as long as I'm making, I'm good. How many of us had that attitude? Your neighbor don't cut their grass. Somebody screaming and yelling in the other house. You don't say nothing, but that's the same thing you did in school. The very same cocktail of mutually assisted destruction that we followed in school. We only cared about us making a grade. We don't care about our family next door. We don't care about our sister next door that's sitting beside to us. So they teach you to be socially despondent and disconnected from your brother and sister from day one. That education has to stop. They don't love us and they don't want unity for us. So the moment we teach unity, solving problems, working together, and having a mutual self-interest from day one, you will see a total change in your people. You will see our children loving one another, seeing God in one another. And that's another thing. The teaching of the reality of God will destroy you if it's not taught right. See, if you're not taught that God is a black man and God has made himself evident and prominent and dominant in the black man, if you're not taught that, you're going to be destroyed. Your children are not going to grow into who they are. From day one, they see a hook-nosed, blonde-haired, stringy-faced, blue-eyed Jesus, and they're told to look to him for power. Look to him for power. They said that they cannot be like Jesus, that there's no God in them, that only the white man can be Jesus. Only the white man can be God is what they're being told. When in the Lord's Prayer, it said, our Father who art in heaven. Jesus didn't say my daddy. I'm talking about the black Jesus with hair like lamb's wool, nappy hair like sheep, and feet like brass burnt in the oven. I'm talking about a black Jesus that was talking to black disciples at the Last Supper. He said, our Father. He didn't say my daddy. He didn't say my father. So when you teach a black child that God looks like you, God walks like you, and when you see me, you looking at God, and when you teach them the power, the vitality, and the strength of God, and they say, ye are all gods, children of the Most High God, and that you are children of God, and that you're not a weak being. You're not a soft being. You're not something to be taken lightly. You are the formidable force of power of God incarnate. When you teach a black child that, he's going to win. He's going to win. Teach him his true history. Teach him where he's from. And everyone is talking about that. I like my sister talking about Haile Selassie. I like my brother Freddie that was talking about the reality of traveling and seeing the world. All 196,940,000 square miles of the planet belongs to you. It belongs to you. And 57,255,000 of that is land. And see, the reason I like my brother Freddie, because my brother Freddie is traveling the land. See, America is not your home. The neighborhood is not your home. This planet is your home. This universe is your home. When we say the sun is 93 million miles away from the earth, And the light from the sun travels at 186,000 miles per second and takes 8 minutes and 20 seconds to get here. See, we know the measurements of our home, the measurements of our universe. You know how many square footage is in your house? You know how many bathrooms you got in your house? Well, teach our children the square footage and the mileage of the planet, the stars, the quasars, the nebulae, and the great universe. They are the children of God. And it has nothing to do with racism. It's just a plain, clear, unadulterated truth. Some people tell us, and then I'm gonna end it with this. Some people say, well, Brother James, it doesn't matter what color God is. I love my Jesus, no matter what color he is. Well, you know what? We tried that. For many years, we loved the white Jesus. And there's nothing wrong with loving if you're white. But are you really looking for Jesus, though? Because if your car was stolen, I bet you it would matter what color it is. I bet you somebody stole your car right now. It's going to matter what color it is. You're going to say, no, it was a red car. It's going to matter what model it is. You got to give the police the information of what to look for, because if they don't know exactly the description of what they look for as it was made by the manufacturer, they won't find your car. So when you say it don't matter what color Jesus is, well, if he coming back, it matters. Who are you looking for? Huh? He may be your brother in the street right now. He may be your brother in the community right now. He may be a man that has came to us right now, named Honorable Ms. Wills Farrakhan. What does your Jesus look like? Someone that's going to give you salvation, clear truth. I just gave you the measurements of the heavens and the earth. Didn't it say in the book of Revelation, when God comes, he will give the measurements of the heavens and the earth? Well, the Muslim knows that. We teach that to our 3-year-old children. We teach them the measurements of the heavens and the earth. We teach them that the circumference is 24,896 miles. We teach them that because we're trying to make a people and a children that can build. That's education. That's real education. Loving one another is real education. So if you're looking for God, get the description. Look in the mirror and say, hello. I finally met God in myself. I finally met God in my people. And let me tell you, when you know that God is in you and God is in your people, that cantankerous, vile, despicable, malevolent culture is going to disappear. It's no way you can hate God. I never seen the man curse God when he knew he was talking to God. I never seen a woman hate God and say, I hate God. But when the scripture says, how can you love God whom you do not see and hate your brother and your sister that you see every day? He made man, the black man, in his image and his likeness. I'm just being real with you, brothers and sisters. This is not racism. This is the truth. What they have taught you has been racism. And everything that I'm saying, I can validate with the Holy Bible. I can validate it with the Bible. We have time to sit down and open up a Bible together. I can show you the reality of who you are. And the educational paradigm is based on knowing who we are. If you think you were a slave, if you think you were a porch monkey, if you think that you all these degenerate, malevolent, despicable things that Caucasians have made us to think that we are third-class citizens and dogs got more rights than us, if you believe that, how can you take knowledge and really use it to its optimum? But when you know, I'm the child of God, I'm not a natural-born sinner, I'm a natural-born winner. You ever seen somebody that's programmed to be a sinner win the Olympics? You wouldn't even program your track star. Well, you a sinner, you a loser. So why would you program black children to be losers and to teach them that God is something other than what they are? Stop giving the power to another culture. There's no country in the world that has a deity, a God, or a likeness of God that looks other than themselves, because they know they have work to do for themselves. The only Messiah that is coming to save you is one that looks like you. J. Edgar Hoover of the FBI knew that many years ago. J. Edgar Hoover said, and you can look it up in the what was that program J. Edgar Hoover was speaking of? But it was the COINTEL program. The COINTEL program. The reason why COINTEL came into existence because J. Edgar Hoover said that we are looking. Now listen, the government knows what you don't know. The government said we are looking for the rise of a black Messiah, one that can electrify and cause change among the people. That's why they killed Dr. Martin Luther King. They thought he was the black Messiah. See, they know the description of the Messiah. They thought it was Martin Luther King. They thought it was Stokely Carmichael. This is all written down. I'm not making this up. They looked at Malcolm X. They thought it was Malcolm X. They came up with a way to kill him. They even said it's the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. They said it was him. And when they came up with a plan to poison and kill him, it didn't work, brothers and sisters. Elijah Muhammad is alive and well. When you hear my voice, you hear him. But he is alive and well. When you hear our voice at Honorable Mrs. Farrakhan, you hear him. But I guarantee you that he is alive and well, because the one that they thought they had, the Messiah who they thought they killed, that would bring revelation, light, and inspiration and the inhalation of God's spirit to Black people, is alive and well and safe, brothers and sisters. And if God can save him, God can save you. God can save us. You are in danger, but only if you continue to go and learn in the way that they have taught us. But God loves you. God loves the Black man and woman, and I love you, Black man and woman. I love you, Brother Freddie. I really do. I love you sincerely. I love all of you. All of you had a part of God pour out of your soul today. And I listened as intently as I could to all of it, because a wise man teaches a few, but he learns from many. And I learned from many today. So I want to thank you for addressing this issue with the educational paradigm. And if the Department of Education goes, all praise is due to Allah. Do you know that we were making stoplights and lawnmowers as slaves? I mean, we were creating great things as slaves, because the intelligence that is in us is far more than what the white man wants to teach you. Innately, you are born with a God personality, a God intelligence. They call it genius. We naturally create things. But when you go to school, they deter that genius, destroy that genius, manipulate that genius, and they turn us into fools. And that's why we call it the public fool system. Let's come back home and let's let the natural spirit of God grow in us. When our children are born, they want to stick needles in them real quick to stop the inherent intelligence. Our babies are born seeing in the other dimensions. Our babies are born able to hear and read your thoughts. Do you know that's why they give them the vaccination, to kill the natural power that your children have? Your children are born mighty, but they're trying to destroy the mighty nation. So that's why they stick the needle in the child's brain. So they put the needle with the measles, mumps, rubella vaccination, and our children become autistic. They become slow. They become non-caring. They walk around and you say, how you doing, Black man? So good to see you. And they'll respond like, nigga, you don't know me. But yet we'll look at a Ferrari. Oh, wow, look at that Ferrari. Well, I'm looking at you, brother. You are more magnanimous and more beautiful than any mountain majesty, than any Ferrari, than any elephant or anything that we might see on the African Serengeti. You are the most beautiful, omnipotent, gracious gift of God. How can you not greet your brother and sister when you see him? We made it all. When you look at the Ferrari, a man made it. When you look at the elephant, the dog, the sun, the stars, we made it. I know that's hard to believe, but it's all been created by the God within us. So don't marvel at this little world and don't be troubled by it, because I'm telling you, the only time you fear white power is when you're not familiar with the power of God. When you get acquainted with the power of the true and living God, white power will not fear you or make you afraid anymore. We don't need them for education. Let them go. That's what God said to Moses. He said to Pharaoh, let my people go. He didn't say, Moses, integrate with Pharaoh. Moses, ask for better jobs. Oh, Moses, see if they would change that educational paradigm. He didn't say keep the DOE. He didn't say that. Department of Education. God don't give a damn. God said leave. And if he don't let you leave, I'll cause so much hell in that nation until they will let you leave. You're about to see rain, hail, storms, and earthquake destroy America. America is going to be destroyed until they let us leave. Do you understand me? Without a problem. We tried to leave on our own. They bombed Black Wall Street. We tried to make an exodus so many times, but they won't let us go. But they got to let us go today because God is making a demand. You didn't know that the story of Moses and Pharaoh in Egypt was really the story of you in modern times. 25% of the Bible is history. 75% of it is actual prophecy. You're living it. You are the people. When King Herod said, kill all boy babies, that sounds like the black man and women in America, where they killing all of our boy babies, but giving the women all the jobs they can handle and blessing them because they look at her as the prize. They look at her as the booty. So Herod wanted to kill all boy babies, but most of the jails are filled with black boy babies because they see a Messiah, that J. Edgar Hoover. Why did Herod want to kill the boy babies? Because he feared a Messiah, one that would take his power. Well, J. Edgar Hoover said, we're looking for the black Messiah. So they know that that Messiah is coming out of your womb, black woman. They know that Messiah is going to be one of you, black man. Man, it's beautiful when you know who you are. So we got to go. Don't worry about them. The genius and the beauty of God is in each one of us. Let the teachers teach. I do agree that the people who are good at it, let them do it. Definitely please let them do it. Because there's some that have a talent for it. Let them do it. But other than that, don't fear, black man or woman. God is with you. I don't care what you call God. As long as you call him, and you call him in faith, and you call him in righteousness, and you act on it after you make the call. Act on your prayers. Don't just sit back and wait. Act on what you ask God for and watch him back you. And if you need help on making God manifest what you want, call your brother. Your brother. I will help you. We will help you. The brothers and sisters of Muhammad's Mosque number 48 will help you. And we don't fear anything but God. So whatever you want to challenge, whatever you want to face, whatever you want to eradicate, terminate, and decimate from our society, if it's good for us, we got your back. Assalamu alaikum.
I love it, brother. Salam.
Yes, sir.
Look, I'm growing.
Upon you, brothers and sisters. That's all assalamu alaikum means. It's the original Hebrew Aramaic language of Jesus the Christ. When he would greet you in the Middle East, in Jerusalem, he would say, Shalom alaikum, or he would say, Assalamu alaikum. That's the language of Christ. And that's why we got to really know his language, how he spoke, and what he looked like, because he may be in front of you today and you not getting the message. We got to have a good description of our God, all right? I love you, brothers.
I love that, brother. And I'm mad at you because you're gonna make me make people stick around a little bit longer. I gotta you said some things, and I gotta go ahead and share what I saw in Ethiopia. Right? I want to share. The brother made some powerful points, and I want to bring it to your damn attention. I was gonna drag this out, and it's 51 people on. Everybody else ain't gonna get this until I decide to let this go. But I'm gonna show y'all. Sister Monique, I don't wanna like upscale you. I wanna come on, sister. Now it's your time. Come on. We were waiting on you. After that, I'm gonna share this and then we're gonna get out of here. But thank you, brother. I appreciate that, Brother James. Sister Monique, your show. Go ahead, sister.
Okay, thank you, Brother Taylor. I appreciate you allowing me to come on and speak. And yes, I appreciate all the educators and everything. And as a parent of a Black child, a Black male child, and as Israelite, shalom. I just wanted to say one thing. As a parent, I am very, very, very involved with my son. He is a straight AB student since kindergarten. And to this date, he is a straight AB student with a 3.87 degree GPA. And he's already been accepted to several different educational things, but I didn't come on here to say all that. I really came on here to say that, yes, I know I'm from the tribe of Judah. Yes, I know Jesus is Black, and I know a lot of things. But one thing I do know is that our educational system is lacking us in the direction of a lot of parents, a lot of people going to other places to get our education when it starts at home. And I really do believe what the educators said, starting at home is the main thing. And I'll just skip a lot of things that I was going to say have already been said. So I won't reiterate on things that have already been spoken of. But I will say one thing. Yes, when COVID happened, and as an educated woman, as an educated Israelite, as an educated woman under a house of my Lord, I would say that, yeah, a lot of kids struggled. A lot of kids did. My son, thank God, did not. My son kept an A average. My son was able to thrive. He was able to go forward with the training that he had from going to not public school. And that bothers me when I hear a lot of parents say, and the teachers say, that over 75 to 95 years ago, we were taught all these things and only 36% of our children are passing on to college. That's a very, very disheartening as a parent to see what can I do, because I'm very active with my son. Yes, he does go to a private school. We pulled him out of public school when he was at elementary because he was teaching the other Black and brown kids how to read, how to do math, how to help them. A child teaching another child when there's a white teacher supposed to be teaching them, he was teaching them. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm working on something. So, I mean, I've taught my child, my mother taught me a saying that we always used to say, if I fail, then try again. And the old saying that if you teach a man, like if you give him fish and give him something to eat, yeah, he may eat a day or two, but if you teach him how to fish, he will eat for a lifetime. And yes, just like the educator said, a lot of these programs were taken out of school. For what reasons? A lot of the HVAC, a lot of the homemaking and the mechanical things and stuff, that was done to stagnate our greatness and stagnate us as people and stagnate us to believe that making the most money makes you great. And I definitely have to say that from my grandmother who was a maid, from my mother who was a doctor, who my father was a military man. I've lived all over the world, all over different countries, and I've been here and there. My son has been all over the world. But one thing I can say is it's very disappointing as a parent to try to teach my child to be 3 times better than the other ones. I was taught that be 3 steps ahead and never behind. Even as a nursing school student now myself, in my 50s, I have to make sure I stay ahead because I look different and I move different. But yet I serve a God that, yes, he does make things happen, but I have to move forward with that step. So with that all being said, and all the things that are happening with the DOE and Trump pulling funding, because that affected me as a student too, it also affected my son. But I'm not lacking in that area because I've taught my son, but I also see other children that look like my son are affected. And it makes me feel as a mother, and I'm more vigilant as a parent to try to get involved in the parent society and the volunteering, and let them see my brown face. Let them see me more involved. When the teachers see me, they know me by name. They know me by face. They know me. They know my son's father face. They know we are very involved. And we see more kids coming to the private school that we go to. My son has been going there since he's been in an elementary when we pulled him out of public schools. But what if I would have left him in public school? I don't know what his fate would be at this as a Black male. I worry about that. And I worry about the colleges that he has a chance to go to and other males have a chance to go to. And I just want to know before the educators start getting off the line. And I know that you, Mr. Taylor, have given a lot of information, and I appreciate that. But as a mother and as a person that, yes, I pride myself on education, but I also pride myself on knowing the word and staying humble and staying in my place. But I also see that what can I do as a parent to more educate my son to be a better student to what his surroundings. I like to say my son is really smart, but he's a little green. He doesn't have a lot of the street smarts that I kind of learned as I went on in life, but he is very loving and he's very smart. But a lot of our kids that are like parents that have to put our children in private school, they're not exposed to that. I would say all the diaspora. They are the only one, as I used to say, a raisin in the bunch. They're the only ones sometimes in their own classrooms. And yes, these classrooms are built, and he goes to a predominantly white school, predominantly other people's school, predominantly kids that were raised by white parents school, children that sit around the table and are able to gravitate like a Montessori type of learning. They gravitate. Their educational system is one of the best in my area in California. And every child passes. And if they're struggling, they have better systems set up to help my child. I know I went through a phase with my child where he had some issues when my husband and I divorced, but he had a little struggle. They were like, hey, my son is having some problems. We need to pull him aside and get him back on track as a child. And they did. And his grades never wavered and he jumped right back into everything that he was used to. But in the public school systems where I come from in Texas, not California, there is no system like that. I still have family back there that struggle with the charter schools or the idea schools and the private schools and the public schools and the Montessori schools to get our children to look like me and you in these schools. And there's a lottery system, and sometimes they cut it. Sometimes you don't have the money that, let's say, that me and my ex-husband have to put my child in private school. And what are they left with? What are they taught with? What can we do as parents more than what we're doing? And not just saying the privileged parents that have the opportunity to go to private schools. I'm not saying that, because I hear a lot of stuff about public schools, and I even went to private school myself. I was blessed to do that, but my mother took me out at a certain point to let me go to public school so I wouldn't be so green. But I have a fear. I have to say, I don't fear, but I have a caution about pulling my son out of private school in high school. I don't see that's an option for me at this point in time for him. And, I hear everything that everybody's saying and everybody's doing. But as an Israelite, I see that we have no compassion, like you said. We have no compassion. We have no, I guess, ground to say we want to, deal with each other on the same level or forgive each other or teach each other or show each other what each other knows. And I love the homeschool bit. I wish I could have homeschooled my son, but that's just not in my cards as a healthcare provider. And but yet I was involved. So again, I'm reaching out to some of these educators that's been in it for 30 plus years, 20 plus years. I wish there was more young people on this call, because I miss seeing those faces, because that's what I deal with every day. I deal with that every day. I'm in classroom every day with younger people not that look like me, that don't believe in a black Jesus like me, that believe in the black disciples like me. So I have come from all kinds of environments to make it. And my son, he doesn't see the world like that. He's a new millennium 15-year-old child. So he doesn't come from the world that I know of. And I teach him the world I know, but it's very, very green for him, very undistinct to him, for him to know that discrimination is still around, that racism is still in the schools, and teachers don't want to teach you because of the color of your skin as much as they want to teach their own. And it's sad, because I don't like thinking like that as a parent, but as a mother and as a parent, I have to be real with myself and say, what are we doing now to teach and go forward? I really don't give a care if the DOE dissolves, because it's never taught me anything. I never had to get taught by the system, because my mother taught me who I was and why I was and where I came from. I know my lineage. I know I'm from the tribe of Judah. I know where I come from. I know what my mother taught me as a woman that is quote unquote called African American or Black, or we used to be Afro Americans. We used to be all kinds of things, Black American, Negro American, all kinds of things, and nigger too. I've been called all those things, but I know I answer to what I know as a daughter of Sarah, what I am. And I know my son knows as an Israelite who he is. Even in a Christian school, he understands where he stands and what he is. And I pump my Black up every day to know that he is special, that he is smart, that he is loved, that he is cared for, that he is protected by his father and me and his village around him. We have a dual balanced family. So my ex-husband is remarried, so he has a stepmom. We get along as women, as Black women, as Belizeans. We get along and understand that if we don't connect together, we cannot teach him how to be the best Black man that they call him, best Israelite that he can be, the smartest that he can be, and the most obedient to God that he can be, and the most helpful to his brothers and sisters. Because I don't plan on being here forever. I know that I cannot be here forever, but I know that I can instill and have instilled the seeds in my son to be great, and to understand that he has greatness inside of him, and that everything that he sees, he can do, and everything he wants, he can have, and everything he believes, he can attain, and everything he works for, that he can get it. But there is going to be some work. He can't just walk into dad's business and call it a day and be content, because my son is a little lazy, even though he's very smart. But I love him. But I just want to know, again, as a parent, how can I help my teachers more? Because I don't see Black teachers in my schools. I have to be honest. I don't have any. I have maybe one. In high school, none. But they know my face and I know my standards, and my son knows my standards. He knows his dad's standards. What can I do as a parent who is well involved, help other parents that are around me that maybe their child doesn't have the opportunity to go to private school? Maybe their child doesn't have the opportunity to have the opportunities my child has to go to a private college or have the money to do those things. What can I do more to help these teachers be attracted to our school? We have a school that there is no lack. The school has 19 acres. They just bought a new building. They have a coffee shop. They have all these things, in place. So I'm not sure if I can hear you, but I appreciate you allowing me to speak. And okay, now I can hear you. So
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
'cause I
No,
couldn't
no,
hear
I
you.
know. I mean, you're very concerned and you're trying to find a way for your baby, which is, I think is very important. And like, as the child that went to the Catholic schools, the private schools, and all of that good stuff, the good schools, you got good education. But look, if you're not around black people, you ain't gonna get it. There's nothing else you can do other than put them around black and African people. Like, you gotta
That's
be
what I
intentional.
have exposed my son to that, not to cut you off, sir. I have exposed him to my tribe, and he understands who he is as a black man. He understands who he came from and where he came from. He has
So
access
I'm
to.
sorry to cut you off, right? But when you say that, does that mean you put him around the Israelites?
Oh yes, I put him
But
around
then
the Christian one.
what about the rest of the African American or African community? Is he around them as well?
Let me say this then. I'll answer your question. Yes, we used to live in LA, and my ex-husband used to be a barber in the part of the rolling 60s in Western and off of LA and Los Angeles and Southern Cali. So yes, I totally understand the hood. We lived in it, we breathed in it, we moved in it. And yes, it was a little uncomfortable for my son. He's been to Boys and Girls Club. He was like, this is different, mom. But I wanted him to be exposed to that. I needed
He
him to
needs
be
to be.
exposed. And he was, and he learned some things like, these kids talk different. I'm like, yeah, you need to know that. And he went for a whole summer. And he learned, and I taught him that the names Tyrone and Shaniqua or Latrice and things like that, those are great names. Those are names of queens and kings. We made those names. Those aren't names of negativity. And I gave him the background of those names, the origin of those names. And when he found out what those names really meant, he was like, that's what it means. Yes, that's what it means. It means kings and queens. We got our own names. We named ourselves at that point. But at the same point, he goes back into that other world. And it's hard to be in two different worlds if you really don't have that movement. So again, my husband, he's a businessman now. He's been very successful. He has a college that he has for healthcare providers, and he also has been successful. But the same thing in the same breath, I've always taken my son back to the hood. Always
Well,
taken my
well, let
son.
me let me just say, the black experience ain't just the hood experience, right?
It's
Because you
all
have
life.
particularly out there in the areas that you are in, and particularly if you are in affluent areas, then there's a Jack and Jill society, like all of these other communities. Listen, I'm not saying they're perfect. All I'm saying is it's showing different experiences of the black community. And it doesn't have to be either or. It don't gotta be hood or affluent, right? There's a whole middle ground in there. That's important to get the whole black experience. But if you're making that effort, and I can just tell you, if you're gonna turn over the education of your child to this system, they're gonna be whitewashed into thinking that shit's cool and everything is okay. This is just the natural progression. This is the baby doll test all over again, right? It's just the same thing. If we allow them to be immersed into the system, they are playing games in our faces, as I guess the young people say, playing games in our face. But it's like you just gotta try. I mean, all you can do as a parent is try, right? Like, you're trying to dip them into all of these experiences, and you damn sure don't want that hood mentality, right? And We know what the mentality is, right? That's not what you're wishing upon your child, but you need them to be aware, right? Because, hey man, these streets is watching and they'll take advantage of folks that they aren't aware. So I think you're doing a great job, right? Exposing them to all of the sectors. I just think maybe more mentors in each area is maybe is what she's looking for. Oh, it looked like she froze and dropped out. Looked like y'all was agreeing with me.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No worries. Where you at? Go for it.
But I thank you for this because, you know, like you said, you have to be exposed to different lifestyles and different things. I'm just blessed to have a mother that, you know, exposed me to a lot of different situations and lots of different people. I've been in the Barbara Jordan Center as a kid. I grew up in a predominantly white school, yeah, but you know what? I went to the other schools and hanged out with my friends. I went to the other schools and learned how to move with my people and how to talk and how to be uncomfortable. But yet I can also go to the most high class place and know which fork, which spoon,
It sounds like that's
everything
what
to
you're
pick up
doing
and
for
with
your
everything.
child.
But I also know that you got to have a balance.
Yeah.
And I get what you're
But it
saying.
sound, I don't want you to rob yourself because it sounds like that's what you're doing for your child. And you just
I
maybe
try.
you're looking for more, right? Like, oh, I just
Always.
yeah,
Always. I
yeah.
always
It
look for
sounds
more
like you're
because
doing
I
a phenomenal job, sister. I'm
I
not saying
appreciate that.
stop. I'm not saying rest on
Oh,
your
no, no.
laurels, but it sounds like you're doing a terrific job. Just keep it
Thank
up.
you.
I would look for more of the middle ground. Like I
Yeah.
said, the Jack and Jills, I wouldn't call Jack and Jill necessarily middle ground, but it gives I
I
know
know
they
about
have
Jack and Jill. I used to be in Jack and Jill when I was a
there you
kid.
go,
So I
right?
knew
But
about
I mean,
NAACP as a kid. I know all that. My mother exposed us to
but they
everything.
have an
Yeah.
intense focus on the culture and the
Yeah.
community and a
And I
better
love
part
them.
of it, right? Like you need a
Right.
little, I feel like everybody need a little hood. If you're gonna be in
Yeah.
America, you better get a little hood. You better understand
Yeah.
what the hell is happening around you, right?
Yes,
So I
sir.
think
Yes.
that's important and I think that's good. And you know, they're getting a proper education, at least your children, not all of our children, but at least your children getting a proper education so they can think. I the sister mentioned earlier Carter G. Woodson, and you know, I think one of the most important things that he talked about, if a person education don't lead them to, oh, how did he put it? It's been a long day. I'm missing it, but
I know
Carter
what you're
G
saying.
talks about if your education don't lead you to lead your people, if your education don't lead you, oh, there you go, service. If your education don't lead you to be a service to your people, then you should throw it away. So I
True.
think you should be intensely focused on being, this is my opinion, being on service to his or her community. This is where I feel like we are missing. We are creating intelligent and brilliant people who are going off to do white people shit, which is
Exactly.
go be individualistic and go really uphold their community. Ain't nobody gonna want to hear it that way.
Right on
Why
point.
you buying that Louis and that red bottom and all that bullshit? You're emphasizing their community rather than taking that genius and pouring it back into your own. I think now if you really want to make the tie, there's the beautiful connection is showing them the beauty of education is inspiring and uplifting their own community.
I love that. And I definitely reach for that goal every day with my son. And he definitely does volunteer. He does his part. And like I said, he knows as an Israelite, our part is every part. And if we don't all make it together, we don't make it. But yet, I'm not here for them. I don't want to be on my soapbox because I've already seen the brother say everything he's already said, the truth. And we as Israelites know what we know. And we don't shove it down anyone's neck, but we know the Bible and we know our God is for us and looks like us and is coming back for us. But in the meantime, everyone else, we have to also know that they are not for us. And how can we expect a slave master's mentality to teach us what they will never give us what they will never respect us for, and what they will never let their children come under us for until that faction. So maybe us losing the DOE and losing these fundings and things will push us in the right direction to start building our own with these teachers that have 30 and 40 and 50 and I don't know how many years of experience to help us get out of this thing that they say, and I'll leave it with this. If you don't know your history, you are going to repeat it over and over and over again without any change. It's like a man doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results and getting the same outcome.
I love it. I love it. Thank you,
Thank you.
sister.
Shalom.
Shalom. I appreciate you being here with us. And you really set me up for how I'm gonna close this out tonight, because I was not gonna share this just yet, but you know, you sister and then brother James and talking about, you know, Jesus and you know who we come from and all that good stuff. This is I want y'all to understand. I want to say so much right now. I'm gonna try to just be. You know what? I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna show you what I saw. Remember, I said I wasn't gonna say nothing, right? I'm gonna show you what I saw. I just came back from Ethiopia, and one of the things that Brother James said, and even the sister, good sister Monique, just said was, "My God looks like me. My Savior looks like me." Now, y'all tell me, if your God looks like you and your Savior looks like you, how do I wander into the bedroom of Haile Selassie and I see this? Now, I want somebody to tell me. Now, hopefully you believe this. No, I know you better believe it, because this is my camera. This ain't nobody else's camera. This is me. I'll give you the rest of the pictures if you need them of me in the bedroom watching. But let me zoom in. You see Haile Selassie right here, right? See him. This is his bedroom. It's very interesting to walk back in time. But when you scroll a little bit over here, what do you see? What is that? What is that? What is that in the bedroom of Haile Selassie? Why am I seeing white Jesus in the bedroom of Haile Selassie? Now, this great Pan-African American, or excuse me, African,
yes,
one that we love, honor, and tell me that they ain't never been colonized. Why is white Jesus in his bedroom? Now, wait a minute. Now you're saying, I know what you're saying. You're saying, Frederick, no, something ain't right. That don't cook well through me. Oh, the images are throughout Africa. Oh, Patricia, it gets deeper. Now you remember I just showed y'all those rock churches, and I was in Lalabella. They built them from the ground down, and it is. When I tell you the Ethiopians are the most religious people I think I've ever met. I thought African Americans was pretty religious. Like, these folks are serious about this. And I don't want to compare, right? Because I'm a skeptic on all ends. So anyway, but watch this. Right? Walk into the rock temple, right? They built it from the ground. It's 900 plus years ago. This is wow. I wish I really had this lined up so I could show you the video. I got the video actually right here. I would just have to click a few of them. Maybe I should make you see it like I saw it. Because I walked in. Anyway, I'm just gonna hit you with it. But I walked in, y'all. Sister Gwen was like, show me the inside of the Rock Church. I want to see more. Sister Gwen, this is what's on the inside. This is what's on the inside of the Rock Church. I got video of sisters walking in with the all-white Ethiopian joint on and them bowing and praying and crying and like we wasn't even there during the services. But from my understanding, they line up like ants to walk into these churches on a daily basis to bow down to this white Jesus. And this ain't the only one. This is one of the churches. All 11 of them churches got these images on the inside. And it's wild to see. Now, nobody can convince me of nothing. I was just there. These are my pictures. Those are just pictures. I got video of me walking in front of it. I got video of the Ethiopian sisters in the all-white garb on their hands and knees, kissing the floor. They talk about the dirt and the filth on the columns because so many people over centuries have been kissing these columns and kissing these images and praying and worshiping in here under white Jesus. I know. Y'all gonna tell me the same bullshit that they tell, not y'all, but some of y'all gonna try to tell me the same bullshit that the Ethiopians told me. And I'm gonna tell you, I got at least 15 minutes of video of the people that went on this trip with us grilling. Do you hear me? Grilling the historians over white Jesus while we're sitting inside of these temples, right? Discussing and debating this and questioning them every step of the way. Now, I'm going to tell you what the Ethiopians tell you. And because I posted this on my YouTube and I got some comments, and then the initial response from the guides that we had. They tell you color don't matter. It's about the faith and the religion. Freddie, this isn't important. The color, skin color is what we don't see skin color. We don't see this. No, this is them. Of course, I'm like, fuck out of here, right? I'm just being honest with y'all. Y'all know. If you don't know, I don't care what you think anyway, right? But fuck out of here is my thoughts, right? I'm not saying that to them. I'm respectful. I'm like, I ain't really going. And I'm letting them know I ain't agreeing with it. I'm like, because why? Because my initial thing is if color didn't matter, you wouldn't have changed this color. Don't tell me this is a black nation. Don't tell me about black power. Don't tell me about Haile Selassie. Don't tell me about Jesus being birthed in the caves of Ethiopia as a black man. Don't tell me about all of these things and then tell me you cool with white Jesus. Don't tell me that. Tell me you was conquered. Tell me you was colonized. Tell me you wasn't physically colonized, but you was damn sure mentally colonized. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a white Jesus. Not only in the rock churches, you wouldn't have a white Jesus in the bedroom of Haile Selassie, who y'all damn near see as a deity. And you want me to believe that the color don't matter? If color didn't matter, you wouldn't have changed his color. Here I go being crazy. Here I go bucking the system, trying to think about things. Here I go again. But what I do know is I don't only got that picture that I showed you. Let me bring it back up. Let me give you this big ass white Jesus in the middle of the Grok church in Ethiopia. I don't only got that one. I got video. I can show you all the archangels to the left and the right of Jesus. You see that curtain. That curtain is like a stage where they do the thing. All the way to the left is all white angels. All the angels are white. When we walk through the museums, they're proud of the multiplicity of crosses in Ethiopia. They got all these beautiful design crosses. Oh, they talk about that. They talk about the angels and they talk about the history. But on the walls, it's all white people. It's all white people. And they constantly telling you how color doesn't matter. But when you notice, see, I got pictures of this too in the museum. See, it's a damn thing about being somewhere. It's a thing about being somewhere. It's a thing about being there that can't nobody sell you no bullshit. Because I'm sitting there while they're telling me about how color don't matter and all of this. And every time they talk about the angels and the princes and the important people, they all white on the wall. But what they're not talking about is at the bottom of these images is these little black figures. And these little black figures represent the devil. And they just happen to be black. I don't know about you. I don't know how you think. But when I see angels and the deity painted in white, and then the devil's painted in black, that means some shit to me. That means you're trying to tell me something. And then what they tell you is, well, you know, Freddie, a lot of the people were illiterate. They couldn't read. So the best way to articulate things are to show them in pictures and paintings. Well, ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? You telling me the only way to articulate something to these, oh, wait a minute, as you put them ignorant people, they couldn't read. You had to put them in pictures and images, but you made the deities white and you made the devils black, like them. I don't know if you remember when I first started this when I first started this Sunday dinner umpteen hours ago, I talked about how everybody looked just like me and you. They were all black like us. They were just a multitude of skin tones of us. You wouldn't know until somebody opened their mouth that we were different. But somehow in this all black place that's never been conquered, that's never been colonized, that's never been controlled, that lost Eritrea, number one. Number two, that really lost your Jesus, that lost your God, that lost your emphasis, that lost your color, that you started to talk about how color don't matter. But when I'm looking at everything inside of your country, it don't look like you that runs it. You better sell that shit to somebody else. And that's what I love about the people that travel with us, because they wasn't buying that shit either. Like, we not going for it. Something ain't right, right? Ethiopia and Russia have the same religion. Yeah, these churches, the oldest churches. Yeah, they're the oldest churches. Sister Gwen, I saw your hand up. I can't listen. I know I started a whole nother bonfire with this. I do want to hear Sister Gwen. I want to, because she wanted to see a little bit more of them churches. Gwen, I was trying to hold out and not say anything about them churches. But sister, come on, I give you room for some time. I'm just trying to tell y'all this is what I saw. I can pull up while she talking. Maybe I'll pull up more. Go ahead, Sister Gwen.
So I was surprised because the pictures of inside the churches I saw, so, and I haven't been there, so I mean you've been there, but the pictures of the churches that were hewed out of the stone that I saw had pictures of a brown Jesus with, you know, fro-like hair. And so I was surprised that you saw that, that you had that picture, or they had that picture. I know that they were conquered for a little while by Italy. So that might have been where some of that influence came from. And also, Haile Selassie was born what I just heard, 1893, I think. So most people in that time, Americans and Africans that had any Christianity,
actually had. That was the Jesus picture, and everybody, because everybody on here probably had a family member, a grandmom or a mom. That Jesus was hung. That picture, and there's another one that was hung in all the houses, and so
The
European
story.
influence during that time of when the Italians did conquer might have been the reason, but I was looking for you to show the picture of the Jesuses or the pictures of like that I had seen, and I don't know if it was the same churches that you went to, but in some of the churches that had the browner Jesus with the fro hair, the browner disciples, and so I'm surprised that that particular Jesus picture of Jesus is shown. But we have to understand that there is a strong Western influence on all of Africa. That is why they're trying to shake loose um, and get back to their original roots. But that, that's what I was looking for you to show. That's why I was saying show the pictures, as I was looking for the brown fro Jesus. And when you showed that picture, I was like, okay, so did you see any pictures of brown fro Jesus anywhere in any of the churches you went into?
I just gave you like the brownest. This is like the brownest that you get. Like that right there.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not seeing it. Okay.
So
All
you
right.
get him, you get that one. You get this that's more authentic.
Yeah, because that's the more authentic Jesus for the Ethiopians, not that picture in Haile Selassie's bedroom, which, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I remember a pastor that of mine, we had a white Jesus in our church for a long time until we started saying, this needs to come down, and we put a cross there. But that picture was given to our pastor, and when the question was asked why was it up there, it was because it was a gift and it was honoring the person that gave it to him. But we said that had to come down. I mean, so I know the guides didn't give any other explanation like that, that might have been a gift or what have you. I'm not trying to make excuses, but I'm just giving possible explanations. But just remember that during that time that they were occupied, there could have been a strong influence. And unfortunately, their influence just seems to be like, mud over or tar. I won't even say tar or mud. It's like an avalanche over something, and that buries it. So and the color, the true authentic color of Jesus does matter. So but yeah, those pictures that you're showing now, that's what I was looking for you to show. More of the browner, short haired, more fro Jesus than the the picture that is, faux Jesus rather than
Yeah.
the
No,
authentic Jesus.
what I tell you, Gwen, is you got to go find it. Like they in there, but you got to go looking for them. And like that was the ones that I shown were pretty much the only ones that we were shown. I don't know what else is in there. I didn't see all 11 churches. But I can tell you that what's pronounced is white Jesus. White Jesus is everywhere. Like it is crazy, which is why I made the statement that they say they weren't colonized. They say they weren't colonized.
They were influenced when we did the history, because our children, we did a deep dive in Ethiopia. That's why I'm hoping that some of the children, and I want to go too. They were influenced. They were fighting for a while. I don't want to misquote the time, but they were they were not colonized in the sense of what the other parts of Africa was, but they were conquered. And anytime when people are conquered, they quickly pick up the psychology and whatever of the people that conquered them, but then they fought back and got the Italians out of there. And during the time that they were conquered was, a time where that Jesus, that look was very prominent. I won't say exactly that picture, but that look was prominent. So they could have been, fully influenced at that time and just, never shook it off. But then you say there are other pictures of Jesus, so they know both. So, people going around saying it doesn't matter. It does matter, because I certainly wouldn't want somebody to put up a white picture of me saying this is Gwen Ebron, and we all know that. And we don't want somebody portraying us in a way that we don't look like. You don't want somebody, doing that. So I don't know. That's one of my, questions when I'm teaching, especially when I'm teaching Christians. When people say that it doesn't matter, it does matter, because how do you think you honor the person that you say you love so much? How do you think you honor them? By misrepresenting them? That's not love. You would never give your wife, a different color and say, this is the person I love. So, you're supposed to love the person, the whole person, and how they looked and how they were. So anyway, but so that explanation I can understand wouldn't stand. But also why I'm saying the year that he was born, I mean, everybody had that Jesus. I remember I was born and lived when Ebony magazine put a Black Jesus on the cover, and the people lost their minds. They were saying, how dare they put this black, and he wasn't even a dark black, because we still working with our colorization. It was a Black Jesus, and they nearly had a heart attack. People dropped their subscriptions and everything because they put a Black Jesus on the cover of Ebony magazine. So everybody they were sending that picture and that other picture. There's two. They were sending that picture and the other picture, saying, this is what Jesus looks like. That's how insane this is. That's how indoctrinated we have become. That's how, like I said, it's like an avalanche. So we're digging out, and they probably are too, not realizing the impact. But that's not the healthiest thing to say. It doesn't matter. It does matter. As far as I'm concerned, it matters when you are saying that you are this is King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and you have the wrong king and the wrong Lord. So and a wrong representation of King of Kings and Lord of Lords. So but those are my thoughts. So I just wanted to kind of address that, and just say also, just let's look at the time of when Haile Selassie lived and everything. That, not giving an excuse, but a reality check. Because all of us, I know I had it. I'm sure your grandparents or great grandparents had that picture or similar pictures, and we just all need to take a breath and take a step back and just realize. Because a lot of times, I just want to say this: a lot of times when I'm teaching, at first I was teaching Africans of the Bible. Now the Bible is African, and I do have the Ethiopian Bible too. We just got the Ethiopian Bible, and their pictures are more of like the ancient ones that you have, that you showed. But people wrestle with the fact that when
in the second chapter of Genesis, when they talk about the rivers converging, where do they converge? In Ethiopia. So when I started teaching that, in fact, for my own self, I said, oh, this has been here all along. And what happened? Did I skip over this? So people are just trying to, wrap their heads around that, so anyway, I just wanted to say that. But thank you for showing the pictures.
Yeah, no, and I got another one for you, Sister Gwen. No, I mean, but you make a good point about it's really colonization. And I brought it up more to the point of they being slick about this colonization, right?
I don't quite agree with you on that, because colonization is deeper. I mean, that's a picture, and
No,
it's a mindset.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But colonization also means that you don't have control of your government, your schools, you lose all of your all of your
Yeah, but when you lose control of your God, when your God no longer looks like you, and now you got to start to think, if you lost control of your God, then what else did you lose control of? And let me continue, because again, they didn't physically get colonized, but I tell you what, when we go into Ethiopia and Addis Ababa, and you want Addis Ababa, and you want some good Italian food, let me tell you what's readily available in Ethiopia. Italian food. How do you think that food got there? You know what's widely spoken amongst the language? Italian, right? Again, they didn't physically lose, but how is your God, your food, and your language heavily influenced by these people who are still there today, who have heavy influence? And let me put this point, let me put the pin in this with Haile Selassie, right? Now, what I'm trying to figure out is, did Haile Selassie actually have white Jesus in his bedroom or not? Now, that I don't know. And
right, that's a good question.
This is why I question it. And I'm going to show you again from being in those museums. And this picture here, the gallery, the art gallery of Ethnographic Museum, EIS, by the government of Italy. This was funded by them, right? So they funded and built the museums, which to me started to explain the white figures, the white popes, I mean, the white angels and everything that you see, the devils that are depicted as Black. So now I'm wondering, was that actually, where them fans at? Well, I'm trying to figure out, was that actually white Jesus that he had, or did they put it there?
And that's a really good question, because that's what I was kind of saying. I mean, I wasn't saying it, but I was thinking too, was that the actual, or did they put it there to show that he was very religious? He was a strong Christian. So, and to show that he was a strong Christian, that's what was there. Also, with that influence of the Italians and what have you, was that just to appease, plus the fact that not just Italy, but European consciousness was very strong, although there's a picture of Queen Elizabeth and her husband bowing to Haile Selassie. And so there and them dancing together, and also them at each other's palaces, both one in London and one in Ethiopia. So it is a question mark of, was that, diplomatically done, so you all can stay out of my nation, so I'll kind of go along with you, so we can stay kind of stay out of our nation. So we'll act a little bit like you so that you can see us as part of you and not try to conquer us again. So, there's a lot of questions there.
It is. I mean, it always creates more questions than answers. But I just lean back to they were never colonized. It's like, well, you did lose Eritrea. You lost that. They took that area. That was part of the agreement conversation, right? And all of that. But then, the white Jesus, and then okay, there were some periods in this and that. Well, why are you still teaching this white Jesus mess today? Right? Why when we go into the temples of Lalibela, when I go into like all of these places, why are you trying to convince me that color don't matter? If color didn't matter, you would have never changed the color, right? But they were the truth of the matter is they were colonized. They weren't colonized in a manner that we're used to, but they were colonized. They were dominated. They were taken over, and they were allowed their dignity. And I mean, that's ugly. No, none of us really want to say that, right? Like I'm proud of the Ethiopians for the stance and how far that they took it, just like the next person. But when you go there and you see it, it's just something different.
Well,
And
I don't know. I hear you. I because of the horrors of colonization. I would say I
it
would
can't be
go
the
with
same.
I
That's
would
what
go
you're
with
saying. I
you.
feel it.
Strongly influenced, strongly. I would go, but colonized by their definition in Africa is a little different from ours because we're saying, oh, you come in there, you change this, then you colonize. But they would say, no, not by the definition of what colonization means in Africa.
I buy that.
It's like somebody saying, we were enslaved, and then some white people saying, well, I was enslaved too. When my people came over here,
with a much lighter, like the Irish. Like they use that about the Irish.
Yeah, they didn't treat us right either. So we were enslaved too. And we look at them like, are you crazy? I think that's why they say they weren't colonized, not by our definition, because we always have to, try to put ourselves not in our mindsets, but in their mindsets, but not by their definition in Africa. Colonization was long-term and totally subjugated to a length of time. They were conquered and they were strongly influenced, but they kicked them out. They fought, kicked them out, and then they assimilate. They acculturated and assimilated a lot of their stuff, which they maybe need to get rid of now. But they probably did it so that they could say to them, well, we're kind of like you all, so stay away from our country. But when they look at colonization in Africa, opposed to being invaded and kicking people out, that's why they're saying we were not colonized, because they didn't have hands chopped off, tongues chopped off, like Leopold did. They didn't they were servants to the servant of the servant, and all of the things that happened in colonization. So so strongly influenced, yes. Colonized.
I buy that. I buy that. I do want to say, I want you to see the rest of these videos.
Yes,
man,
I do want to
it's
see
hard to watch. I tell you that. That's good. That's why I was like, we probably need to talk.
Yeah.
Because I knew we was gonna have a good conversation, but we let's pick it up. I'm gonna share more, and let's get you there. And Gwen, don't get started. But I just need a yes or a no. Have you seen the recent findings under the Great Pyramids of Giza?
No.
Google. I got Google. I was going to open with that, but I was like, this is going to turn into something different. Just Google.
Okay.
For all of y'all, Google the recent find. Just Google Great new discovery under Great Pyramids of Giza, or just any of that. Google that and welcome to the rabbit hole. But Gwen, your trip to Egypt later this year is going to be even more seismic.
Oh, wow. I'm so excited.
You see that? You see that? Okay.
I'm so excited. Thank
Yeah,
you.
don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. We
I
can't.
won't.
Maybe next week.
Okay, and I'll get off just in case somebody else wants to say something.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a
Thank
couple
you.
more people. Yeah, thank you, sis. I always appreciate you. All right, Ralph and Alry, we're gonna wrap up with you. Ralph, go ahead. I promise y'all I ain't gonna say nothing else. I ain't gonna start no more mess today.
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening.
And it was a wonderful event today, and welcome back home.
Hey, thank you. Hey, thank you.
I
I
like
think.
to say that, yeah, I think the reason why we're seeing these Jesuses and everything portrayed as they are in this space is because of the economics of tourism and the influence of the people that put their monies in the rebuilding after the wars that they had when they were when Ethiopia was invaded by the Italians and so forth. And today, modern day, as
Make a
modern
great
as
point.
much as they're building in Ethiopia now, they're getting their monies predominantly still from the European Italians and so forth that's helping to build their country up into what it's becoming in terms of modernization and everything, infrastructure and all of that, as well as they get a lot from China and so forth. They're very important and very influential. The Russians had a big piece in that. They also are the ones that contributed considerably in breaking off the treaty and creating the treaty to break off Eritrea from Ethiopia.
Interesting.
So they made it so that Ethiopia had no access to the
To water.
sea.
Yeah.
So they're landlocked with 150 million people potentially within the next 5 years, and they're landlocked. And the Europeans are seriously causing as much chaos and stress and strife in that region so that they can take control of who's going to manage the waters going into the Suez Canal on both ends. See, they got them on one end, the US does, is very prominently involved in that on the north end of the Suez Canal, but they don't have access to the south end. And that's where the fight with Yemen and everything is going on. And Yemen is trying to hold on to as much as they can uh, and be in control because they see the doggone Europeans coming at them. I like to mention that, and that's just my opinion about why they have these pictures there and that ideology. And I agree with you 150%. Yeah, they're colonized mentally. The world has been colonized mentally by the European mentality, you know. So I'll leave it that at that. However, when you go to Eastern Europe, Russia, anywhere in Europe, you will find that all of the original saints, Jesuses, Mary, and all the rest of the folks in the doggone religious ideology that they have in the Bible and everything, they were originally all black and they still have them in their churches all over Europe, South America. When you get to Brazil, you're going to see them. If you go to the churches, especially if you go to Salvador, you know, in Bahia,
I'll
you're
be
going to
there in
see them.
September with the Sankofa
Yeah, I
Experience.
know it. I just left there this afternoon. You see them in Colombia. Wherever the Catholic religion is strong,
you're gonna see it.
That's where you used to have all of your Black images and so forth, because they were the ones that originally stole the doggone um, influence of the Catholic and created the Catholic religion based upon the African religion and the deities and saints. And well, we didn't call them saints, but they used those. And then they reconstituted the stuff. And when Michelangelo and those guys started to become prominent while they were creating this Bible that they put up on, the people of the world to influence them. They start changing the Black images throughout most of Europe, but it's still so prominent in South America and everything that you'll be amazed that the truth is there, but we're not getting it in this country primarily because of the colonization that we got from the invaders that came in here and took over this land. So that's all I wanted to put those pieces out there. And I'm no expert on anything, but that's what I believe.
Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. And so I think you hit the nail on. I think you hit the nail on a lot of heads there. That's good. Alry, come on and sister. First of all, make sure I get your name right, and then close us out for the night.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Didn't Haile Selassie say, I think he must have been speaking to Black people, Black Americans years ago, that the Jews left dark skin and they came back white. And he said, don't let them, I'm not sure if this was part what he said, don't let them fool you, or to just he was putting that out there so that we wouldn't accept
that was Nasir out of Egypt. Yeah,
Oh,
but
was it?
he talked about you ain't gonna recognize them, right? Because they left Black and they came back white.
Oh, okay. I thought
Out
it was
out of Ethiopia, I think you're speaking or you're referencing the Phalacians, the Phalacians. I always get it wrong. They talk about them, the Ethiopian Jews that went and ventured into wherever they call it, this area that they stole. What is it called? Israel.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right, yeah. But the Ethiopia, they act today actually as there's no more Jews in Ethiopia. They act like they all left and there's nothing else. I don't know whether the truth or neither here nor there. But sorry, sister, go ahead. I'm saying too much.
Oh, thank you. That was it.
Oh.
All right.
All right. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, that's Nasir though. I know that's his last name. I forget his first name. Out of Egypt. Around the same time, I think late 40s or 50s, talked about the Jew. There we go, the lost Jews. Yeah, Sister Jantra is putting the book up for us, right? The last of the Ethiopian Phalacians. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. They talk about them, and they talk about like they left and like that's it, like they gone. But obviously, their skin color apparently not like Jesus in the area. But anyway, that's another conversation. But I think Brother Ralph make a very good point, right? And we talk about white folks coming in and funding your advancement, so to speak. And then when he said that, what dawned on me was those rock churches down in Lalabella are sponsored by the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, right? Which takes over a lot of which takes over a lot of landmarks around the world, right? UNESCO World Heritage. So but then thinking about the religion and the spiritual nature of the Ethiopian people makes me believe that they had white Jesus long before UNESCO showed up, right? Like long into, again, it's getting back to this colonial area. There you go. I was going to say something else, but quasi-colonial era. I just wonder, right? I think we all got to wonder about like what really transpired and what happened. But all I can tell you is in 2025, 2017 there, right? Which because they're on a different calendar, is they still got white Jesus up and they gonna argue and fuss and fight over having it. Like whatever we want to say, they're gonna argue that it don't matter. It's important. Don't touch my Jesus. And like when we were pressing them inside of the Rock Church, I'm going to play the whole video, y'all. I'm going to let y'all see the whole thing. But when we were pressing them, the guide said, well, we've raised that question to whoever the elders are, whoever's in charge of making this decision, right? Because y'all know the Ark of the Covenant is there. It's not on display for anybody. So anybody's like, did you see the Ark of the Covenant? No, I didn't. You can only see that. Not if you're Ethiopian, you can't even see it. You can only see it if you're in the what do they call it? Clergy, right? Like you're one of the priests. You're on that path. That's the only time that you get an opportunity to see the ark. But apparently the question of white Jesus was raised, and what we were told is they're considering it. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know how long it's been. I don't know any of that. But I can tell you that the people on our Sankofa experience was like, this some bullshit, right? They were all like, this some bullshit. But to see them march in and bow and pray to the white Jesus is just the wildest experience that you would ever see, particularly for, again, a community or a family that projects themselves as, you know, the strongest Black lineage on the planet. Now, if they didn't lean in, Brother James was talking about, you know, the tribe of Judah and Solomon, you know, I don't know if y'all realize this, but Haile Selassie claims to come from a direct descendant of Judah and Solomon, like the last lineage type conversation. And then they praying to white Jesus. Like, it's just, I just want y'all to know that in real time, I was in there broken down, like, what the fuck? Like like I'm listening to the history and I'm flabbergasted by it all, right? I'm just blown away. And then you got the same pride for, you know, the Battle of Ottawa and, you know, and defeating the Italians and having this uninterrupted lineage, thousands of years, and then white Jesus. It just, it does something to you. Come on, Sister Jantra. And then I promise we out of here.
I just want to say, it seems to me, when you showed the images of the white Jesus, they looked very recent, like newer art, it didn't seem like it was an original type of over 100
No.
years old. And if Mr. Selassie was what, 1893? He was born?
Born, but he died at 75, 74.
But the point is, that particular artwork seems more like I don't want to say propaganda, but a presentation to set a certain tone about how powerful the myths of white supremacy are. They're all over the world, even Ethiopia, who we know has not become. I think it's all propaganda, personally. I didn't think it was authentic at all. And if somebody's a Hebrew who is a descendant of Judah, we're not going to have an image of what we already know is a fake image of a man classified as white on my wall, and I'm not going to pray to him. But I do think it's about propaganda. And whatever keeps the grant money's coming in for their museums, whatever has to happen, they have babies to feed. Let them feed their babies.
I think you nailed that. I think you nailed that.
Thank you, Freddie.
Yeah, thank you, sister. That
One
was
more
good.
time. One more time.
Yeah, the lost Jews. Yeah, the last, the follow shots. Yeah. I think you nailed that though, definitely, because even when I showed the rock, the more authentic piece, it was Browner. To Sister Gwen's credits, that's what she was looking for. It was Browner, right? But then I think that does get into the conversation of colonization, right? Like, are you truly free if you don't control the color of your God? And your people are literally buying this idea. Anyway, let's leave that. Let's let this linger for the rest of the week. And then I get y'all in the comments on my social as I continue to agitate folks' spirit and soul over this over this and have my fun. But it's definitely been a great conversation. We talked about y'all favorite person, Donald Trump in the party. Come on, Angela. I know that's your guy. Y'all live for this dude. Y'all know in the morning he gonna do something crazy that we gonna have another conversation about. But one thing I do want us to take away from the discussion today is we gonna have to figure out what the hell we gonna do. Right. We got to get some things in place that regardless of what they do, we act in this way because it's in our best interest. Because every day he just coming with it's just, bro, are we even 2 months in? Is it 2 months into this new presidency? It might be barely, right? Like, so we can't keep reacting to this fool. At some point, we got to grow up as a people and realize we're going to have to depend on ourselves. And I just want you to realize that we are ready, willing, and capable. We got a long, strong history of this. And grandma's telling me everybody got to get the hell out right now. She mad right now. Now she mad. She like, I don't even know if y'all gonna get no sweet potato pie. This is y'all fault. I want y'all to know. Grandma, I was trying to tell them it's time to go and it's time for actual dinner, right? But y'all knew, I know y'all knew. Freddie missed last week. Sister Gwen did a great job, but Freddie was gonna be extra when he came back. So I appreciate y'all, man. And I want y'all to know I've been hearing what y'all be saying about me behind my back. Because on this trip, the sisters was telling me. I kid. But man, I definitely enjoy these discussions and these conversations. So I'll see y'all next week. I can't even promise what the conversation gonna be because y'all president might do something weird. Let's be happy that I'm back in the country. I came back. Next time I leave, I might not come back. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. But the world is great. Black folks are terrific. I encourage you to engage them more. I appreciate y'all. Right. Until next time, good people. Y'all know what it is. Love, peace, and power to the people. I appreciate y'all. Good morning, or it ain't quite morning. Good evening. Have a good